Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing a compilation of the best performing stories from 2024. I hope you all had an excellent holiday season, and I hope that you're having an excellent new year. I am very sorry for the long hiatus that I had to take, as the holidays were kind of hectic on my end. But anyways, I am back now, and I'm going to start uploading regularly again. So I hope you enjoy this first video back, and I can't wait to see you in the next ones. But anyways, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. I was hiking along one of the outlier Appalachian trails. I was alone. I always hike with a pistol. I followed a game trail for a spell to climb high in a ridge in hopes to get some pictures from a vantage point, when I heard a low, guttural growl from a thicket. I'm familiar with most animal sounds from this area. I don't know what it was, and I've not heard it since. I stopped and peered into the thicket, but couldn't see anything obvious. I drew my weapon and backed out of the trail for about 100 yards, and walked the rest of the trail back to the main hiking trail. I continued on until I came across a man and woman walking with a dog. The dog was fairly aggressive, and evidently gave them fits holding him, so we didn't chat. I moved on another 100 yards and stopped for lunch. I wish I had time to inform them that I heard something, but figured that they wouldn't travel the game trail. As I was eating my lunch, I heard the dog go ballistic in the distance. I quickly grabbed my things and walked back towards the game trail that I followed earlier. I never saw those people again. I checked the papers and researched, but no one was ever reported missing from that area. To this day, I never found out what was growling in the thicket. Earl Shaffer, the first man to complete the entire Appalachian Trail. He was doing it for the second time, I think. I was walking the trail by myself, and out of the woods comes an old, disheveled dude. I was like, oh great, I'm dead. We exchanged hellos and continued on our separate ways. A few hours later, some hikers passed by me and asked if I had seen some old dude wearing blah blah blah, and I said yes. They asked if I knew who he was, and I said no. They said it was Earl Shaffer hiking the entire trail for the second time. This isn't as crazy as some of the others on here, but my friend had an encounter when we were hiking a 50-mile section of the Appalachian Trail in upstate New York. I was a Boy Scout at the time, so I must have been about 15 or 16, and was with at least a dozen other people. I was up at the front of the group with my friend Tyler, and the trail was approaching a cliffside. All of a sudden, I hear loud rustling in the leaves, a scream from Tyler, and then a loud hissing noise that quickly faded to nothing. Tyler had stepped on what he later described to be a copperhead, and immediately reacted by getting his foot underneath it and punting it off the cliff. I was told this story over this past summer by someone that I met running a campground up by the Yellowstone/Tettons area. It was a privately owned campground located in the greater Yellowstone region. Anyhow, I checked in, met the dude running the spot. He was really laid back and down to earth, and even gave me updated accommodations, glamping instead of my campsite for free. Anyhow, we connected pretty well. I felt comfortable around him and safe at his spot, which is important as I travel solo mostly. As we started chatting one morning and he was telling me how he spent some time 2 to 3 months ago on the Appalachian Trail, starting in Georgia and moving up north. I don't remember how it was brought up, but he begins telling me how one day he found a cut off the trail, an old carriage road or something, and that it was pretty quiet. Not many Appalachian Trail hikers go off into this portion. Anyhow, he starts telling me how one day he's hiking and begins hearing branches and twigs breaking off the trail on his side. Being the only one there, he suspects it's an animal. According to him, he sets up camp that night and begins hearing the same noises around his campsite. Well, he begins to get sketched out and decides that he'll rest quickly and gets back on the trail. Morning comes and he hits the trail again and begins hearing the same noises. He begins telling me how he starts to get a little sketched out at this point. He seemed pretty legit, getting emotional and whatnot. Not overly dramatic, but you could tell that he was affected by recalling this. The dude tells me that he starts picking up his pace on the trail, and the noises begin to keep pace with him. Finally, he reached a ranger station, which was closed. He says that he was so freaked out that he was ready to break in when a ranger pulls up and sees him distraught. He starts explaining what is going on, and supposedly the ranger tells him that he's surprised he made it that far by himself and lets him in the station. He gets inside, and the ranger shows him a storage area with around a dozen packs that he claimed to have picked up, with nobody around. Now the story gets weird, and I feel that the guy's full of crap, but again, he seems pretty emotional. He claims that while the station, him and the ranger hear something on the roof, and he starts mimicking the sounds that this creature was making. Pretty much just really strange and obnoxious creature noises. He claims that it was Mothman or an alien. I have no clue what this dude was recalling, or if he was full of crap. However, it sent me on a quest to see if anyone else has had a similar experience on this portion of the Appalachian Trail. Let me start this by saying that I have lived in the Appalachian Mountains all my life and have experienced a lot of strange things. My family was Irish and settled in West Virginia, but I currently live in the North Carolina portion of these wonderful mountains. That being said, I have learned a lot about what really lurks in these woods, but this was nothing like I had ever experienced before. It all began with my golden retriever Ozzy growling like I had never heard before. He literally never growls, so that had me really uncomfortable, but this growl was bone-chilling. It was like he was getting ready to have a fight for his life or something. I took both him and my other dog out at around 11 p.m., and he would not leave my side. I noticed that my workshop door was open, so I walked down to close and lock it up. The entire time he is glued to my side. Ozzy also kept trying to get in between my legs, still growling, and all of his hair sticking straight up like a feral animal. The second that I closed the door, all hell breaks loose in the woods. It sounded like 50 full-grown men had broken out into a full sprint tearing through the woods. Trees were shaking and branches were falling. In all of my life, I have never been that scared. We got back in the house before I crapped my pants, and I got my pistol/mag light to figure out what the heck was going on out there. When the dog and I got back outside, we were surrounded by what sounded like people mumbling. It was everywhere. I shined the light all over the woods and couldn't see anything, but the sound was coming from all around. It sounded as if you got a full gym of people to baby mumble. You could almost make out words. That's why I don't think it was an animal. I almost immediately felt sick, like I was having a mix between a panic attack and the full swing of the flu. Back inside the house, it sounded like people were walking around all night. The windows were creaking, and you could clearly hear the sound of shoes on gravel. The mumbling never stopped. Every time I got up to check the house, my feet would touch the floor and it would get dead silent. You couldn't hear birds, crickets, frogs, or anything. I was terrified and didn't sleep a wink. The air felt thick and evil all night. That's the only way that I can explain this feeling. Imagine a soaking wet quilt being tossed over you. That's how I felt. I'm looking for any answers as to what this could be. This wasn't like the normal spooky stories that my grandma and great uncles used to tell me. I feel like this scene traumatized me, since I remember it so well whenever I think about fear. The reason this memory scares me till this day is probably because I have yet to discover what animal it was. My closest bet would probably be raccoons, but the uncertainty is what frightens me so much. That day, I decided to push a bit more, and even though I was at a shelter with my trail fam and it was dusk, I just wanted to keep moving and night hike to the closest camping spot ahead. We've been there before. I waited out the momentary rain in the shelter and started hiking moments before it actually got dark. My buddy told me not to drink the water from one of the water sources ahead because apparently there was a factory accident or something contaminated the stream or river. I remember going downhill from that shelter, crossing the stream, and then having to cross a highway that was pretty wide. It had a thickly wooded median strip. At this point, I was ready to pitch my tent anywhere, but the surroundings didn't permit that, so I kept going. I got into a woody section of the trail where everything around my headlamp was pitch dark. The headlamp, by the way, had an issue, most likely because of weak battery. It would dim itself and I would have to reset it. It was enough to see where my next step was going, so I just kept it dim. This is when I encounter a pair of eyes reflecting back at me from the right. Nothing out of the ordinary when night hiking. Could be anything, really. The eyes were medium size, roughly 4 to 5 inches apart and 4 foot off the ground. Right next to them were another pair of eyes, but slightly smaller and shorter. My first thought was actually bear cubs. Because of the way that they acted, it really reminded me of curious cubs, mesmerized behind their mama. I just let them be and focused on moving forward. And this is when I saw it. 1, 2, 3 more of them, all slightly varying in size, and this time on my left. I grabbed my trekking poke, a clever name that I made for a modified trekking pole the size of a stake, and started banging it on a tree. The eyes didn't move at all and just stared back at me. Fine. I kept moving while I banged the passing by trees with my poke. And then as the trail light turns right, in front of me, I see this line of about a dozen pairs of eyes. All of them just sitting there in the outlines of the trees without moving one bit. This is when the fear started flowing. So I picked up my pace and turned right, ignoring any glare in my peripheral vision. I just stormed the heck out of there. Soon I was out of that section, and I managed to make it to a pond where I stealth camped. Whenever I would tell others about this, they would shrug it off, thinking that I'm probably exaggerating or that it was nothing serious. But experiencing it firsthand, all alone, knowing that you're greatly outnumbered was really scary. I wonder if anyone else has had similar experiences that they can't get out of their minds either. Funny thing I just realized is that my trekking poke died/broke that night while I was using it to climb some rocks, shortly after this episode. It was quite an adventurous hike. The man in the red raincoat. I was hiking in New York and made it to this awesome deli, the Appalachian market, in time for dinner. I ate a delicious dinner there while I waited out a rainstorm. The deli was so delicious that I decided that I would stealth camp near the road that night. I would get an early start the next morning, fueled by a New York breakfast sandwich and coffee. I crossed the road and found a flat spot to set up near the pond. But I noticed what looked like a homeless person set up nearby with a hammock and a bunch of stuff everywhere. I decided to keep going and found a flat spot a bit further down the trail. A few hours later, I was woken up by a bright light. There was someone outside my tent with a flashing or headlamp, and they were shining the light all around. I hear footsteps outside my tent. Who would shine their light on someone's tent at midnight? That can't be another thru hiker, can it? Then I hear a man's voice. Hey you. Hey you. Oh crap. Whatever is outside my tent sounds angry and crazy. What do they want? I hold my breath and hope that they think I'm sleeping. The footsteps stop, and the light shines on and around my tent. Hey you, what the heck? The angry voice grumbles incoherently. I start wondering if I should yell and try to scare him away. Should I make a run for it? I have no idea if the crazy man outside my tent has a knife or some sort of weapon. So I sit still, and I hope and pray that he will eventually leave. 5 or 10 minutes later, I hear the footsteps walking away from my tent, and the light disappears. Finally, I can breathe again. The crazy man is gone, but will he return? I fell asleep for a little while, and then suddenly I woke up feeling uneasy. I turn and look out the half-unzipped rainfly of my tent, and notice someone standing outside my tent. Just outside, there is a man with a red raincoat and a gray beard staring at me. He is completely silent, but is staring right at me. I reach to grab my knife, but then I realize I don't have one. I blink and look back for the man, but he's gone. Was that just a dream? The next morning, after very little sleep, I wake up and walk back to the deli. On the side of the trail, I notice a man passed out in a sleeping bag. He's wearing a red raincoat. My wife and I were overnighting on a section that I knew very well. There was a rowdy group at the shelter we had planned on using, and we wanted to get up early. So we ended up using an extremely well-maintained collection of tent sites, not far from the shelter, and were pleased with our spot. We waited until after dark, and no one else showed up like we expected. I was having a rough time sleeping. I'd woken up to the noise of the partiers and was just chilling in the tent while my wife slept. I was getting closer to dozing when a very large buck decided to check out our tent with his antlers. He came right through it. There must have already been a tear or a weak spot. I'm pretty sure that he was as shocked as I was that the tent popped and ripped. And I was scared out of my mind because I'd never encountered a deer doing something like that in all of my years on the trail. I froze. He froze. My wife continued to sleep because she sleeps through smoke alarms, so this frozen deer wasn't waking her. In the dark, it took my brain a second to really grasp what was even happening. Then, because in the middle of the night in the middle of the woods, nose to nose with a wild animal, I was not thinking at my best. I barked. I barked like a dog in his face. He did not move. If he had not been a wild animal, I could have easily given him a good boy pat on the snout. It didn't seem like a good idea at the time, and I just had to wait him out until he slowly removed himself from the interior of the tent and walked quietly off into the night, showing no sign of being spooked. When we ran into the partiers the next day, they told us that he had visited them as well and just stared at them for a while before moving on. My wife woke up the next morning and was genuinely confused about what happened to the tent. I had really thought about messing with her and telling her that she slept through me fighting off a bear or a bobcat or something, but the truth was too irresistible. My dad and I were camping next to the Elk River, sharing a tent at the time. We set up camp in a small field next to the river and called it a night. My dad slept with earplugs. I did not. I woke up to something right outside of the tent, right by the flap where our bags were. I heard loud snorting and thought hogs. I woke my dad. He sat up to listen, but of course there was no sound. He goes back to sleep and it starts again. I shake him awake again. Again, no sounds. This time he goes back to sleep without his earplugs. Well, the snorting came on the side of the tent, and he shot up quick. I stick my head out but saw nothing. No tracks. Our food bag was untouched. It took a long time to get back to sleep, but we learned later that it was likely a deer. My dad swears that he saw Ollie or whatever the little boy was named who supposedly haunts that one shelter. But I forget which one. My friend and I were on Breakneck Pond and Harriman fishing. We were in the middle of the lake in a metal boat. It started pouring, so we went under the tree line at the end of the lake, so lightning didn't mess us up. These kayakers asked us for immediate help after we got on land. My friend said, "That's your problem." But then I said, "I'll help real quick." It seemed to be a couple. They were oddly nice, but seemed like they had some good hiking experience and what to do in hazards. So they claimed shelter was a half-mile going away from the campgrounds, so we decided to follow. I got a weird feeling as the skinny guy walked behind me, almost like he was going to blindside us with a knife, and his spouse, the woman leading the group. So it then started hailing. Then it got really painful. We were getting destroyed by dime-sized hail balls, coming at a 30-mile-per-hour fall rate. I was really desperate to find shelter. Then I realized that my friend and I were following random strangers in the woods. I knew those campgrounds like the back of my hand, so I finally realized that Camp Group didn't add cabins at the end of the pond. I got my friend and said, "Let's go the other way." They tried to get us to come back, but I refused. My gut feeling could have saved us from getting knifed by two strangers. We got back on the boat after the hail stopped, and the strangers were nowhere to be seen. During my through hike, I had planned to get off the trail around Waynesboro, Virginia for a wedding in Shenandoah. I had a friend hike with me for 5 days out of Damascus, which we did 15-mile days. Then I picked up the pace to make it in time. I needed to average about 23 miles per day for something like 12 days to make it. Started with 29 and 28-mile days, and averaged 23 for a 4-day push to Pearisburg. Then needed to repeat that to Daleville. But I slowed up and got there a day late. It was shortly after that I found out that the wedding was a day earlier than I had thought, so I was 2 days behind. I decided to get off at Buena Vista instead, which I had not wanted to do since I had stopped in there during a section hike. So cut to Friday, the day before the wedding. I hiked into Glasgow for lunch and had a small resupply to get me through the night. I packed out half the pizza and began the big uphill in the heat of the day. I chugged all of my water by the top of the mountain where I had decided to camp, so I needed to hike on to the next shelter. I had to signal for what would be the last time, so I decided to book my rental car from Enterprise and request a pickup from the road where the trail comes out. Declined. I pick a time when the store is open. Check the hours. They close at noon on Saturdays. Well, crap. I text my girlfriend the situation and began to hike downhill, losing signal. I make it to Punch Bowl and run down with just my bottle and filter for water. Didn't bring my headlamp and it's getting dark quick. I ran back up the trail and got to my pack, took out my headlamp and kept hiking into the night. I only did maybe 3 miles and then had to look for a stealth camp spot to camp. I finally found a small flat spot barely big enough for my tent, right off the trail by like 2 feet. I threw up my tent and wasn't even hungry from dehydration. So I went to hang my food, smelly pizza included, from a tree. But I was looking for a suitable limb for like 10 minutes with no luck. Eventually I said screw it and threw my food onto a tiny branch about 8 feet off the ground, in the tree right across the trail from my tent, maybe 10 feet out my front door. I go to sleep and wake up at 4 a.m. to large footsteps behind my tent. Probably not human because it was coming from the woods, not the trail. I shuffled my sleeping pad to scare it off. It just froze for a second, then kept wandering closer. All the deer I had seen were super skittish, and this creature was not, so I assumed that it was a bear. I make as much noise as possible, and it detours a wide berth around my side of the tent, so I play some music from my phone while packing up loudly. Music ends and I hear nothing. I peeked out. Nothing. I pack up my tent while singing loudly, grab my food bag and hike off the trail. Never ended up eating that pizza either. One time, I was on a solo trip and passed through Tennessee/North Carolina near Smoky Mountain National Park. I found a primitive campsite off the main road to stay at, but was not familiar with the area. I chanced it as it was late, and my options were limited. The road to the site was basically wagon tracks with downed branches in the way, and I remember it being really humid and wet, and dark as it was late. I pull up to what I assume was the site. There was a really old piece of machinery right off the road, but it was pretty old, so not exactly a sign of people being nearby, recently, but kinda weird. It sounds cliche, but I really did get some Deliverance vibes, mostly the scenery. I genuinely did feel like I was out of place, and not really welcome, despite having just traveled across the country and staying in remote places all over. The site had a lean-to, and for some reason I cannot recall, I did not set up my tent to stay in. I was going to sleep in the lean-to with just my sleeping bag. As I was setting up my stuff, I noticed this metal stand with hooks but nothing hanging. I had never seen anything like this. Upon inspecting the lean-to, I found massive spider webs and dead spider carcasses in the corners and under the roof parts. Everything was set up for a horror story, but I ended up fine throughout the night. No spiders, bugs, hillbillies, or anything like that. My conclusion was that this site was a site for hunters. The metal hooks were for hanging deer. In the morning, the amount of dead spiders and other bugs caught in the webs was even more frightening. I lived in Kingsport, Tennessee in middle school. My family had a half-an-acre plot that led back into acres of random woods and hills. There were cabins, dirt roads, and even churches back there that were not on any map. Some were abandoned, but many had people living in them full time. My siblings and I would go exploring, and my brother accidentally stumbled on either a moonshine or meth cabin once. He thought that it was abandoned and went to check it out, but someone heard his footsteps, and suddenly he heard a bunch of people scattering around inside, and someone telling everyone he'd go check to see what was outside. My brother ran back into the woods and didn't stop running. We stopped going back there after that. Before that incident, we'd find makeshift tents made out of branches that hadn't been there before. Around the tents would be weird extinguished campfires, and weird crap hung in the trees, like a string full of cans and bottles just hanging around like wind chimes. Even twig wreaths and figures like something straight out of the Blair Witch Project. All the other people in the area knew of this and said nothing. You keep your mouth shut about anything you've seen or heard in the woods, because you never know who knows, or is someone who does something secret out in the mountains. If you did happen to see something, no. That was just an animal or even a cryptid of some sort. It wasn't a person. I'm from southwestern Virginia, and one day I was driving around a gravel back road just riding around when I came upon a group of 10 plus people in white robes. They were walking down the road towards the creek. I put it in reverse and got out of there pretty quick, but in hindsight, I'm pretty sure it was just people performing a baptism down by the creek. I'll make a shorter story from a longer one involving sensitive auras. But once I was with a girl on Big Frog Mountain at dusk, miles away from anyone. We decided to walk up a trail when right behind the car, I stepped in a mud puddle with odd-looking light brownish water. I pointed the unusual color to her when we started walking. Not far up the trail, she started getting scared, and we went back to the car. In the car, we started making out while lying in the front seat, and she had her hand draped out the window. I felt an odd sensation in my back. It had happened before when people were behind me, and told her to pull her hand in, which she did. A few minutes later, I felt the sensation in my back again, but it felt more urgent. I rolled her window up, but being a teenager, I continued with the makeout session. A few minutes later, it felt like someone had stuck a live wire to my back. I sat up, started the car, and head back down the mountain. She was obviously confused and asked me what was wrong. I replied that I didn't know, but something was wrong somewhere. We went back to my parents' house and was assured by them that the family was okay. Having calmed down some, we ate a little dinner, then started to leave. After I opened the car door for her, I walked around the back of the car. While walking, I glanced at the back of the car and saw handprints the same color of the mysterious mud puddle on the car. The last one was over the back window, and it was obvious that someone was watching us while inching their way to the front driver's side window. When I saw the handprints, it was like being hit with a lightning bolt, and I knew what had happened. Cold chills ran all over me. I got her out of the car, and as soon as she saw the prints, she knew too. This story is the absolute truth, so help me, and I will never forget it. In 2007, I was a designated driver, stone cold sober for my boyfriend and friends. He and I went back to his parents' house in southern West Virginia. His parents were out of town, and he was drunk, so I got him put to bed and went out to back to have a smoke. Typical house up a holler setting at the bottom of the mountain. with about a half an acre fenced in, running up the hillside. I didn't turn a light on, and it was typical Appalachia dark. Sat down on the porch swing, lit up, and all of the sudden hear what sounds like a woman being absolutely bloody murdered about 100 feet away from me. I threw my cigarette and got in the house quick, turned on the porch light / floodlight, and saw what can only be described as a huge black panther running back and forth inside the fence, absolutely screaming and screeching its head off, because I guess it thought it was trapped in the fence once it jumped in. I watched it until I figured it out, and jumped back over the fence and ran up the mountain. I think only one person has ever truly believed me. When my mother was just a girl in the 1940s, she was spending the night at her aunt and uncle's house in southern West Virginia. The house was in a holler, and her grandmother's house was at the end of that holler, a big field separating the two, with a big sycamore tree right in the middle of the field. Her aunt sent her to her grandmother's house to either get a cup of sugar or flour. She said she didn't hurry back and just played until almost dark. She started back down the path to her house, which went by the sycamore tree. She said that she got right under the tree when something in the tree let out a yell that sounded like a woman screaming. She threw the cup away, ran towards the house, and met her uncle coming out with his rifle to shoot what was most likely a mountain lion. He didn't find the mountain lion, and they never found the cup that she threw away. I grew up in Big Canoe, Georgia. My sister and I had to ride our bikes a couple of miles, mostly downhill, to the Jeep Trail to get to the swim club each day in the summer. Over the years, we had many bear encounters. Black bears are shy but quite intimidating, when the only thing between you and them is a huffy bike. One particular day, as we walked our bikes up one of the few hills that we had to cross, we were very aware of how slow and quiet footsteps in the woods. To this day, I am convinced that it was a mountain lion or a cougar following us. We never saw it, but some of the sounds that it made sent chills down our spines. The forest got so quiet at one point, even the birds went silent. We made it to the top of the hill and pedaled as hard as we could to the safety of the clubhouse. We were so freaked out about it that we skipped the pool for the rest of the week that summer. My name's Octo. I'm from Michigan, but I love Appalachia. The mountains are in my blood. Not to mention, it's the most beautiful place on earth. My grandfather and many generations of my family before him was from Boone County, West Virginia. Anyway, the preamble is mostly irrelevant, but that's the reason I'm in this subreddit. Anyway, this story doesn't entirely take place in Appalachia, but could have easily ended there. A few years ago, one of my friend's parents paid me to pick their daughter up from New York City and bring her back to Detroit because she's somewhat disabled and she had missed a few Greyhounds that they had booked for her. The drive to New York City was relatively uneventful. Got pulled over for having an out headlight. Slept in my car at a rest stop and woke up in western Pennsylvania to a misty mountain sunrise. I get to New York. The traffic sucked and there was nowhere to park, but eventually I found my friend. She loaded her stuff into my trusty HHR and we were off. Pretty much everything was going all right until we decided we should stop and rest. Again, in the mountains of western Pennsylvania. Initially, we chose a Walmart parking lot so we could get food. have access to a bathroom, and so that if something did happen to us, there would be cameras. But there were a few shady cars that seemed to take interest in us, so we decided to push west and sleep at a rest stop instead. We tried that. When we got there, we had some snacks and just BS till dark, so we could easily and safely go to sleep. But then I noticed something. There was a car sitting in the parking lot of the rest stop that looked eerily similar to one of those shady cars we had seen earlier. A newer Jeep, SUV, white. I debated for a few minutes whether we should worry about it, since there were probably tons of people who drive those before deciding to keep pushing west. Exhausted, barely able to drive, potentially paranoid but motivated to find somewhere safe to sleep. Eventually, we found another Walmart and parked somewhere distant from the door, but not so distant that we were invisible. We talked and eventually were almost asleep, until another white Jeep Compass pulled up right next to us. I saw his eyes, and I'll never forget them. They were cold but hateful. Barely awake, I slammed the transmission from park to drive and floored it, heading straight for the highway. We flew through the mountains, but couldn't lose the brand new Jeep on the highway. Eventually, we decided to get off and try to lose them by zigzagging and changing roads, heading southwest instead of due west, as he probably presumed we were doing. After daybreak, we found ourselves in a small town with a busy Wendy's or McDonald's or something, where we finally got some sleep. That night, I was either paranoid, which is entirely feasible, or we were followed for well over 100 miles. Either way, it was the most terrifying thing to happen to me in the mountains so far. I was living in a moderately remote, about a mile out of town up an isolated road, area of West North Carolina, Andrews, North Carolina specifically, back in about 2002. My brother and I, at the time, thought each other were sleeping, and only consolidated our experiences the next day. We're sharing a room in a wood cabin nestled only about 10 feet from the mountainside. In the dark early morning, we heard some pretty unearthly sounds that the next day we compared to all local animal sounds, and none of them were even close. They honestly sounded closer to Jurassic Park fake mechanical or modified whale or dolphin sounds than anything biological that I've ever heard before or since. And we heard heavy walking on our roof that then dropped onto the front of the porch, then back to the roof before going away. The next day, we saw footprints in the snow that were, as best as I can explain, most like kangaroo footprints. Way too big to be rabbits, but there aren't any kangaroos in North Carolina. We followed the tracks, and they dead-ended in the middle of our yard, at least 6 feet from the tree line, with snow scuff behind them, like the kind of stuff you see when someone jumps from a point. But again, there was nowhere nearby to jump to within any reasonable distance to any bipedal animal or even a human. It was just like it took off directly up. I'm not a believer in the supernatural. I regularly dismiss most things happily. I don't even believe in religion, etc. But this is one thing that I just can't, despite my best efforts, explain. And I've tried repeatedly since it happened. But I've got nothing. I'm stumped. The most likely thing on the surface would have been a cougar, but it doesn't make sense for that. I've heard a ton of cougar sounds, seen cougar prints, etc. They don't match up. None do. It wasn't a cougar. It wasn't even close. I still to this day, 10 years later, have no idea what it was. And to this day, I'm honestly still a tiny bit freaked out to stay at my mom's house, though thankfully I've never run across anything like that since. I went camping by myself one night to clear my head because I had a lot going on at the time. Summer was almost over, so I was trying to enjoy it while I can. I wasn't able to sleep because I felt like someone or something was around. I have one picture from that night. I'll have to see if I can find it. But all you saw is 2 red dots about 3 foot off the ground. After that, I refused to leave my hammock. At about 3 a.m., I started to hear something moving around. I know how animals sound walking. I'm pretty big into nature. But whatever this creature was, it was up on 2 feet walking about 6 foot away from me. As I was curled up in my hammock, not even attempting to look out, I finally managed to go to sleep. Some friends and I were bored in college one night, and I was borrowing my dad's car for the week. So we decided to drive over Fonday Mountain in southeastern Kentucky because none of us had been down that road before. It was about 3 a.m. when we finally got to the top and started coming down the other side. At first, we saw what looked like a large cat about the size of a mountain lion, but it was running through the woods on 2 feet. We drove as fast as we could to get to the next town, which was Clairfield, Tennessee. When you get into the town, there's a street light on either side of the street at city limit sign. The lights looked like they were floating back and forth across the road, switching places. As we drove through the town, we saw 2 men putting what looked like a body bag into the back of a van. At this point, I floored it and found the first open gas station so I could find to get directions back. I still have no idea what we saw or why. We were stone sober, and while it was late, we frequently stayed up that late, so I doubt that it was sleep deprivation. This didn't happen to me, but happened to my mom in the late 60s. My mother grew up in New Hampshire, but was born in Virginia. One year when she was about 4, she was getting dressed in her snow clothes to go outside. She had a younger brother at this point and he was 3. My grandmother, her mom, would dress her and then go and dress her brother, and by the time she got back, my mom would have taken off all of her snow clothes. So to fix this, she dressed my mom and stuck her outside with the dog right after. My mom just wandered off into the forest. They lived pretty much in the middle of nowhere at this point. The dog went with her, and then she was missing for 2 days. The dog returned home. They thought she was dead, and then they found her a couple of miles away, sitting at the bottom of a hill, covered in dirt and just playing in the snow. She doesn't remember what happened, but I guess she was just missing and then found. Even though there were tons of search efforts, the 2 days she was missing. And like dogs and everything. And she was also missing a lot of her snow clothes, which were never found. It always gives me chills whenever she or my grandmother talk about it. I've been a lifelong outdoorsman, living in West Virginia and Virginia, and I've had a lot of scary run-ins, from being in between a mother black bear and her cubs, to being face-to-face with a mountain lion, as well as being stalked by one. But one of the scariest things was one day in an area that is called the Devil's Ditch / Haunted Branch. All of the older people say if you're going to be in it at night, to have a gun or just don't go. It's extremely remote, and no one lives up there. It's all a hunting reserve. Well, one day at about noon, I was up there with my father, showing him some of the side trails and fire roads, when we stopped at the last gate. It's the farthest you can go into it by vehicle. We were going to stop and take a break. I needed to pee, and he was looking at the maps. Well, I'm standing on a rock looking into the woods, and there is a lot of undergrowth with large poplars growing up through it. You'd be lucky to see 5 to 10 feet into the woods at eye level. I start peeing when all of a sudden, poplar trees start shaking about 10 to 15 feet in front of me. I'm looking up at about 20 feet in the air at the trees, and they are moving back and forth violently. While this is occurring, we heard what sounded like monkeys and almost like samurai talk. These tulip poplars were about 1 to 2 feet in diameter, 20 feet up in the tree, so at the base they were probably around 3 to 3.5 feet in diameter. Nothing should be able to move a tree like that freely. I finish peeing rapidly and walk backwards as my dad is yelling, holding his pistol. I get in the Jeep, throw it in reverse, and head back down the fire road, which was pretty rough at this time. For about a half a mile down this fire road, we can hear whatever it is yelling and making its noise at us and the footsteps. I've got chills just describing it. And the fact that it kept up with my Jeep down the mountain through the woods, and I could see the underbrush parting, and at one time thought I saw a brown fur. But looking over my shoulder but trying not to tear up the Jeep was a bit hard. I fish in this area. Target shoot up there with buddies and hunt, and we've heard things that sound like monkeys as it gets closer to dark. Rocks have fallen off the mountainside in places where there are no rock outcroppings. Had a friend's truck get rocked in the middle of the night. And yes, there are a lot of bears, but most of the time a bear will only mess with the vehicle if there's food in it. I'm by no means a Bigfoot believer, but I'm also not a denier. I think that we are naive to think that something like that doesn't exist. I'm just sharing what I've experienced. And I just remembered something as I was reading back through this. When we pulled up and got out of the Jeep, the smell was almost like a bear, but with an almost human BO smell with it. I've smelled a lot of animals, and that smell was very unique and has stuck with me. As well as when we pulled up, it was extremely quiet, and you got the feeling that you were being watched, which happens often in places like this, and I've grown accustomed to it. But this day was obviously different. I should also add that it was June or July when this happened, so the underbrush was like a jungle. Growing up in Cookeville, Tennessee, we had Crazy George's Bridge and Booger Swamp. Crazy George's Bridge goes over a railroad track where a railroad worker was supposedly decapitated by a train. He wanders the tracks with a lantern, looking for his head, and if you stop your car on the bridge at night, it won't start back up again. In the 80s, it was also rumored that Satanists used the bridge for rituals, and for decades teenagers have tested the theories with late-night visits. Booger Swamp was a wooded area where a witch supposedly lived, and if your animals went missing, it was said that she had called them to her lair to use for spells and potions. There's also a witch's cemetery with strange pyramid-shaped tombs. As a young newspaper reporter, I went on a few pot field raids with the Kentucky State Police. We once went to a pot field that was hidden in a narrow valley. The troopers noticed a wire rigged over the valley, running from one side to the other. Turns out it was a tripwire, rigged to a fire cannon that was embedded in the ground, dead center of the field pointed straight up. It was made from large diameter steel pipe, and loaded with several pounds of black powder as propellant. The cops estimated that it was packed with about 50 pounds of scrap metal, including chains, bolts, nails, old brake pads, and all manners of stuff. Long story short, it was clearly designed to shoot down any snooping aircraft that swooped in just a little bit too low. One trooper told me that a Kentucky Army National Guard, Black Hawk, had been scheduled to recon the valley that morning, but they canceled due to another mission. This tale was told to us by our grandfather. It was winter in the lumbering camp. Remember when chestnuts were timbered? It was late one night, and a knock came at their cabin door. Opening the cabin door, they found an old woman who pointed at one of the men and said, "You are needed at home," and then vanished. No footprints in the snow. No signs of the woman. The man she told to go home did. His mother had died. No one ever knew the identity of the witch woman. This happened about 6 years ago. I was single and on Bumble. I met Zach, and after talking for a bit, agreed to meet. We went for dinner and got on well. He had brought flowers and arranged with the waitress to put them on the table, which I thought was unexpected but nice. He had been to a good school, had a good job, and was polite and funny. He basically checked every box on paper. He told stories about his friends and family. All seemed totally normal. We went for drinks after dinner and went home. The next morning I got a text from him. "I had a great time. Let's do it again." Although there was nothing wrong with him, I just didn't feel a spark. So I said, "Thanks so much for a great night," and explained it wasn't really what I was looking for, but had a nice time meeting him. I expected that to be it, or for him to say no worries, but I got another text. "What was wrong? Haha. Least you can do is give it another chance." He offered drinks nearby. I didn't answer, and that's where things took a turn. Zach started sending me extremely long messages. "How dare you do this? We had something really special. I've talked to all of my friends and they said that it sounded like something special too." He would get angry. "You're selfish and heartless. How could you hurt me like this? The least you could do is answer me." And would then apologize. "I'm so sorry. I'm a good guy. I just feel so strongly about this because I've never felt this way before, and I know that this is true love. I need you to know why you don't see it too. Please just tell me what went wrong. Let me give you the chance to see what I see." It went on, essay-length messages about how he felt about me and what we could be together. This continued all day, every day for around a week. 20 plus long messages a day. He would also continuously call me. By the weekend, I was getting calls almost every 10 minutes. My doorbell had also started to ring continuously. When I checked the door camera, whoever it was crouching down so I couldn't see them. That day, I blocked his number. I didn't get any more surprise visits and moved shortly thereafter. In the following years, I met someone, and we had a son together. Life went on. In the last week, I checked my LinkedIn and Instagram. I had 2 new requests, both from Zach. So, although you seemingly still want to, Zach, let's not meet again. A little while back, I decided I needed to get back out there and start trying to meet people. Not necessarily actively looking for a relationship, but meeting people at the bars just wasn't working for me. So, as most single college girls, I downloaded a dating app. I met a lot of people and talked to them online, and it gave me the confidence to try to actually go out on a date every now and then. I didn't meet up with many of these guys in person, but there were a few. Most didn't lead to a second date, but there was one that was worse than the rest. I met this guy named Alex, and we made plans to go out to dinner. He said he wanted to take me to this nice restaurant in the town between us, but when the day came, he never answered his phone. The next day, he contacts me with a story about getting stuck at work and forgetting his phone at home. Whatever, excuses. I wasn't really buying it. But then he asked to reschedule. Stupidly enough, I said yes. So the day comes and he tells me to meet him at his house, and he will drive us to the restaurant that he made reservations at. He said to come hungry like 3 times and kept reminding me to not eat beforehand. I guess this place has big plates. Now, I really don't like meeting people for the first time at their home or getting into their car, but we had been talking for over a week, so I figured what the heck. But when I got close and he calls and tells me to park in the parking lot down the road, weird but okay, small driveway I guess. Trouble is, I never told him what kind of car I drove, but he pulled into the parking lot right next to me and texted saying that he parked 2 spots down. Red flag number 1. So I get into his car, against my better judgment, and we start heading for the restaurant. Now, I didn't know where we were exactly. I'm not really familiar with the town, but I know the restaurant we were heading to, and it shouldn't have been more than like 10 minutes away, on a major highway. But almost 25 minutes later, we're driving down some dark back road, so I looked at him and said, "Hey, where the heck are we going anyway?" He proceeded to tell me that he hadn't told me the full story. Apparently, when he called to make reservations, it took 3 times of calling before they actually answered. And when someone finally did answer, they told him that they had moved locations and given him a description of where they were now located, like the intersection. My stomach dropped when I realized that we had passed that intersection probably 5 minutes before this point, and I realized that he didn't have an address punched into his GPS, even though the GPS was running. Red flag number 2. So I pulled up my GPS, punched in the name of the restaurant, and it said that the business was closed for the day. Red flag number 3. At this point, yes, I know I was being stupid, but I stayed and we hung out and talked, got to know each other. Still, the way that he went about things was kind of creepy. When he couldn't find the restaurant, he just kind of said, "Don't worry, I know a place we can go," and drove farther into the darkness, eventually pulling over to a trail in the woods, and told me we had to walk the rest of the way. He said we were going stargazing. The spot was beautiful and all, but the whole way through the woods to the clearing, he just kept cracking jokes about how he swore he wasn't a serial killer or something, and telling me to promise that I wasn't going to steal his keys and take the car and leave him there. Red flag number 4. I'm not sure how to explain this, but through half the night he just kept lying to me. He would tell me these big, elaborate, detailed stories, and then suddenly end with "just kidding, that never happened." It was funny the first time, when he tried to convince me that he got so drunk one night in college that he got himself pierced. But after 2 hours of this, I realized he had just been kidding about almost everything that he had said. I realized I didn't even really know any true thing about this guy. Red flag number 5. Yes, I know I'm an idiot. We were talking about going to watch a movie at his house. He was all for it and then apparently changed his mind and pulled the car over in front of a park, suddenly on the way back. He said he'd rather stay there. He kept trying to dare me to run naked through the park and asking me weirdly personal questions, like specific experiences, not even general thoughts or preferences. Suddenly, he demanded to know if I was going to kiss him or not before the night was over, and said that he wanted to put on chapstick first. This guy literally made me dig through my purse looking for chapstick while he sat in the driver's seat, making a big show of licking his lips and trying to subtly rub his you-know-what through his pants. But I saw. I told him I didn't have any chapstick, so he said that was fine. "Why don't you crawl on over here and show me what you got?" Cue patting his lap. I told him I didn't think that I was comfortable with that, and he then proceeded to reach around me to try to drag me into his lap, using me as leverage. I told him again that I had no intention of sleeping with him or anyone on a first date, and he again said that was fine, but how about a little 2-minute preview? Cue dragging my hand into his lap. Final red flag. Sirens are finally going off in my head. I got mad at this point. This was after he had spent days telling me how much he hates men who try to force themselves upon women, and how he doesn't understand how anyone could do that, let alone get pleasure from it. This after he said that he didn't want to sit too close to me while we were stargazing so he didn't make me uncomfortable. It was like a switch had flipped. I told him that trying to force me wasn't going to make me any more likely to agree, and that I thought that he was supposed to be a gentleman, like he'd been telling me all night that he was. He told me that he thought I was just scared, and that there were other options, again trying to grab my hand. I told him again that that wasn't going to happen, and he pouted about it. I was racking my brain trying to think of an excuse to get him to drive me back to my car, when he pulled out his phone, opened a text message thread. He wasn't hiding it. I could see that the last 3 messages were ones sent by him. And he looks at me and says that he got a text from his uncle that he lived with, saying that something had happened at the house and he needed to get home ASAP. I'm done at this point regardless, but I hate being lied to. If you weren't having a good time, you could have just asked to call it a night. Why lie? Why make up false intentions and then deliberately act the exact opposite way of what you said? Just why? To make things worse, he dropped me off at my car in a dark parking lot at midnight, and then just drove off before I had even walked to my car. Obviously, there wasn't going to be a second date. But the kicker? I drove by the old location of the restaurant a few days ago. It never moved. It's still open and right on the highway, and his house is about 2 minutes down the road. Where the heck was he taking me? So, creepy Alex from Bumble, let's not meet again. Also, I realized I forgot to include a large part of the date when I originally typed this. To anyone that read this far, I have one request. Don't be a jerk in the comments. Think about this from my perspective for a second. I don't need the "he just wanted to get laid" comments. If that was the case, why not take the opportunity when we were out stargazing? Why drive me around in circles 3 separate times and then try something in the parking lot of a playground with cops out patrolling? Why lie constantly? I'm saying that yes, he was probably just a creep, but the progression of events doesn't feel right to me. It was too erratic and felt like he was trying to get me lost and turned around. Pair that with the creepy things that he was saying and premeditation of lying about the restaurant. Something just felt very wrong. This happened in 2011. I'd just gotten out of a rough relationship a few months prior to this happening. My friends encouraged me to try dating again, so I caved and made a profile on the website Plenty of Fish. I was surprised with how many messages I'd received within the first few hours. Most were just people saying hi or asking to hook up. I wasn't looking for a hookup, so I ignored those messages. After about a week, a guy roughly an hour away from me messaged me. He was cute, so I messaged him back. The conversation was pretty casual at first. He asked if I'd like to go for a coffee sometime. Not thinking anything of it, I said sure. This is where it started to get weird. He started to get pushy and asked when we could grab a coffee. I told him I didn't have my own car, so I'd have to borrow my mom's car to meet up with him. He offered to come pick me up, but I wasn't comfortable with the idea. The next message made my blood run cold. It said, "I'm sure your hometown isn't that big. If I knocked on a few doors, someone would be able to tell me where you live." "Are you crazy?" I replied. "I'm sorry, but that's kind of creepy." This just made him angry. He messaged me multiple times after this. He said, "You know I have a gun. I could shoot you and make you disappear. No one would look for you. You're nothing but a dirty jerk. I could kill you. I'll throw you down a well and no one will ever find you." I was really scared at this point, so I asked him to please leave me alone. He replied with the following: "I know where your hometown is. It's not a big town. I can find you." At this point, I'd had enough and blocked him. I reported his account to Plenty of Fish and deleted my account. I was really on edge for the next few weeks after the fact. I was afraid he was actually going to come look for me. So, to the creepy guy who threatened to kill me on Plenty of Fish, let's not meet. Ever. I just came out of a relationship and felt like a bit of casual dating will be fun, so I went onto Tinder. I made it clear to the few people I actually matched with and spoke to that I didn't want anything serious, just a dinner date or a pub night here and there. I matched with a really cute guy, let's call him Pete. He had just moved to my city and also wasn't looking for anything serious. He just wanted to meet some people and see some local spots. The first night we met up at a well-known tapas bar. I chose this place because I had a few friends that were waitresses and bar staff there, so I felt safe meeting a stranger here. He was on time, we had nice chats, really cool guy on first impression. We spoke about work, to which he responded that he's a software developer, but he's just started his freelancing career. We spoke about where he stays now that he's moved up here, and he said that he's sharing a place with some friends. Rent is quite pricey in this city, so it made sense to me. He asked where I live, and I told him that I'm lucky to have my own one-bedroom apartment in quite a nice and popular part of town, mostly thanks to my parents that helped me save and gave me a portion of the deposit money for my 21st birthday, which I invested and grew until I had enough to put down a decent deposit. He then offered to drop me off at home, but I said no. I'd prefer to Uber home by myself. He asked if this was because I'm going to go meet someone else after him, and I laughed because I genuinely thought this was a joke. The next time I saw Pete was about 3 days later. He said he knew it was fast, but he actually couldn't stop thinking about me and he wanted to see me again. This time we met at a different restaurant, also one I chose because I went to school with the owner and knew all the staff pretty well. The place is a little bit more pricey, and he got super annoyed with me for ordering as much as I did. I couldn't understand why, since I insisted on paying for my own stuff both times we met. That night, same story. Let me drop you off at home, please. Again, I said no. While we're in the middle of this conversation, he gets a call. He stepped away, but I could still hear a fair amount. No, I think I'm going to stay with you again. Yeah, I'm with her. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'll be home soon. So now I think he's chatting to his roommate, or maybe his mom, but I don't ask. He comes back to our table. Please, I insist. Bad things happen to women that Uber home this late by themselves. I'd feel better if I dropped you off. Not having the energy to argue, I tell him fine, and I put my address into his GPS. As soon as he got home, he messages me and tells me he'll be picking me up in the morning to go for a picnic. I reply that I actually have cleaning to do, but again, he insists that he'll see me at 10. Come 10 a.m. that next morning, best believe he's right outside of my apartment. I get into his car, and as he leans over to kiss my cheek, I notice that his breath stinks. Obviously, I'm a little grossed out. We have our picnic, and it's quite nice. He tried to kiss me a few times, but I avoided it with everything in me. By about 4 p.m., I tell him that I really want to go home, and the park we went to is about an hour-and-a-half drive from my apartment, so I couldn't really Uber back home because it would cost a fortune. He agrees it's time to go, so we get in his car and we're off. I fell asleep in the car on the drive back, and when I woke up, he asked if we should finish the rest of the bubbly we got for mimosas up at my apartment. I said to him, I don't want to, and he just snaps. He raised his voice and said something along the lines of, "What are you hiding from me? Just be honest. Why are you so desperate to keep me out of your apartment?" I was so confused I actually just kept quiet. He dropped me off, but I could see his car across from my apartment for about half an hour before he actually left. About 5 minutes after he left, he let me know that he's home safe and he thinks he's starting to fall for me. So naturally I'm freaked out, because I made it clear that I didn't want anything serious, and he said he felt the same. I said to him if that's the case, I think we should take a break from hanging out with each other. About 5 days later, he messages and asks if we can go for dinner again. He found an Indian cuisine place he knows I'll love. I tell him it's cool, he should just send me the address. He tells me that he'll pick me up. So 7 p.m. comes, he tells me he's downstairs, and as I go down to meet him, I see he's standing at my gate. I pressed the remote control to open the gate, and he walked inside to meet me. "Show me which one is yours. I'd love to see how you live." Not "hi," not "how are you." That's his opening line. So now I'm naturally unsettled. I say to him that I'm starving, Could we go for dinner and I'll show him my place at a later stage? At dinner, he gets a call again. This time, he didn't step away. Pete. Yeah, I don't know. I can let you know by about 10. He then turns to me. Am I sleeping by you tonight? Me. No, I don't know. I have work tomorrow. Pete to me. Yes, me too. Then back to the caller. I'll let you know, okay? Caller. No, you're not. Can you just get your things, please? Pete. And do what with them? Caller. Take them to that girl you're seeing. I'm done asking you. Now I'm sitting here in absolute shock and terror. What in the heck is going on here? Our food arrives and we barely speak. I say to him, why did you ask me if you can sleep over by me? We're not spending time together like that. You know this. He then spins this story about how he just wants to hang out and again see how I live. I then say to him, very frankly, that I don't like having strangers in my apartment. He gets very touched and the bill arrives. As per usual, I pay for myself, he pays for himself. I say to him, I'll get an Uber home, and he says, what's the use? I already know where you live. Let me drop you off. By now, I've already decided that this will be the last time I see him. I get into his car, and I reach for my jumper that I threw in the back when he fetched me. I notice a bag in the back of the car, full of clothes and toiletries, as well as a pillow. I don't think much of it. I don't personally drive or own a car, but I know my sister always has the most random stuff on the back seat of her car. On the way home, he's dead quiet, when suddenly he says, do you know how selfish you are? I've had no issue driving you around, but you don't want me to sleep over by you. I say to him that I've never had an issue with Ubering, and if he's so touched, I also have no issue with paying him what the Ubers would have cost me. I'm over this, and I'm not even playing nice anymore. His phone rings again. Caller. Your stuff is at the security boom at the gate, Pete. Stay with your girlfriend or stay with your mom. You're messed up for taking advantage of everyone like this. Pete. I don't speak to my mom. You know this, you jerk. And then hangs up. Now I think this is maybe an ex-girlfriend that he needs to collect things from. Before I've even had a chance to process what happened, he turns to me and starts yelling at me. I have nowhere to go. Are you happy? You spoiled brat? Living off mommy and daddy's money, getting driven around by me like I work for you. My whole body got stiff with fear. I don't know if I'm going to cry or throw up. In my head, I'm just planning how I'm going to grab my bag the second he stops and run straight to the cafe under my apartment. If you run through the cafe, you can get to a gate that takes you to the back part of my apartment, and it works with fingerprint access. There wasn't time to still find my keys in my bag, and I didn't want the main gate I normally use to open wide enough for him to get in when I go in. He stops at my apartment, and as planned, I jump out, run into the cafe, run out the back, through the little gate, up to the second floor. My apartment was on the 4th floor, and I hammered on a neighbor's door. I went inside and told her and her husband everything that happened, and asked if they would mind calling the cafe to explain why I ran through with no explanation and in such a state. I blocked Pete and I haven't seen him since. I'm still not sure what his case was. From what I gathered, he was basically homeless, and I think he wanted to get into my apartment to maybe sleep over there for a while. I'm not sure if the girl that kept calling him was also a Tinder date that let her into his apartment and he just never left. All I know is that he scared the living daylights out of me, and I never ever want to see him again. A few years ago, I was on a dating site where I matched with a police officer. I thought his dog was cute and figured this was my opportunity to finally pet a canine police dog. I was quickly disinterested after listening to him complain about his recent divorce. I don't recall details, but I remember it was very apparent that he was the problematic person in that relationship. I was also really grossed out by how he fetishized me for my big sloppers, tattoos, and colorful hair. I was very upfront and told him I wasn't interested and that he was setting off some red flags for me. He begged me to give him a chance, but I said no and blocked his number. A few days later, I get a knock on my door at around midnight. My heart dropped into my butt. It startled me so much. I look out my peephole and see a stranger holding food. It's an Uber Eats delivery driver. I tell him through the door that I didn't order food, that he said someone else ordered it and he knew my name. I asked who ordered it, and he said a name that I didn't recognize. I tell him I don't want the food and give him directions to the dumpster to throw the food out, because at this point I have no idea if he's actually from Uber. Later on, I'm going through my dating app matches and realize that it was the cop's name. I go through my blocked messages, and this guy had texted me a lot. The last text, "I hope you liked your dinner." I decide it's best to unblock this man so I can keep an eye on what he is saying, in case I need to be worried about my safety, or if I'm going to need to go buy some bear mace to drop a cop. A few weeks later, I'm at work. I'm a hairstylist, and I get a call from a number that I don't recognize. I answer because I assume it's a new client. The voice on the other line says, "Hey Rachel, I'm at Starbucks across the street. What's your drink order?" I ask, "Who is this?" "I don't have you in my appointment book," assuming it's a regular and I made a scheduling error. He says his name, and again my heart drops into my butt. How does he know where I work? I ask him how does he know where I live and work, and he explains that he did a reverse image search on photos from my dating profile, found my social media and my Yelp page from my salon, then looked up your address from there. I tell him that I'm going to call his station and report him for stalking, and if he ever comes near me, I will consider it a threat and will be ready to physically defend myself. After all of that, he still begs me to give him a chance. I hang up, call the police station that he works for, very small town, and complain. They won't even let me email screenshots of my creepy texts. I could tell nothing would be done. The lady literally said, "Oh, I'm sorry, he's going through a lot right now. Literally treat it like he's the victim." He mostly left me alone after this, but I was so scared living alone for the first time in my life. I have a semi-popular meme page on Instagram with about 8,000 followers. I sifted through and found like 5 of his accounts. I blocked them and moved on. This was several years ago, but all these memories came flooding back when I noticed a familiar profile photo on an account who commented on a post. I must have missed an account of his when blocking. I had posted a photo of me holding 2 big tunas that I caught on a fishing trip, and he commented, "God, I wish I was one of those fish. I'd love to know what it's like to be held by you." So this just happened today. Against my better judgment at the beginning of the month, I got a Tinder. I matched with a few guys, etc. One of them is James. We ended up texting each other and he seemed pretty chill and pretty into me. He's a decent looking guy and we seemed to click. He had apparently been in a relatively abusive relationship with a woman and he was looking to start over. According to him, she had hit him with a frying pan and pepper sprayed him once. He kept going on about how crazy she was. All right, it happens. We went out to the movies this past Friday and I had a great time. We ended up talking for a few hours and we hit it off pretty well. I asked about the ex because I was a bit curious as to why he'd stay with someone like that. He didn't say anything positive about her, just that she was crazy, had mental illnesses and didn't take her meds, that kind of stuff. She had tried to baby trap him, but she had a miscarriage. He expressed relief that she didn't end up with the kid. He said he had felt obligated to her. Again, I get that. In all, I had a good time. This morning rolls around and he tells me that he had hooked up with his ex last night and that he was going to try and work things out with her. Mildly insulting that I lost out to an abusive chick, but whatever. I tell him it's cool. He then a few hours later texted me to say that she was crazy and he thought she was changing but she wasn't, blah blah. He kept asking if he could see me. He was being very pushy about wanting to see me today. He begged for 5 minutes of my time so he could explain to me. I politely told him that I didn't want to be involved with someone who was so clearly hung up on his ex. This is where it got nuts. He admitted he still was, but that he wanted to see me today so I could meet her, and she could determine if I was better for him than she was, and that she wanted him to be happy because he and I had a connection. I flipped after that, told him that the fact he needed his ex to determine who was right for him was absolutely nuts, and that is not what love is, and that I wanted no part of it. His ex started texting me after that, and it was nonstop insults and incoherent stuff that made no sense. She also dropped the bomb that she was his wife. I told her to screw off and block the number. I went on Tinder to message him where I called him a piece of crap, and if he was intelligent, he should leave her and never message me again. He started to harass me, saying that I was miserable because they have a beautiful love together and all this crazy stuff. He then went on to say, "My wife knows where you work. I hope she doesn't do anything rash." And I told him if that was a threat, I would gladly go to the police. He then said that she's been to jail before, she's not afraid, and that she loves him so much she'd mess anyone up and risk jail for him, that she'd kill my friends if they tried to protect me, that she's armed and dangerous. I told him goodbye, reported him, and deleted my Tinder account. I did go to the police tonight, but since it wasn't a direct threat, they can't do much. The cop thinks that James was more or less full of crap and just trying to scare me, since some people love getting off on that stuff. He said I did the right thing by blocking him and reporting him, and said I should just keep my eyes open and alert the people at my job. Scary thing is, James seemed perfectly normal. But he lied about being married, how he felt towards his wife, and he flipped like a switch. His excuse for not being upfront about being married was that they were going to get a divorce. He seemed so docile and unassuming, and the hatred and aggressive attitude was insane. I have to honestly wonder what would have happened had I gone to talk for 5 minutes. I'm kind of concerned since they do know where I work, but if either of them try anything, then the cops can actually nail them. What a weekend. I went on a Tinder date some time ago while I was adjusting to a new city I had moved to. I didn't really know anybody there, so I used some online dating apps to see the dating scene around town. I landed one from a girl that seemed just like an artsy hippie type of girl. We had a few exchanges through the Tinder app and then decided to meet up for a drink. I picked her up at her house and she greeted me at the door and gave me a hug. She said the name of a local bar she wanted to go to for us to chat and get to know each other. I told her I would drive and proceeded to my car. The first red flag I noticed was when I walked to my car and opened the door. She had just followed me to the driver's side and was standing behind me staring. I looked at her blankly for about 15 seconds and asked her if she was going to get in. She said sure, I would love to, and went the long way to the passenger side around the back of the car. Since I had just met the girl, I figured she had just maybe smoked some weed or something, as I had kind of got the vibe she was a bit of a stoner. As I was driving to the bar, she talked in a very low voice, almost as if she was trying to whisper. I am not hard of hearing or anything, but I had to ask her to repeat herself several times just so I could make out the full sentences she was saying. When we got to the bar, I made sure we got a seat closer to the back away from most people, just so I could have a little quiet in order to hear her. The conversations honestly carried on as normal from this point, and it was actually a fun time for the time being. We talked about different things we were interested in, and she did bring up she did recreationally use weed and a few other tripping substances, like shrooms and such. I am not much of a fan of these, but it at least made me relax in the back of my mind to think maybe she was just high off marijuana, and that rationally explains some of the out there behavior. Granted, I had a few drinks at this point, so I was honestly not thinking straight. I asked her if she wanted to go to my place after drinks, and she agreed. When we got to my place, we had a few more drinks. Then she started talking about her jewelry. This is where it gets weird. She told me her jewelry was her big secret, and it defined her. When I asked her why it was so important, she said, "I'm actually Anastasia, and I was never killed in Russia. My jewelry is my link to my past." It was hard for me to take that serious at this point with how much I drank, so I kind of challenged that statement using the little bit I knew about history. At this point, she freaked out and started yelling at the top of her lungs about how I don't respect ancestors and history. Then she got quit and tiptoed right up to me and grabbed me by the neck. She then brought my face eye to eye with hers while still holding my neck. She says at this point, "I am a shaman, and I will curse you. My ancestors have destroyed many people, and you do not respect that. You are from oppressive ancestors, and they will be punished." Then she put her hand in a whiskey glass and made a cross on my face and kissed my forehead. At this point, I started to sober up a little. I talked her into calming down, telling her I was only joking. Then she slowly started getting back to normal. Then, she started talking about her cat fetish. She tells me she has a list of people who she tames to act as cats. I am not about judging people on their fetishes, so I listen in. She then tells me all the things she does to them and starts acting like a cat in my living room. If she had not yelled at me earlier on, I might have almost been turned on by it. My red flags in my head were tingling like crazy at this point, so I just listened and tried not to set her off. She noticed sage on my kitchen counter and asked me to let her light it and bless the house. Side note, I use sage to make my house smell better occasionally. It's kind of a ritual I like to do, but it's mine and mine own, something I take very personally and like to do myself. I tell her no, she can't light it and that it's my thing to do on my own. Then, she freaks out telling me I am a horrible human being and screaming all over the place. I tell her I can take her home now, and she runs to the door and goes outside. As I get outside, she is screaming at the top of her lungs that I am a horrible person, and I should go die. I tell her she can walk herself home then, and I go back to my place and lock the door. She then starts banging on the door hard in about 10 minutes, saying she left her phone in there. I grab her phone off the kitchen counter and open the door to hand it to her. She tries to barge inside and I block her with my forearm. She then acts like she is about to punch me. I just hold my ground and tell her she is not coming in. She screams she wanted the whiskey bottle we were drinking from. I told her heck no, because I paid for the thing. I slam the door at that point and lock it. I hear her bang on the door for a minute. I then hear her footsteps going down the stairs. I waited about an hour and then went walking outside to see if she was still hanging around. I didn't see her, nor did I ever see her again after that. I know this is probably not the scariest encounter ever, but for the next few nights I was creeped out always walking around the area I live to make sure she wasn't hanging around. I honestly hope she is okay wherever she is, but I hope to never see her again. I met a guy on Tinder, and we really started to hit it off. We'd been chatting for a few weeks and even discovered we had a few mutual friends. I was pretty intoxicated one night, was feeling social, and decided to call an Uber to his place. Once I got there, we talked outside for a while, and ended up even vibing even better in person. I opened up to him about my health problems, and he opened up to me about his older sister who had passed away from a similar condition to mine. I was curious about his sister, but I definitely didn't want to pry. We walked into his house, and it smelled like 1,000 dead rats were rotting under the floorboard. I was still pretty drunk, so I tried to forgive it because, hey, sometimes animals die under the house, or in the walls, and there's nothing you can really do about it. I start to look around, and the whole house looks like a cluttered storage unit. He takes me to his room, which is seemingly normal. Kind of feminine, but that's cool, and we hook up. I ended up falling asleep there and woke up at around 10 a.m. to the stench of death. I opened my eyes feeling very sober and started to look around the room. I noticed that only girls' clothes were hung up in his closet. I start to assume I've possibly been cheated with. Then I see a giant black binder on his nightstand. When he woke up, I decided to jokingly ask him, "What's in the giant binder?" Turns out, it was every single episode of Golden Girls printed out. He said he read it at work, and it's the only show he'll ever watch. Okay. I asked him what he did for work, something I definitely should have known by this point, and he dodged the question. I sat up and looked at the pillow I'd been cozily sleeping on. It had no pillowcase and was covered in what looked to be old blood. It looked like the blood that he had just coughed onto it. I started putting the unpleasant pieces together. I asked as sensitively as I could, "Hey, was this your sister's room? I noticed the clothes in the closet." He says, "Yeah, and this is her bed. I haven't changed or washed anything. It just makes me feel better to be in her bed. This is actually where I held her when she died, and you remind me so much of her. I really, really like you." And then casually tried to hook up with me, like he didn't just drop unsettling news. I definitely felt immensely sorry for him, but I needed to get out of there. I made up some excuse and left. I decided to not entirely ghost him because of how bad I felt for him. He was clearly dealing with some really dark stuff. We kept in contact for a few weeks, until I went on my Find My Friends app and noticed that he had clearly taken my phone while I was asleep that night and shared my location with himself. I called him and went off. This was not my first rodeo with a stalker type, and I was not dealing with it. He told me that he couldn't believe I thought he would do that, and I'm being a really terrible person dumping on him because his cat recently died. I blocked him. After he said that about his cat, combined with his tendency to hold on to things, it really makes me wonder what that smell actually was. Let's hope not. And though I hope he gets help, I never want to see him again. I just need to type this story out because it's still so unbelievably surreal to me that I can't even believe it's real. I'm not sure if this is the right sub to be posting this, but hopefully it applies. Apologies in advance because this will probably get long. So last fall, I started using dating apps seriously because I really wanted to branch out and meet new guys. I moved back home after I graduated college in May, which was still the pretty early stages of COVID, so I was lonely. I've only ever used Tinder, so my friend told me I should try Bumble, and at first it was fun. I matched with a few guys and they were nice, but the convos kind of died off after a while. I didn't really form a real connection with anyone on there. One of the guys I matched with asked for my Snapchat, which I gave to him so we could talk on there, and we also followed each other on Instagram. That kind of stuff is harmless to me, and I really don't think much of it. Our convos didn't last long, and we stopped talking after just a few days. He was a little strange, and I was turned off by it. Fast forward a couple months, and I get a message from him on Instagram. He told me he unfollowed me because of my support for Joe Biden in the election, and then proceeded to spam me with probably over 40 messages trying to convince me to change my views and vote for Trump. I'm a very liberal person, and if I would have known he was like this, I would have never spoken to him. He kept telling me people have blocked him for doing this before, and to please just understand where he's coming from. His last few messages were memes to ease the tension of the one-sided convo. He and I never even talked long enough for him to feel comfortable messaging me like this. I didn't respond. I didn't even block him. I opened the messages so he could see I saw them, and then unfollowed him. The next morning I got notifications telling me, "This message has been unsent by the sender," for every single message. Of course, I screen recorded it and sent it to my friend to tell her what happened, because it was creepy and bizarre. It was over after that though, and the topic of this guy didn't come up again, so I moved on. A few weeks ago, I was scrolling through Facebook, and I saw a post from a local news station that was shared from the town this guy was from in my state, that's about an hour away from me. It was a news article about a guy who shot and killed an 87-year-old woman who lived in his apartment complex with a semi-automatic rifle. He was trying to get other residents out of their apartments until he was shot and killed as well by a resident in order to protect the others who lived there. As I was reading about this, the guy's name and face seemed so familiar, and then it clicked. It was the same guy. I went back to the screen recording of the messages I took months ago, and they confirmed it was him. I'm not sure how to describe what my response was, but I got really sweaty, and my heart was racing when I made the realization. It's extremely disturbing knowing that I spoke to this man and even had a weird experience with him. It's been a few weeks since I found out, and I still feel weird about it. I was just reading about it again today since more details have been reported since the initial shooting. Sometimes I think about the what ifs. Like, what if I had responded to his messages the way I wanted to and called him a creep and a weirdo, and he tried to harm me? God. I hope the woman he unfairly murdered is resting in eternal peace. Thank you for reading if you made it this far, and be wary of people on dating apps. I decided to go ahead and make this account, to type this story out and get sucked into the rabbit hole that is this app. I don't know if I actually avoided something sinister for a fact, but I'd rather play it all safe and say that I did. I'm a 29-year-old female, and while I'm well-traveled and have been around quite a bit, I do occasionally make some pretty rookie mistakes. My fault, and I make no excuses. I try to remain diligent and alert, but I'm very capable of letting my guard down. So after being here in the US for about 2 months, I decided that I was bored sitting around my unit watching 90 Day Fiancé. So I decided to make the old dating profiles again. I made no specific intentions known about what I was interested in accomplishing, as I don't really know myself. I just wanted someone to hang out with and see where it goes naturally. I ended up matching with this one guy who had shared interests with me. We chatted a bit over the app, and eventually I felt okay to give him my number. After talking back and forth for a couple of weeks, I agreed to a meetup. We met at a pub and have a couple of drinks. I'll admit at first I didn't recognize him because he didn't resemble his photos to the extent that I was expecting. He didn't look bad by any means, but I could tell that he used older pictures and edited them enough to where he seemed more appealing. I swear I'm not trying to sound superficial because he was cute. Just not what I was expecting. But I also think we've hit a point in social media culture where it's safe to assume that we won't see the same thing in real life as we do online. And that's okay. We did hit it off. We discussed the usual first date stuff. Then we got into more detail. I told him about back home and work, and how life was different than here in the States. At one point, we were talking and holding hands, and I felt comfortable enough to let him kiss me. Well, he asked me as we were leaving if I wanted to go back to his place for a cup of coffee. I told him I knew what coffee really meant, and that I didn't want to do that on a first date. He assured me that it would be 1 cup of coffee, and that he would give me a lift home so that I didn't have to call an Uber. I accepted his offer and we walked to his apartment, which was a few blocks away. As we were going upstairs, he made a few questionable remarks. He mentioned how I wasn't like most girls because I accepted his invitation, and alluded that, you never know, I could be a psychopath. He then motioned with his eyes down to my dress and inquired about my size. I told him again that I was sorry, but the night would not end with him getting lucky. As we got into his unit, he dismissed himself to the toilet and left me sitting on his bed. It was a studio, and he didn't have a couch. As I'm sitting there and waiting for him to finish doing whatever he was actually doing, I noticed in the corner by his bed that he had 2 masks. One was a cartoon-looking goat mask, and another was a cat or maybe a tiger. What was more alarming was that he also had a Bowie knife and a small woodcutter's axe only a short distance away from them. Upon further investigation, I also noticed there was a black jumper draped over a dresser. Then on his bedside table there were a pair of latex gloves. Yawns. Okay, I don't much feel like being murdered tonight. I got up and calmly left the unit. Then I made haste down the stairs and down the street where I was able to catch a lift. Now look, I may have just really hurt his feelings because he had no malicious intent. But if that's all that happened, then I'd prefer that over the possible alternative. All of these items alone wouldn't have been that bad, but all of these random items within a short walk from each other, I'd rather not chance it. I do feel bad for leaving a person, but I don't feel bad about leaving what could have potentially been a dangerous situation. That, along with his random personality change, was enough for me to make the call that I made. As of recently, I noticed that he either blocked me from Tinder or deleted the app. Thanks for having a read. I hope the weekend finds you all well. It's hot, so please drink heaps of water. Stay safe, and lots of love. About 7 years ago, right before I met my now husband, I joined a few dating apps. A few of my friends had wonderful experiences and met their now spouses, so I figured I'd give it a try. I was 21 at the time and also had recently lost quite a bit of weight and was tiny for the first time in my life, so I was ready to put myself out there. I didn't take it too seriously, let the men come to me, and eventually there was a guy who caught my eye. His name, we'll call him Watson, was 23 and very handsome in my then opinion. We matched on Bumble and kept talking for quite a while. It turned into texting, then phone calls, and then him asking to meet up. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think I have any superpowers or can tell the future, but when he asked to start seeing each other in person, I just had an off gut feeling. I thought maybe it was just anxiety, but later I found out I just knew. After blowing off plans and saying I was busy multiple times, he got mad and blocked me on everything. That was fine. I felt a bit bad, but I was also 21 and he gave me the creeps, so good riddance. Fast forward 6 months later, I had met and started dating my now husband. I got a message from Watson on Facebook and let him know that I had someone new and I wished him well. He got angry, oddly for someone I had never met in person, calling me names, swearing a ton, so I blocked him. Then came the spam accounts, the new Instagram handles, more name calling, which became threats. Thankfully, he did back off and stop eventually. I was so relieved. I hadn't dealt with someone like this before or after, so I was genuinely scared. A year later, I was at Target shopping for some new shoes and makeup. I checked out, headed to my car, keys in hand. I had just opened my door after loading my trunk when I heard someone yelling my name, and I turned around thinking it was a friend or coworker. But alas, it was Watson. I got into my car without a word. I definitely went into fight or flight mode, and I was ready to fly. The last thing I saw was him standing in the middle of the Target parking lot after chasing my car. It's been years, and I haven't heard or seen him again, and I hope to never have another creepy encounter. Public service announcement. Don't chase girls. We hate that. I'm a 29-year-old female, and I matched with a guy who was a 27-year-old male on Bumble. He seemed like a nice guy, and after talking for a bit, I found out he owns and runs a bakery just down the street from my workplace. Since it was the BFF version of Bumble, I wasn't looking for anything, and he told me to drop by his bakery sometimes so we could chat and he could feed me brownies. I popped by one evening and he was such a sweetheart, getting me to try a few things that he had baked. Got one of his employees to sing for me, and we went for a walk to talk about ourselves. He even packed me a few things to take for my mom. I thought it was really sweet. He talked about just being friends and seeing how things pan out. The next day, we texted each other all day, and he asked me out for lunch. He took me to a 5-star hotel. Things were going pretty normal until he started feeding me with his hand, and he asked if he could hold my hand. I agreed because I didn't want to create a scene at a fine dining restaurant, and he started telling me about being in a relationship and how happy I make him. He said he would like to call me his baby, and said that he wants this to go on for a long time and eventually get married. He talked about how he wants to spoil me and build an empire, so I don't have to work for money. I couldn't speak up because the restaurant was so quiet, and I didn't know how he would react. He kept touching my face, kissing my forehead and mouthing "I love you" to me. I was frozen, and the thing that scared me the most was he ordered coffee after the meal, and he started shouting to call the waiter and said we have been waiting for 30 minutes for the coffee when it had only been a few minutes. I was so embarrassed and scared to try to even calm him down. Now he keeps calling me baby and texting me sweet things, calling me on the phone when I don't reply to his messages. He said he doesn't know anything about me but has fallen for me. We've only met twice and spoken for maybe 5 to 6 days. He said his first love passed away and he has been struggling mentally since then, and after having lost a lot of close ones after the incident. He says he's been able to finally get a full night's sleep after he met me. He keeps calling me his and talks about getting married. I'm scared and don't know how to end things with him. I need some suggestions on how I can handle it. Please. A few years ago, a group of friends and I went camping together. The campground we wanted to go to was full, so we ended up camping deep into the forest, several miles away from any other campers. Well, the first night we woke up at about 2 in the morning to drumming and singing. It sounded like a traditional Native American type of song and music. I don't know how to describe it, but I got the feeling that something was very wrong. It was like the feeling you get when something bad happens. And the sound didn't sound like it was coming from anywhere in particular, but was just all around us. Anyway, we were completely freaked out and decided to sleep in our car. The next night, we decided to see if we could find any other campers near us that might have made the noise. We literally saw no sign of life anywhere around us, and we were in a somewhat clear part of the forest, so if anyone was camped near us, we would have seen them. We were still freaked out, but decided it was probably nothing, so we spent another night. That night, we woke up at the same time again to loud music, but it sounded closer this time. We also felt like something was wrong, and were extremely freaked out. We were too freaked out to go sleep, so we just stayed in our tent awake all night. The next day when we woke up, we decided to pack up and see if the other campground was open, and it was. When we stayed, nothing else happened. To this day, I really don't have an explanation for what that noise was. I don't understand how we could have not seen any other campers, and why they would have played music in the middle of the night. We also weren't on tribal land. My best friend, who was one of the other campers, is Navajo, and she said the music was similar to the music that she heard in tribal dances and rituals. I'm still freaked out about the whole ordeal, and it's hard to explain, but my body was just telling me that something was very wrong when this was happening. I had moved back to Georgia from Southern Oregon. Don't worry, I later returned to Oregon for a while. And the city life was a cultural shock after the peace and tranquility of the remote state of Jefferson. I decided that I needed to go out in the woods for some sanity. So on Valentine's Day, I went camping up outside of Helen in the Appalachian foothills by myself. I drive as far as I could up the dirt road, maybe 7 miles, until the rest of the road was closed off for winter. Nobody on the drive anywhere. Set up camp by the creek right there. Had a fire going, still daylight, and a truck pulled up out of nowhere on the road. 2 guys. I'm a female in my 30s, by the way. I hate to stereotype, but they looked like the Appalachian hillbilly part. They also had a bottle of liquor in their hand that they were drinking from. They asked why the road was closed. They peered around my campsite from inside of their truck, I'm sure noticing just one chair by the fire. I said that we are only staying for 1 night, and looked at the tent maybe to insinuate my man was in the tent. They left. They were creepy. It got dark and I got in my tent. and I kept thinking about those guys and I just could not shake it. I had no cell reception. I thought maybe I could sleep in my truck bed that had a camper on top. In case they came by, they would check the tent. But why would I put myself through that? So, I'm feeling defeated because I just want some nature magic to soothe my soul. But I packed up my camp, put the embers out, and got on the road. No way would I have gotten to sleep. I pulled out of the site, and around the next corner, hours after I had seen them, they were there in their truck, just waiting in the dark. They pulled out in front of my truck after starting theirs quickly and started driving down the long, windy 7 miles. I had no reception. I was super scared, thinking of what I could do if they stopped. What if they ran their truck off the cliff? What if they had a gun? I made it to the main road and they took off, and I stayed in a hotel and told the hotel clerk to call the sheriff, and this was their license plate. I know that I probably narrowly escaped an R word or death or both. Happy Valentine's Day. Good thing I never celebrated. I'm back in Oregon, and very happy, by the way. You ain't gonna get me. Me and my friends, Mexican graphic design students, went to the Laguna Salada, Salty Lagoon, in Baja California, Mexico, to watch the Milky Way and shoot some star trails photography. The Laguna Salada is a vast patch of salt-encrusted land that was once a lake. It dried quite a bit ago, and you can actually find ancient bleached seashells if you check carefully. Anyways, we arrive at an entrance from the highway and drive around 500 meters deep into the Salada. We come to a nice spot with a lot of bushes at one side, while clear on the other. We thought this was perfect, as the bushes would block out the car headlights from the road. We stop and get out of the car. Then we all notice this strange, hissing, rattling sound all around us. Imagine being surrounded by invisible people playing maracas, some far, some closer. We are so puzzled and fascinated by the sound that we start to throw out theories about what it could be. A friend says it might be echo from the cars. Others says they're insects. And another one jokingly says, alien probes man, etc. With that put aside, we set up the tripod, camera, and shutter switch. We shoot some test shots, and after everything is right, we leave the camera with the lens open to shoot the star trails. We grab some lanterns and decide to go exploring. After walking about 15 minutes, one friend says, in a very fearful voice, 2 men are coming at us. We are like, yeah bro, nice try. But he repeats, not kidding, 2 men are coming at us and they got assault rifles. Almost instantly the 2 men yell, turn off the flashlights, turn of the flashlights now. And we're all like, he's right. We are scared and do as the men command. They get close and say, don't move, keep your hands down, don't do sudden movements. And then they start asking questions in a very aggressive tone. Who are you? What are you doing here? How old are you? What are your names? How long have you been here? Etc. After explaining ourselves, they start whispering to themselves while pointing their rifles at us. We are all frozen with fear, believing we were going to be executed right there for being at the wrong place at the wrong time. One of the men say, go back to your car and keep taking your photos, but do not go near that bush patch because, and I quote him, rifles tend to miss fire in there. As we are walking away from them, I was pretty sure we stumbled into a bunch of narcos doing some shady stuff there. I'm sure we are going to be sprayed from the back. I'm just walking slowly, as our flashlights are off, waiting for that hot lead to enter my back. You know how they say that your life flashes in front of you when you feel you're close to death? I can assure you it's not a lie. Past Christmas come to my mind. Me opening my sweet Super Nintendo, graduating from high school, past girlfriends, etc. I even start to get angry at life, telling myself, I'm gonna get killed by a bunch of scum narcos, all because of some photos. Thank God nothing happened. We get the message and decide to nope out of there. We decide to get out before we become another number in Mexico's narco wars. As we are all grabbing our stuff and packing up, we hear a loud rattling in the floor. A friend turns a flashlight, and turns out it is a baby rattlesnake, inches from my friend's feet, and in attack posture, with rattle shaking like crazy and all, ready to strike. We cannot believe how stupid we were. All the sounds we heard in the beginning turned out to be rattlesnakes. All around us. Narcos and rattlesnakes. We noped out of there, and never came back. A few summers ago, me and a few buddies went catfishing at a local reservoir. This is rural Ohio, and the reservoir was off a dirt road about 2 miles from the village that it fed, which was a village of about 1,500 people. We had fished this spot tons of times, and we very rarely saw other people during the day, and we never saw anyone out there at night. So the day we went out, it was about 9 p.m., sun's going down. We had a couple of cases of beer. We were planning on staying out until the sun came back up. We didn't want to be bothered. We weren't really allowed to have alcohol around the reservoir anyways. So we actually drove a dirt service road clear around the reservoir, as far away as we could get from the road end. This service road was nothing but compacted dirt, with tree roots running across it, areas that had washed away during flooding, fallen trees in the road that had been there for years, etc. This place was not a well-traveled road, and the only way we got around it was that we all had lifted 4x4 trucks or jeeps. The site we pick is out on a piece of land that stretches out into the water a bit in a teardrop kind of shape. Goes maybe 20 feet out into the reservoir. So we have water on all sides of us besides our back. We figure we can fish from different directions. Since we will have 5 or 6 poles in the water, it would give us a little bit more room to cast without tangling lines. Plus, there was remnants of a fire pit and some wood that was already collected. So, we go to start a fire, bait our poles and start drinking. We fish for 2 or 3 hours and get good and drunk. In the meantime, a thick summer fog creeps in across the pond. Then we hear a huge kersploosh, and we see the ripples coming from across the water to our right. There's maybe 50 yards of water between us and the other bank, and the fog was so thick we could not see the bank or what caused the sound, but we could see the ripples in the water once they got to us. We explain it away to be a tree limb falling in the water, or maybe a beaver jumping off into the bank, and we keep fishing. About 20 minutes later, another huge kersploosh, and the ripples come again. And let me tell you, there was no mistaking the sound. It was not a fish flopping, and it was not a frog jumping in the water. It was the sound of a very large and heavy object, like the sound someone makes when they do a cannonball off the diving board. But we explained it away as we did with the first. Shortly after that, we run out of wood for the fire. So we leave one guy to watch the poles. Me and a few buddies go into the brush to find fallen sticks and whatnot. We all go our separate ways and meet back at the fire shortly after. One of my buddies comes back to the fire with a white jacket, a pair of rubber boots, and a clown mask in his arms. This was about the time when there were all the posts about the scary clowns who would lurk around towns to scare people. I knew that those stories were crap, so I figured it was just left over from some kids who had a party out there one night and left it. So we get the fire going again. We fish for a little while longer, when we hear twigs breaking in the woods across the water, and then another huge kersploosh. At this point, we know there is someone out there with us, and the sound has to be dropping something in the water. So we call out and we say, "Hey, if there's someone out there, we aren't making trouble, just fishing and drinking some beers. We'd be happy to have you join us." Dead silence. So we call out again to no response. A couple of my buddies are seriously freaking out at this point, between the booze, the clown mask, the fog, and the mystery noises. So I get that drunk courage. You know the kind. And I decide that we should all go walk around the bend and see what the heck's going on. This guy's being a butthole and trying to scare us. I convince two of my buddies to come with me, and the other two guys watch the poles. So we three trek into the bush with our flashlights, make our way through thick fog, start working around this lake, and as we go, we start finding bits of trash and saplings that have been cut down, and then more trash, and then footprints of someone in their bare feet, which is odd since it was so much work to get back to this spot on the lake. No one would be hiking around this far around the lake to fish in this spot. As I'm sweeping the woods with my flashlight, I walk over the crest of a hill, and not 10 feet in front of my face is a tent. This tent had been there for a long time. There was moss growing on the sides of it, and there was trash and stuff thrown all around this campsite. Most concerning, though, was the pile of propane tanks. There had to have been 15 or 20 of these 5-gallon propane tanks. So we all looked at each other and said, well, guess this is none of my business. And we hurriedly made our way back to the fire, threw all of our stuff in the back of the trucks, and made our way out of there in a hurry. On the way out from around the reservoir, we pulled onto the main, still dirt road and passed a crappy little Toyota Camry with 5 dudes in it. Watching in the rear view, they pull onto the service road that we just left out of. So for those that aren't savvy in rural southern Ohio, we busted a meth lab in the middle of the woods. The owner of said meth lab tried to scare us away by throwing stuff in the lake. I can only assume that when throwing stuff in the lake didn't scare us away, the meth cook called some of his buddies to come scare us out. Or worse yet, the meth cook called his buddies after we saw his operation. In which case, I'm glad that we got out of there before they showed up. I used to work at a Boy Scout summer camp. Every week, I had to take a big group of campers to a secluded spot for their wilderness survival badge, where they had to build a shelter out of sticks, leaves, etc., and sleep in it overnight. The spot was only about a half a mile from the main camp, but we took them a circuitous route that made it seem really secluded. Anyways, on this one night, all the campers had made their shelters. We had cooked dinner, and we're all just sitting around the campfire. It was getting late, maybe 11 o'clock, so I sent all the campers to their shelters for the night and started cleaning up the fire. That's when we heard in the distance what sounded like church bells. They were pretty faint, but myself and my fellow staffers could definitely hear them. They went on for about 30 minutes, ringing every 30 seconds or so. We were all a little creeped out, as there were no churches or towns within 20 miles of us. After the bells stopped, though, the singing started. It was too faint to hear the words, but it sounded like church choir music, but a lot of people and a lot more enthusiastic. Also, it was almost midnight at this point. The singing went on for well over an hour, sometimes quieting down until we almost couldn't hear it, sometimes getting so loud that we thought it was getting closer. All of the campers were super creeped out, but I lied to them, telling them that there was a church service going on in camp, and that there was nothing to be scared of. Eventually, at almost 1 a.m., the singing stopped. I found out a few days later that there had been a large KKK rally only a few miles away that night, and that is the singing that we heard. I grew up down a long dirt road in rural Alabama. My family owns a decent amount of land. I still miss the peacefulness sometimes, but I'm a gamer, so I need my high-speed internet. Anyway, the first time my friend and I decided to camp by ourselves, we were about 12 years old. We picked a spot in a field that was right at the edge of the woods. We really weren't that far from the house, maybe 500, 600 yards. Far enough to make us feel like we were being brave, but close enough to run back to the house if needed. Everything was going fine. We had a tiny fire and plenty of junk food to gorge ourselves with. It was probably around 10 or 11 that things took a turn for the worse. We were both just sitting and staring at the flames. There wasn't much noise that night because it was early winter, and the bugs had pretty much vacated by that time, so all we heard was the crackling of the fire and the occasional wind gust blowing what few dead leaves might have remained on the trees. That's when we heard it. I couldn't say exactly how far away the sound was, but it came from the woods. It was a blood-curdling scream. To this day, I've never heard anything in the wild that would make you as uneasy as that sound. We both looked at each other, and I know that we were thinking, run to the house. But we were tough kids, right? So we decided we'd lock ourselves in our tent and brave this new danger we'd discovered. Neither of us had any clue what that noise was, but we knew we weren't setting a foot outside the tent until the sun came up. My friend ended up actually falling asleep an hour or so later. I didn't have an easy time, though. I could see the dying light of the fire glimmering through the tent fabric. I just laid there watching the light dance until something disturbed it. It was like the fire went out completely, but then it came back, and I immediately realized something had walked between the fire and the tent. I covered my head with my sleeping bag, scared to death. I never heard a sound. No footsteps. Nothing ever messed with the food we left outside. 30 minutes later, I had to uncover my head because I was pouring sweat and about to suffocate myself. I could still see a tiny glow from what was left of the fire. I couldn't see or hear anything else. I laid there for probably another hour before I finally fell asleep. I woke to sunlight. My friend was already up and outside. We talked about the scream, and I told him what I'd seen after he fell asleep. We looked around and could see no tracks or any other signs that something else had been here besides us. It wasn't until years later and a couple of sightings from different people that we found out what actually made the sound. A panther. I went on a camping retreat with a group of friends when I was just getting out of high school. We stayed at a campground that was made up of lots of cabins that had those metal bunk beds and a large main cabin with a kitchen and a socializing area. It was the first night up there, and I wanted to take a walk around the wood near the campgrounds. I walked along some trails until I could no longer see the lights from the cabins, and it was practically pitch black. After a little while, my night vision kicked in, and I continued my exploratory hike. After about 15 minutes of walking in the dark, I could see a shape ahead of me in the path. I stopped and tried to make out what was there. About 100 feet ahead of me was some small guy or kid standing in the middle of the path. He was standing completely still, and it appeared that he was standing in the middle of a bridge that the path led to. I stayed really quiet and started backing away while keeping my eye on him. It was way too dark for me to make out any details about him from where I was. All I could really see was that he was standing completely still. My nerve finally broke, and I hurried back to the campground. When I got back, I told my friends about what I just saw. And of course, a bunch of them wanted to head out to check out what I found. So, a bunch of us group up, and I lead them back to the bridge where I saw the guy standing. As we get closer to the spot, I could see that he was still standing in the same spot. We all kind of stopped and waited. We started whispering to one another about what we should do now. Some wanted to turn back around, and others want me to go over to him to see if he was okay. Being stupid, I agreed. I went ahead of the group and inched my way towards the figure. I was ready to bolt the moment something seemed wrong. So I got close, and when I got to the head of the bridge, I could see what the shape actually was. It was an upright vacuum. Someone had stuck an upright vacuum in the middle of a hiking path for some reason. I guess seeing something so foreign to the surroundings, along with it being completely black and white dark, made our imaginations go a bit wonky. Overall, this was pretty mundane, but the whole experience has stuck with me for decades. So me and 3 of my buddies, Andy, Kurt, and Morgan, were hiking the AT over summer break. We were only going to be out 3 to 4 days doing a section in Pennsylvania. On day 2, we were multiple miles into a state forest and multiple miles away from any roads or towns. As planned, we made it to a public shelter right around dinner time. It was a roof and 3 walls with some wooden bunks built in. We were hustling to get there as some clouds had been rolling in. We pretty much drop our bags at the shelter and it starts to rain. It was a summer rain where it blows in and pours for about 30 minutes, and then blows away to reveal blue skies and sunshine. So we were glad to start building a fire and getting dinner ready. About 5 minutes after the rain had stopped, we hear someone coming down the trail. Thinking, "Aw man, they must have got caught in the rain." However, first to round the trail is a happy little corgi, dry, with his feet barely wet. The corgi ran up to us as we all had our snacks out and started begging for food. Behind him came a middle-aged man, slowly moving down the trail. He was wearing blue jeans, a white t-shirt, cowboy boots, had no gear with him, and was also bone dry. At this point, we all start looking at each other, because none of this makes sense. We nervously play with the dog for a few minutes as the man takes his sweet time making his way over to the shelter. He walks up and says hello, and doesn't really engage in any conversation. Seems a bit socially awkward, and we were all too bugged out to try and ask him questions. He came within about 10 feet of us and was just walking around and seemed to be enjoying the scenery. We all looked at him and agreed that he was totally dry. White t-shirt and jeans. It would have been easy to tell if any of it was wet. We then say goodbye, and he starts to walk back the way that he came. Started calling for the dog to follow him, saying, Toby, come on boy." The dog had almost no reaction to these remarks. Granted, we had food, but you would expect some kind of reaction. Then I looked closer at the dog, and it was wearing a Barbie pink collar and had metal ring hanging, but no dog tag attached to it. The man kept walking away and called the dog a few more times. Eventually, he disappeared down the trail. The dog stayed a few more minutes and then just walked away in the opposite direction they came from. Just walked off into the woods. So once they both are gone, we start talking to each other. No one saw any hikers behind us all day. No one saw any tents or shelters set up close by. We all confirmed on our map that the closest road was miles away. We all agreed that he was dry and very strange. And we all agreed that the dog seemed to have nothing to do with him, and it had a girl collar, and didn't react to the name Toby. We even tried to call it Toby and it didn't react. So, as our minds race, we decide that this man must be some kind of serial killer hiding out on the trail, living off the hikers that he kills. Killed one with a dog and decided to keep it. From there, we formulate a plan. Andy had some paracord, and we all had tin cans left from dinner. We set up a perimeter of these noise traps around the shelter and across the front opening. We also took the wooden picnic table that was next to the shelter and tipped it up on its side against the front to try and secure us inside. Nighttime, and it's absolutely pitch black. Fire pit got too wet to keep something going. We all sleep on the top bunks with our knives ready to go right by our beds. None of us really slept. At the slightest noise, we would jump, and then call each other's names to make sure that we were all there. I would pass out occasionally and fire off one of my grizzly bear snores and freak everyone else out. At one point, Kurt got down to look out the front and almost got stabbed by Andy as he was trying to climb back in his bunk. Then later, poor Morgan had to pee and was trying to pee out the front and accidentally hit the string and made the cans rattle. Well, the rest of us were ready to pounce on this silhouette by the front door, and he had to yell, "No, it's just me, it's just me." Otherwise, he would have been a goner. Eventually, we made it through the night. Sun starts to come up, and we start taking down the table and traps. We left a note in the shelter sign-in book about Toby and the man that was with him. We diverted our path and moved over near a campground the next night, set up a concealed camp quarter-mile off the trail. Then, the final morning, we got to the campground payphones and called in for our extraction. None of us have ever forgotten how terrifying that night was, and since then, we often recall the story of Toby and the man that was with him. I'm a little late to the party, and it's hiking instead of camping, but it still fits the theme. I'm walking along Striding Edge at Helvellyn in the British Lake District. It's a quite sharp glacial arête, which involves some scrambling. It's considered a technical grade 1, suitable for beginners. I'm with a mate and it's mid-afternoon. One hazard is that fog descends on the area very, very rapidly. One minute you have a low cloud and overcast skies. The next you can't see 10 yards in any direction. So it's 10 a.m. and two of us are making our first graded hike. There's a pub on the other end. We expect to make it for at latest 3. We pass other hikers on the way, exchange pleasantries, and go on our way. It's 10 past 2 when we reach the pub and we both order pie and a pint. The barkeep asks us if we've just done Striding Edge, and we confirm we have. He then asks if we saw a blonde woman, about 35 or so, with a bright red rucksack. We confirm we have. We spent 5 minutes with her talking about weather conditions on the day. At around 11:30, we climbed above the dew point and into dense fog. We told her about it because we descended beyond it by the time we saw her. As best the coroner knew, we were the last to see her alive. She'd lost footing on a particularly narrow part of the route and tumbled over 100 feet. It's a little chilling, knowing that you were the last friendly face that someone saw before their death. My boss and his dog, colleague, and I went on this hunting/camping trip in the California desert some years ago. We all had firearms, and the plan was to do a survival camping experience where we would only carry water and food for the dog, and some emergency food and communication sets. We set up camp very deep inside the desert, and the nearest town was probably an hour's drive away on our 4x4 rental truck. 2 days in and we haven't caught anything, and the heat is driving us crazy. On the second evening, as we're out on the hunt, we see what looks like mountain lion droppings around our camp. No big deal. We've got firearms and stuff on us. We return to base empty-handed on the third evening too, and we haven't eaten solid food in 3 days and are just surviving on water. We start a campfire and put our heads down for some rest, and my friend sees 2 sets of eyes staring at us in the distance. We bring the dog, and the dog goes crazy looking in the same direction as the eyes. We scramble into the tents and bring out our rifles and wait for something to happen. This standoff lasts for about 10 minutes, and we notice the animals move around a bit as we watch it. We don't fire our rifles because killing what looks like a mountain lion would invite a ton of trouble, so we just wait. At some point during this, the animals just turned around and left. I've never been more scared in my life. We packed up all of our stuff with one guy standing guard with a loaded gun at all times. We locked the doors of the car, rolled up our windows, and just left. Until today, we're convinced that it was a mountain lion. Occasionally, we think it was because we were crazed by the heat and hunger. But then, why did the dog bark? We don't know. I recently went winter camping at a nearby state park. Had a good hike, found my campsite, and settled in for the night. The campsite was near a park road, only about 200 yards from the road, but on the other side of some trees. My tent wasn't visible from the road, which will be important later. Just as I was starting to drift off to sleep, I hear footsteps coming down the trail toward my site, and when I open my eyes, I can see a beam of light scanning the woods on the other side of the pond I'm camped by. Then the light sweeps toward me, hits my tent, and turns off. Footsteps retreat. I'm a little spooked, and by now I'm definitely making sure my knife is handy, but figure it was maybe another hiker looking for a place to camp, who saw me and turned off the light once he realized someone was already in the site. Either that, or it was the rangers checking on me. I'd filed an itinerary with them. So then I finally do drift off to sleep, only to be awoken about 30 minutes later by a vehicle coming down the trail toward my tent. I can hear it crunching on the gravel trail, steadily growing louder as it gets closer. Again, I see lights sweeping the woods across the pond, this time headlights, and again they come around the bend in the trail, shining directly onto my tent. At this point, I'm spooked. Knife in hand, I call out, "Hello?" When I do, the vehicle backs up, turns around, and retreats back up the trail. At this point, I'm really spooked. I call the park office and have service, thankfully. No answer. So I call 911. I tell them where I'm at, and she tells me to hold on, puts me on hold. When she comes back, she tells me that officers are in the area looking for someone. I ask if she can give me any more idea about what the problem is, so I can help. I'm an experienced backpacker and my day job is 911 operator, but she won't tell me anything. I tell her I'm a dispatcher, and if it's a missing hiker or suspect, I'll keep an eye out if she gives me the description, but she still won't tell me anything, so we disconnect. No idea who they were looking for, but I'm pretty sure it had to have been a suspect. It was the middle of winter, and I only saw one other person in the park all day. An old man walking his dog, close to the trailhead where I started. Between the cold and the incident, it was definitely my second worst night out backpacking. So I was around 19 camping with my buddy up in the mountains of North Carolina. We had hiked a few miles up a mountain from a campsite his grandparents were staying in, and made a little lean-to shelter off a big rock we found near a stream. This wasn't on any trail, we walked up through the stream. Everything was awesome, no worries at all. Flash forward to a little after midnight. It's really dark. Light can barely make out your hand looking up at the sky dark. The fire is nothing but coals, and I'm on the outside half of the lean-to looking out into the woods. Then, I see a light. Just for a moment, mind you. So naturally, I continue to watch that same spot. A few minutes later, I see it again, pretty much in the same spot. My first thought was we had somehow gotten up close to a road on our climb, and I was seeing some headlights through the trees. Well, I kept watching to confirm my suspicions, when the light did some crazy flip maneuver. So either someone had a crazy wreck, or it's actually someone with a flashlight walking around in the woods in the middle of the night. So I'm just frozen, staring off into the darkness waiting for Hillbilly Joe to murder me. And my friend is just snoring gently behind me up against the rock. After about 10 minutes with no more sightings of any lights, suddenly a light appears at my feet, out of nowhere, It was an orb, maybe the size of a golf ball. I've had people say, oh, it was just a firefly, but it was white. Like perfect light. I'm still not sure how to describe it, but it didn't seem to cast light on its surroundings. It just was light. But it went from the base of our shelter where my feet were and moved silently in a perfectly straight line all the way past my head, then disappeared. I am literally frozen solid now. Couldn't move if my life depended on it, and for all I knew it did. About 15 agonizingly long minutes after it scanned me, or whatever, it went back to flitting around near its original spot. But now it wasn't going off. It just stayed on all the time. At this point, my friend rolled over in his sleep and was close enough for me to bump him with my elbow, while not making any noise and keeping basically totally still. He was immediately awake and alert, thinking there could be an animal nearby. He leaned up on my back and peeked over my shoulder after I whispered, "Look in the woods." After a few seconds, I heard him whisper, "What the is that?" I'm not crazy. It wasn't a dream. We stayed watching the light dance around for a few minutes until he turned and looked up the hill from our shelter, and there were 2 more lights flitting around up there. We remained awake until the sun came up watching them. They stayed until about an hour before dawn. Once the sun was up, we passed out for a few hours and then packed our stuff and left. We still don't have an explanation for what they could have been. Spirits, ghosts, aliens, mutant fireflies. I will mention that when I finally fell asleep that morning when the sun rose, I had a dream reliving it. Except this time when the light scanned me, I sat up and said, "What are you?" At which point it went from its perfect white over to red and flew directly into my face. I woke up at that point. Whew, that was a lot to type. Anyone else have anything like that? My cousins and I used to do a lot of camping in all seasons. One fall, we went to one of our usual places, this little ridge that made almost a bowl shape, perfect for us and our supplies. It's about a mile hike into the woods from where we parked. Well, that night, it was late, and we were all sitting around the fire, talking and smoking some weed. We can hear coyotes off in the distance. After a few minutes of hearing the coyotes sound off a few ridges away from us, we start hearing rustling from the ridge above us, and then we hear more coyotes sounding off, even closer than the first ones. The first ones sounded off again, and the rising we heard seemed intensified. They were getting excited and restless. We're all looking at each other, completely silent by this point. One of my cousins reaches behind him and grabs his gun and a big mag light. He stands up and walks to the edge of the fire's light and shines his mag light up to the ridge above us. And the eyes, all the pairs of eyes. There had to have been at least a dozen, just on that ridge. He shined the light all the way around us, and everywhere there were more eyes. In total, there had to have been 3 dozen coyotes, the biggest pack I have ever seen. My cousin fired off a few shots, hoping to scare them off, but they barely so much as flinched. It was a long night. We took turns sleeping in shifts, making sure that our fire never went out. The coyotes would come in closer, just feet outside of the firelight, and wait. It was maddening. Knowing that we were being hunted, knowing that to these animals, we were prey. Sometime before dawn, they slipped away without us noticing. My cousin said he looked up, and they were just gone. There wasn't a single set of eyes left. Easily the most terrifying thing that's happened to me while camping. This will probably get lost in the mix, but I used to live on the big island of Hawaii, where the current lava eruption is going on. My girlfriend and I at the time decided to go camping at Mackenzie State Park along the coast in the Puna district. We had planned on staying for 4 nights, but ended up only staying for 2 nights. I had heard about it being haunted before, but sort of wrote it off, and was sure not to mention this to my girlfriend. The first night, around 2 a.m., we woke up to what sounded like multiple people using a pickaxe on lava rock and groaning. This went on for what seemed like a few minutes, and then stopped. It was really weird, as there was only 2 other people at the park that night, and I was sure that they weren't using a pickaxe. We eventually fell back asleep, and asked the other people the next morning if they heard it, and they had not. The second night, it was just my girlfriend and I at the park. I'm getting chicken skin right now thinking of what happened. It was around midnight when I woke up to what sounded like someone sprinting back and forth outside of our tent. Like they were sprinting back and forth at full speed. I was the only one up, and turned my light on and it stopped. It freaked me out, but eventually I fell back asleep. A couple of hours later, my girlfriend is squeezing my arm and whispering directly into my ear, "Someone is outside the tent." It sounded exactly like a couple of hours earlier of someone running back and forth. The corner of the tent closest to me was then lifted off the ground and shaken back and forth. We both started yelling, and the tent was dropped. I immediately grabbed my light and small machete and went outside. Nothing. Nobody around. Just us in the middle of the night along the coastline. My girlfriend was panicking at this point, so we literally picked up the tent with everything in it, threw it in the back of my truck, and just got out of there. After that happened, I talked to locals and said stories like this were not uncommon at all. If you look up Mackenzie State Park, you'll find many different stories related to the park being haunted. We are definitely not the only ones to have heard people outside of our tent and have our tent messed with. And needless to say, we never camped there again. My best friend's parents live on this little dead-end dirt road outside of a real small town. Their house sits on a few acres of land and is mostly woods. About a half a mile down the road lives this old man who grew ginseng for a living. When I was about 16 or so, this guy named Bobby Joe went missing. He was last seen on that road where his mom dropped him off, and no one had any idea where he went. My friend and I used to walk up on those woods all the time, and there was a rumor around town that Bobby was trying to steal that old man's ginseng plants, then ran off and was hiding in the woods. So what else does a stupid teenager decide to do other than go investigate? There was a trail that we always walked on that was a good 20-minute hike from my friend's house. So we stayed on that same trail looking for any signs of someone camping out or something. All of a sudden, in the middle of the daylight, we heard a man yelling help from a distance. We just stopped and stared at each other and froze. We heard it over and over again, and could still hear it from the distance, even as we were running back to his house as fast as we could. They found Bobby's body the next day, buried on that man's property. He had been shot twice, and his arm was ripped off from where his body had been removed. The old man only spent a little bit of time in jail because he hadn't told the police up front that he killed him. Definitely one of the scariest things that has ever happened to me. I was a leader of backpacking trips in upstate New York for people ages 14 through college-age individuals. Once, I was leading a group of 14-year-old boys on a bushwhack, off-trail hiking, navigating with a map and compass. from one trail set to another. While deep in the woods, we look up and see that we've all but walked into a pretty elaborate hunting shelter that had intense camouflage and well-constructed insulated walls and a semi-permanent canvas tent. We were hesitant at first, but it looked like no one was using it, so we decided to take a closer look. The inside was pretty filled with old gear, but it also had some equipment that was in pretty good repair. We left the site after marking it on our maps to alert the rangers, as camps like that are illegal in the state park where we were hiking. After the trip, we contacted the ranger's office, and they said they'd be out in the next few days to destroy it. Well, my friend and I knew there as a decent bit of good gear to salvage, so on our day off, we decided to hike back in and see if we could get any of the gear before it was taken by the rangers. We hiked back, following our old bearing in reverse, and found the shelter no problem. The only issue was when we got there, all the newer gear was gone. There were even rings in the dust where the camping stove had been. We turned to leave, and there was the largest buck that I have ever seen in my entire life. 9 or so points, standing, blocking our way back. The buck saw us and kind of puffs his chest out. We stood calm and tall, facing the buck for about 3 to 5 minutes that felt like hours. It starts to dip his head and make threatening sounds. So we decided to pick up some nearby sticks and wave them around, yelling, in hopes that it scares this guy away. Eventually, the buck grunted and walked away very slowly, with his chest still puffed out. The relief was wonderful. Admittedly, this didn't happen during a camping trip, but I do camp a fair bit as well. I was in Yosemite with my dad, doing a pretty strenuous 5 to 6-ish mile hike loop, up to some waterfalls while staying in a cabin within the park. So, kind of like diet camping. Maybe halfway up the cliff/mountain/ridge, we hear this weird raspy chirping and meowing noise. Definitely a baby animal. It sounded very close, maybe a dozen or so yards away. We could hear it over the fairly loud gurgling of a nearby creek. My dad and I froze and looked at each other. Literally, 2 hours before, we saw a mountain lion, warning, and were joking about my dad fighting one off with his hiking stick. Now it was less funny because it was a distinct possibility. We walked the next mile or two with me walking backwards behind my dad, so we couldn't get ambushed in case the mother was around. We couldn't relax the rest of the hike, even though the waterfall ended up being spectacular. We get back to our cabin and look up baby cougar cries on YouTube. And yeah, that's exactly what we heard. I'm not sure how defensive those cats are of their young, but knowing there was absolutely a mountain lion within 6 miles of us that may want to eat us or would see us as a threat against its cubs, no thanks. I'll never forget the cold fear that I felt when I first heard those meows, even though realistically, we weren't in much immediate danger. I've had a few of what could be considered paranormal experiences in my life, but this was the most recent and unnerving. I'm an avid outdoorsman and love to hunt and camp around Francis Marion and Sumter National Forest. Back in 2018, I took my young son and dog out to a remote area in the National Forest to test out a new camper shell on my recently purchased truck. We found a secluded area off of a dirt road, made dinner, and then packed it in for the night as soon as it got dark. At around 11 p.m. at night, I sat up and looked out the back of the truck due to my dog growling. In the distance, I saw what looked like hundreds of small white balls of light darting around, then hovering for a few seconds and slowly converging to our campsite. They looked just like the dust orbs that you see on videos, but these were producing light in a completely dark forest. They soon surrounded my truck. Seemed like hundreds of them. They were a soft white light, and they didn't blink. Lightning bugs were out early evening, but those were yellow and blinking. After 30 minutes of them floating around and concentrating to us, I finally worked up the nerve to open the truck and lit a lantern, and they promptly disappeared. After turning off the lights and locking back up, they came back. My son was fast asleep, thank goodness. I watched them until I finally fell asleep around 1 a.m. The next morning when we tried to leave, the battery was dead on the new truck. There wasn't any lights in the back cab where we would have used any power. A week later, I had to replace the electric control module. Not sure if that was relevant info, but I thought I would add it. Has anyone had a similar experience? Just thinking about them again makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I'm in the process of applying for a new job and started contacting various places to see if they were hiring and sending in my resume. About 3 weeks ago, I got a text from a director saying that texting would be easier to keep in touch about filling out my application and setting up interviews. I ended up meeting with him twice, one to see the facility and two for an interview, about 2 weeks ago. Since then, he's passively said things such as how pretty I am, that I would be a perfect fit, etc., but no actual updates on the job. He's also tried asking me out multiple times, but he tries to make it seem like we would be talking about the job. I've tried not to reply as much as possible, and have been ignoring him because I don't want to work with someone like that. Yesterday, he messaged me to tell me that he was sending flowers to my apartment building. I never gave him my address directly, but it was on my application. I said thanks, and then ignored him because I was freaked out. Today, he asks if we could meet up for coffee because he's in my neighborhood. I didn't respond. About 2 hours later, I took my dog for a walk, passed by a coffee shop that is 2 streets over from my apartment building, and he was sitting in a booth right next to the window. We didn't make direct eye contact, and I honestly couldn't tell exactly if it was him. I kept walking, and he almost immediately texted me, asking if that was me that he's just saw. / did I want to come back to the coffee shop? I didn't reply. I live in a huge city, so what are the chances that he was at a coffee shop in my neighborhood, that close to my apartment just by chance? Was he just waiting for my response that whole time? Am I being paranoid about being stalked? Sorry if this is all over the place, and I'm posting from a burner because you can tell what city I live in from my regular account. I'm a 21-year-old girl taking her first backpacking trip around the world. I only arrived in Thailand 2 days ago, and it was unfortunate that I almost got kidnapped on my first night. I went to Bangla Road, which is well known, and had a few beers at a bar, and then went to the popular club, Illusion. I was having a good time, dancing and meeting people. In the club, I only had 3 drinks, tequila and orange juice. But at some point, I realized that I was a lot more drunk than expected. I don't know if it was spite, but I was dumb and had my drink on the table next to me while I was dancing, and it was very crowded. In total, over the space of 3 hours, I only had 2 beers plus 3 tequilas. Usually, that's an okay amount for me to be aware. I went to the bathroom and felt very intoxicated and threw up. Upon leaving the bathroom, a guy who I do not know grabbed my arm. He seemed young, and I asked him what he was doing. He said he would help me down the stairs. After we got down to the road, he dragged me down to an alley and put me in his car. I was really scared at this point and didn't know how I'd gotten myself into a bad situation so quickly. I'm very small and not very strong, so it was easy for him to take control of me. He started driving, and I kept saying no, 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 and to stop. But he said, "Don't worry, I'm taking you somewhere safe," which in my mind was so scary. I had maps open, and we were driving out of Patong. Finally, after some time, I started telling him that I would throw up all over him and his car if he didn't pull over. This seemed to annoy him and he pulled over. The second he stopped the car, I got out and ran down the street. Luckily, there was a motorbike taxi who asked if I needed a lift, and I jumped on and told him where my hotel was. I could see the guy walking down the road after me as we sped away. I made it back to my hotel safely. Honestly, after that, I'm not going to any bars or clubs alone. I don't trust anyone, and I'm feeling very vulnerable. At least it was a lesson that I need to be a lot more careful. I'm just glad that I made it out okay. I grew up in the 1990s, born in the late 80s, and I remember getting my first bike and starting to explore the area in which I grew up in upstate New York. Where I grew up is much different now in the 90s. It was more rural with clusters of neighborhoods here and there. I lived near an old capped landfill, and the main road connected a lot of semis down to some factories in a neighboring town that was like a 5-minute bike ride. We also had an old Baptist church that was founded by an eccentric former hippie who was really good to the community. My dad, who was a very serious drinker, loved to fish, hunt, etc., with his friend because it gave him an excuse to drink and kill something. But he ended up making this deal with this pastor and the gentleman who owned it a pond behind the church to stock it with fish, as at the time, my dad and his friends started becoming very serious competitive fishers and went in on a boat, which my dad had to sell his share to eventually keep drinking. So, my friends and I had permission to fish there in the summer, and we would go down and swim and stuff like that. I lived easily less than 5 minutes from this pond, and my friends and I go out there one summer day. This was around 1995. My mom had heard on the news a week prior about a wave of kidnappings. I don't remember if Amber Alerts were a thing then, so she decided to make a code word with me. She came to me and told me that if anyone ever tried to convince me that they knew my mom or dad, in hopes to get me in their car, to ask them for the code word. Ours was pickles. So fast forward to our fishing trips. My friends leave before me after we sat around and actually just swam more than anything. My friend Dennis got mad because he was serious about fishing, so he and his brother left, and I was alone on the road. And this road, once you got past this farm, was a straight shot to the main part of town, and our road was on the right just before the road ended. So I get to my road, and I'm about to turn, and I didn't notice that I was being followed by a beige-colored pickup with this Cletus-looking guy from The Simpsons in it. He greets me and tells me that my mom and dad are waiting for us at this local restaurant, which I knew. He tells me that they asked him to come to get me and to meet them there so that we can all have dinner. I immediately thought of what my mom said and started getting this evil feeling like I was in danger. So I told him that my parents specifically have a password that they give their friends, and that if he was their friend, he was required to tell me, at which point he got mad and started swearing at me. Although I didn't see one, but I was certain he had a gun, and he started fumbling in the truck. I turned and started paddling down my road, screaming for help and that I was in danger. He jerked his truck to follow, that I was making too much noise and was already to my house that he just took off. When I got home, my mom was home, and I was hysterical and asked her why she would ask such a mean friend to pick me up. And I told her what happened, and she didn't believe me. And she calmed me down, told me that I did the right thing, but could tell that I was having a hard time. She also grew up in the same town, and nothing like that had ever happened to her. A few days later, a friend of hers told her a similar story about her son on another part of town. The police then were involved, and the cops came and talked to me, and I gave them the same description of the man, the truck, what had happened, etc. I don't know if the guy was ever caught. I used to be very bitter at my mom for not believing me, but I now understand the confusion that she had, and instead of reacting, she just tried to console me and keep an eye on everything. My dad, on the other hand, was more vigilant about it and would ask me all the time when he'd take me out if someone looked like the guy in the truck, and if they looked like the same truck that I saw. I just hope that no other kids were harmed by him. I'm a 30-year-old female, and I used to live in a small neighborhood from ages 13 to 18. This took place when I was around 15. I spent most of my time just walking around the neighborhood, listening to my MP3 player. Wow, I feel old just typing that. There was a guy around the same age as me that lived maybe 5 or so houses down from me. From neighborhood gossip, I learned that he was homeschooled and had been in and out of juvie due to his anger issues. He was almost always outside, and sometimes when I passed his house, he would start following me. I was smart enough to always have my own music down low enough to be able to hear and be aware of my surroundings. At first, I just passed it off, as he ended up walking the same time of day I did. Looking back, I was truly dumb. As time passed, he got closer and closer to me when following, until he eventually decided to come up right behind me. He said some truly heinous things that I will not repeat here. I mean, he was right in my ear when he was talking. I ran home and told my sister. She was basically who raised me. She told me I was lying and to stop making up stories. For a while, I stopped going out walking, until I needed the fresh air and exercise, and tried again after maybe 2 months. Sure enough, there he was, and came right up behind me and started to say things again. I turned my music up and ignored him. This is what I continued to do every day until he got tired of me ignoring him, I guess. Because one day, he grabbed my arm. I couldn't get away, and then he grabbed the back of my neck and told me that I should know better than to ignore him. Again, I told my sister. She didn't believe me, and I stopped going out again. 2 weeks later, I woke up to loud bangs on my bedroom wall. There was a garage on both sides of the house, and the wall of my bedroom shared a wall with one of the garages. This garage was unfinished. There wasn't even concrete down, and it was easily accessible from outside, as it was missing the other door at the back of the house. My sister was out of town, and my dad was deaf and bedridden, so it was just me in the house, able to do anything. My bedroom also had a door to go outside, so I ran over and locked it. I laid down and waited for the banging to stop, but it didn't. My cousin and her boyfriend lived down the street, so I called her, and she sent her boyfriend down to see what it was. Her boyfriend pulled right into the backyard and right up to the door into the garage. His headlights filled the garage, and out ran the guy from down the street, holding a large knife. He took off running, and my cousin's boyfriend followed. It was at this time that I called the police. They came and took a statement, but there was nothing they could do because other than going into the garage and trespassing, he didn't actually do anything. I never took a walk in that neighborhood again. I still wonder how he knew what wall to bang on. How did he know that I was on the other side of it? How did he know that my sister was gone, or that my dad was bedridden and couldn't do anything? I never locked the door, so had he been able to get into my house, who knows what would have happened? What would have happened if I had gone outside? It still gives me the creeps. So, guy down the street, let's not meet again. This incident took place in the summer of 2023. Last year, I transferred with my company to take a new position in a major Midwestern city. My spouse was still working and living back in California for the next few months. So, I rented a studio apartment for myself in a newly renovated apartment building in a popular downtown neighborhood until we could look for a place together. The apartment was small but nice. It was in a secure building with interior hallways and a nice downstairs lobby. I was one of the first tenants to move into this newly renovated building, and other new residents soon started moving in. A major advantage of this move was that I'd only be a couple of hours' drive from my hometown and my parents. I started my new job, and everything was going great. I was enjoying my new neighborhood, and the neighbors in the apartment building generally kept to themselves like I did. Then, a new guy moved in across the hall, and everything changed. We'll call him David. David was a single man in his 60s, and was very different from the college students and young professionals who lived in our building. I started noticing his erratic behavior almost immediately. I would come home from work, and he would be sitting in his car in our small parking lot, just staring off in the distance. We were having issues that summer with smoke clouds coming over from the vast Canadian wildfires. They were leaving a light dusting of ash on our cars, similar to pollen. David was convinced that someone was spraying this dust on his car and was accusing various tenants he would run into in the parking lot. He would hoard trash in his apartment and leave trash bags in the hallway, causing a foul odor. He would also be yelling to himself in the hallway. I finally had enough and complained to the leasing office. The manager was quick to dismiss my concerns, saying that she'd been in his apartment and everything was fine. In August, my parents' 50th anniversary was coming up, and I was excited to go home and spend a weekend with them. A few days before their anniversary, my boss informed me that he would be flying in to work on an important project with me that would have us working through the weekend. I was really disappointed and felt like I was letting my parents down, but I managed to get away for a quick overnight trip in the middle of the week to see them and get back before my boss was due to arrive. I drove down and spent the night with them. The next morning, I checked my email as I was getting ready to head back. There was an email from my apartment manager in regard to the incident the night before. The email was very vague, but it stated that a resident was dead, and there would be further details coming later. My heart sank and I immediately went pale. My mind instinctively went to my strange neighbor David. I opened up a local news app for my city, and the top story was about an active shooter in my apartment building who was killed during a SWAT team standoff the night before. Apparently, David approached my next-door neighbor in the hallway with a gun and threatened to shoot him. The neighbor ran into his apartment and called 911. David also called 911 and told the dispatcher that his neighbors were hacking his phone, and if the police didn't come, he was going to start shooting people. The police came and tried to talk to David, but he had barricaded himself in his apartment and claimed to be heavily armed. The state police and the SWAT team soon arrived, and David began firing a rifle out his window at anyone he saw in the parking lot below. All of the neighbors on my floor were trapped in their apartments with no way of escape. They had to get down and barricade themselves from the gunfire. There was another building across the street with a direct line of sight into our apartment building. A police sniper took a position in the building across the street and shot David through his window. Then they flew a drone into his open window and confirmed that he was dead with a gun still in his hand. Luckily, no one else was injured. I got home later that day to a bullet-riddled apartment building, and several neighbors who normally didn't speak to each other were hugging and crying and showing each other videos of the incident from their hiding places. I've never been so lucky to have been out of town. If my boss hadn't messed up my plans, I would have been home that night. I'm sorry David didn't get the mental health attention he needed, but he put so many lives in danger. So this started about 2 to 3 years back. I had just experienced a terrible breakup, and I started receiving these disturbing phone calls. It started simple. The first call I answered, and the person on the other end said how much they miss me. Now I have a very small circle of friends, and I'm not on Facebook or any social site where I update my photos or daily activities. This is important. And I know that the ex that I just split up with had nothing to do with the following. Apologies, it's not short. The first call, like I said, was simple. They said they missed me. I asked who it was and they said it's me. Don't you remember? So I hung up and they immediately called back, crying, upset that I was being mean. The caller was clearly an adult male, but they were talking as though they were a very young child, around 6 years old. I hung up again, and they didn't call back. Looking back, I should have blocked the number, but as I mentioned, I just got blindsided by a breakup, and I wasn't thinking very well. Then they kept calling. They would call, and if I didn't answer, they left messages, saying how pretty I looked with my blue sweater that day, or that they knew how I took my coffee now, and said that they would remember it for when we finally went out for a drink together. I blocked the numbers. They would call from another. I answered one day, yelling at them to leave me alone, and hung up again. When they called back, it wasn't the boy, but his mother. She was very upset, said that I was hurting her boy by not wanting to play, and you could very clearly hear the boy crying and screaming in the background. At this point, it dawned on me that this wasn't a joke, or a prank, or something like that. There was something seriously wrong with these people, and they were obviously watching me. For a few weeks following my breakup, I had to live in my car. The entire time, I hardly slept. I was terrified, thinking that I would wake up one day and see them standing outside of one of my windows. When I finally got a place, he called me to congratulate me, and he couldn't wait to come play. I haven't heard from these people for about a year now, but I checked my phone after a very busy workday and noticed 10 missed calls, and I'm terrified to check my voicemail. I've reached out to cops, but they won't do anything since I haven't been explicitly threatened, and I've been advised to just block calls. I'm going to change my number, but I'm terrified that the calls will continue even after that, and that it will upset them even further. I posted this on the advice subreddit, and people have been kind to reach out with advice and tips. But I feel like I'm living in a horror movie. It was a Friday night, and I had gone to bed early, as I had work on Saturday morning. After reading in bed for a bit, I drifted off at around 10:30 p.m., only to wake up about an hour later to loud screams and people yelling profanities. I thought that my girlfriend was watching a movie with the volume way up, and I went out into the lounge room to ask her to turn it down a little. Instead, the TV was off, and my girlfriend was staring at the front door with her eyes wide. Our apartment is on the ground floor of the building, so our front door opens directly out into the lobby of the building. The voices in question were coming directly from the lobby. I couldn't make out specifics. In my defense, I was half asleep and the language of the country that I live in is not my first language, but there was a lot of swearing involved. My first thought was that it was some kind of domestic dispute, but after listening, I realized that it was a group of men that sounded extremely aggressive. I looked at the WhatsApp group chat for my apartment building, and to my horror, I saw a message from one of the people in it that there were armed men in the building and that we should not leave our flats. The country that I live in is experiencing a marked uptick in crime, and I had heard stories of armed groups of men robbing entire apartment blocks, but these had seemed fairly apocryphal to me. However, that was my first thought, that these men would kick down our door and rob us. One of my dogs started to growl at the commotion outside. I shushed him, and thankfully he obeyed. I heard a commotion in the apartment above me and went out to my patio to see what was happening. I heard what sounded like a large piece of furniture being knocked over, and women and children screaming in terror. At this point, I had no idea what was going on, but I knew that by now they would have robbed us already, if that is what they had planned to do. My girlfriend and I decided to hide in a small shed at the end of our patio, monitoring the group chat on our phones. Our bigger dog silently stood watch outside of the door of the shed, his eyes locked on the sliding door at the end of the patio. I would find my smaller dog later, cowering between the washing machine and the dryer. After 10 extremely tense minutes, I heard the screeching of tires, signaling what I hoped was the perpetrators fleeing the scene. Eventually, someone in the group chat said that the police had arrived, and breathing a huge sigh of relief, I came out of hiding and opened the front door. Alarmingly, on the floor of the lobby, there were zip ties that had been cut, and the security guard was talking to one of the tenants. The man was bleeding from a large gash on his face and looked extremely shaken. Over the next few hours, the story would unfold. The man that I saw with the gash on his face was the tenant in the upstairs apartment, the one that I had heard the commotion coming from. He was the owner of an import/export business, and for whatever reason had a sizable sum of money in cash hidden in his apartment. Someone had obviously found out about it and planned out the robbery that woke me from my sleep on Friday night. A group of 8 men had followed him into his apartment building's garage and ambushed him as he got out of his car, and judging from the gash on his face, roughed him up a little bit. Some of the group of 8 had gone to the lobby, surprised the security guard and zip-tied him. The remainder of the group had gone up to the apartment, robbed it, and then fled the scene. It's fairly chilling to think that armed men were meters from my front door. So, to the armed men that stormed my apartment building to steal my neighbor's cash, let's not meet. This happened while in my early 20s. My best friend was always getting into some risky stuff. While she did various drugs, I was always more of a pothead. When they said that pot was a gateway drug, I believe it's true to a certain extent with those who have addicted personalities. She definitely developed an addiction issue later on. My friend, her name was Kay, was always down to meet new people. She used to friend random people on Facebook or Instagram. She would ask me to hang out so that when they left, she met people and I was the buffer, just in case they didn't like each other. One day, she came over to my house unannounced and was like, "Hey, let's go to my uncle's house," because her aunt was there, and her aunt had some goods. Her aunts happened to be down the road. Her aunt and her uncle were known as dealers in the area, so we went. When we got there, she was like, "Hey, I met this guy online. He goes by Joey Crack." Then she shows her aunts his pictures, and a wide-set man with a red goofy face, cornrow braids, face tattoos, and a gold grill. I laughed and said, "Wow, Kay, you really know how to pick 'em." She had already invited him over, so upon his arrival, he then comes out of nowhere, just walks right up to Kay, gives her a hug, and everyone else there a kiss on the cheek. This part of town, there was nothing around, just houses, a school, and woods. The closest store was about 20 minutes away, so it struck me as odd that he walked there. So it was me, Kay, her aunt, and the aunt's friend. We set and get 3 joints in a rotation. By this time, both aunts are high as a kite on coke, and they take a few puffs, then go inside the house, leaving me, Kay, and Joey Crack outside. Joey then starts asking us questions like how we know each other, what we do for a living, etc. It was getting late, so I was telling her that I was wanting to go home. She was like, "No, don't go yet." I told her I was tired and that Joey is weird, and he kept low-key hitting on me. She then tells me that he had asked to sleep with her, and he wanted to ask her if I was down. I laughed it off and said, "Are you crazy?" And after a while of silence, I deflected and heard some noise that was in the darkness. "Did you hear that?" After a bit of small talk between him and Kay, he then learnt that neither of us was interested. It was just a hangout. This then turns the mood. You could feel it. It was suddenly eerie. He got reserved and shifty-eyed. I sat down for a while just to please Kay. At one point, I turned to Joey, knowing that he walked here and it was kind of dark by now. "What are you about to do? Because I'm about to go home and Kay's coming with me." He was like, "I just texted my boy. He's about to come get me." When he was texting, Kay was right behind him, watching him text. Her eyes grew wide and she looked at me. That was silent girl code for what the heck. Kay broke the silence and was like, "Hey, come help me get this thing from inside to bring it out." So I did. We went inside, and she was like, "I'm going to call my uncle so that he can take us to your place." And I was like, "Why?" My house was like a 10-minute walk. She said, because when she was looking at Joey's text, he sent to whoever was coming to pick him up the information of all of us here. He noted that our aunts were high on coke, as us along with our age. He was telling his boy to come over to basically rob and R-word us, and called dibs on the blonde one. I was the blonde one. Every hair stood up on my body with the thought of some gross goon trying to have his way with me. I was mad, because she got me into this. We came back out and continued our conversation with him so that he wouldn't get suspicious of us. She mentions out loud that her uncle was on his way home. As he pulls in, a sigh of relief comes over me. They speak briefly, and Joey then departs into the darkness before his ride even shows up. Kay and I get a ride from her uncle to my house. On the ride, we noted how weird Joey was. Later that night, as I was going back to bed, I checked my Facebook, and I have a friend request from Joey and a message. "You're so pretty. I would love to have some alone time with you without your friend." The message ended with his number. I never blocked someone so fast. And after this, Kay didn't learn a lesson, but that's another story for another time. A week later, Joey was in the news. He was wanted for SA, robbery, and drug possession. A bullet well missed on my part. Joey Crack, let's never meet again. Okay, so for context for this story, I live in a pretty rural area. We live on the outskirts of our town, which already is small compared to the populations of the other towns in California. We're about 15 minutes from the small town and 40 minutes from the main city. We live down a dirt road with some neighbors. Our house has no other fences attached to ours, and on 2 sides of the house is only fields and dirt roads, one side having a single house in the field. The other 2 sides have a couple neighbors down other roads, and nobody really interacts out here except my dad talking to 2 of them sometimes. I was probably 12 when this happened. I had low self-esteem, and I wanted to start exercising more. I had been enrolled in a charter school due to bullying. Yes, that played into my self-esteem, But let's get on with the story. So I didn't really have many ways of exercise besides a treadmill that we owned. I wanted to start getting fresh air too, so my mom suggested that since we live out here, that it would be peaceful to take walks down the back dirt road. I agreed, even though I was stubborn about it half the time, but we began walking and usually would go in the mid to late afternoon when it would start cooling down outside, but was still light. In case it got dark, we took our flashlight too. Being out here, it was notorious for stray dogs to sometimes make their way out here, and we would carry pepper spray and a mini bat, just in case one got vicious. However, a dog will play into this story. One day, me and my mom decided to go on a walk in the later afternoon, so me and my mom took off and started walking down the road. When you walk about a quarter of a mile down the road, you start to come towards a little cross section. There's a road going left to the highway, a road going right to the neighbor's house, or the road goes straight down to a utility road. Me and my mom discussed walking down the utility road to get a good walk in, since it went on for a while. When we started getting to the crossroad, this dog came out of literally nowhere. We were looking at it, and it was in the center of the road staring at us. Me and my mom looked at it, and my mom said that she got this feeling in her stomach that we needed to turn around and walk home. So she grabbed my arm and started leading me back home, and then let go so that we could walk. We were in the midst of walking when she looks ahead and stops to stare at something. I ask what she's looking at and she points. A white car pulled up to our fence and quickly backed up and shot down the road on the side of our house. Mind you, nobody ever goes down this road except one old man that we know. Anyone else who does usually is scoping out my dad's tools to steal. My mom said she felt a bit uneasy because of it and pulled me to the edge of the dirt road, almost into the field. The car had driven to the highway and left, or so we thought. We continued walking back to our house when this car comes back and drives down the road we were walking alongside. I caught a glimpse, and it was this smaller white car with black tinted windows that you couldn't see through. My mom instantly got a feeling of impending doom and pulled me into the field. Not too far, but far enough. We kept walking through the field towards our house, getting closer now, when this car comes back down the road. My mom stops me in my tracks to see what the car is doing, and it drives back to our house and starts driving around it super fast. For context, we have a random road and area that goes around our yard on our property. My mom waits until the car drives back down the side road, and she tells me we need to start running, so that's what we did. We started running through the field, getting to one of the little sections near my yard. The car comes back and drives down the road trying to cut us off. Me and my mom are panicking at this point and have no idea who this is and why they're acting like this. The car circles around again, and my mom drags me to further to the right, I think, of where we were and told me we're going to run down into the ditch. We get down in the ditch and the car comes back around and pulls to the edge of the ditch where we were. The front of the car was facing us, and all I could think about was if it drove down, it would hit me and my mom and probably kill us. My mom quickly put her arm in front of me and stood dead still while I was literally horrified and dropped our flashlight and I think my water bottle. The car was getting ready to drive down where we were, and then suddenly they backed up and drove around the yard, going back down the side road to the highway. Me and my mom felt like our souls left, and she tells me to run, don't look back, and get to the front gate. I run up the ditch, feeling my heart pounding. I run around the yard and towards the front gate, flinging it open, and I started running towards the front door. I did not hear my mom behind me. I was running to the door to open it right when I looked over and saw the car coming back down the side road. I ran into the house, trying to catch my breath. I saw the car drive down the road, and I didn't see my mom, so I was panicking. I ran towards the sliding glass door, and suddenly my mom comes running towards it and flings it open, running in and locking it. She tells me to go lock the front door while I try to catch my breath and tell her I was scared because I had no idea where she was. She went to chug some water from the fridge and told me that when I was running, She was trying to shut the front gate when she noticed the car coming back down the road. She said she knew she wouldn't have time to follow me to the door, so she ran behind my sister's car to stay out of view of the car, and when it drove back down the road, she took the opportunity to run to the back door since it was closer to my sister's car. It's crazy to think that if we hadn't seen that dog standing there in the road and decided to turn back, that we may have been run down. Fortunately, we haven't seen the car again and think it may have just been some crazy person or druggie who just so happened to come down our road that day. I don't know how long this will be. It took me about 4 days to actually be able to type this out. I got weird mini anxiety attacks when I tried. I'll be the first person to admit that I have a very can't happen to me complex. And that's kind of what occurred in this story. I'm a university student and live in a rental house with 5 other people. It's far from ideal, but in this housing outcry that we're living in, it takes that sting off of us having to pay a bunch of money a month to exist in a box. This has relevancy, I swear. I got extremely lucky last weekend when the 5 of the roommates that I had were all out for the weekend. This has never happened, so I was ecstatic to have the house to myself. I did the whole 21-year-old girl home alone stuff that you can think of, watching the movie with the volume loud, taking really long showers, walking around the house in my pajamas, etc. It was around 10 p.m. I had finished some homework and was relaxing with a glass of wine and watching some streaming services. It sounded briefly like there was something moving on the porch. We've had a fox in our yard before, and the thing used to make a lot of noise on our porch, so I assumed that to be the case. After hearing some fumbling the second time, I went over to check through the window. There was nothing there. As I'm turning to head back to the living room, a piece of cement flies through our kitchen window. I didn't know it was cement at the time, but not important. I think I peed myself a little when it happened, but I definitely screamed like a little girl. My moronic self started unlocking the door to go outside, but common sense seized control of me yet again and locked the door back. I also ran to the back door to make sure that it was still locked, even though it's glass and wouldn't make a difference. Oddly enough, at this time, my grandma's words came into my head about something her own mother had told her. If someone tries to break into your house, turn the lights off. You know the inside of your house better than they do. I shut the lights off in the living room and managed to turn the TV off, which was hard because my hands were shaking. My dad used to give me and my siblings advice on protection measures, which were not resonating at this time. I secured myself in my upstairs bedroom, roast me if you want to, and had turned all the lights out in the house as I passed them. While walking up the stairs, I could hear the doorknob shaking furiously from the front door. I don't know if there was more than one person, or if they realized that they couldn't jump the fence to get into the backyard. While calling for emergency services on speaker, I secured my hunting knife to the end of my hockey stick with hot pink duct tape. I know that's probably one of the most Canadian things that I could say. If I was going to have to use it, at least it would look fabulous. I stayed in the dark holding my makeshift spear for what was probably about 15 minutes. I'm really glad that I wasn't being murdered in that amount of time. The operator told me that police were coming, which they eventually did. Took a very unsettling amount of time. The only reason I left the bedroom in the first place was because I heard knocking on the door downstairs, and I saw the police lights were flashing through the window. Otherwise, someone would have had to have come in and physically pull me out of the room. A statement was given, but that's all they did. Literally all they did. Nothing else. Just that. A very nice female officer stayed with me in the house and helped me clean up the glass until my brother showed up to bring me to his place for the rest of the weekend. So, shout out to Officer Cutie with her tattoos. I made an appointment with a doctor to get out on anxiety medication, as well as medicine for nightmares. I know that I wasn't in any physical danger at that point, but I've had some very charming dreams about similar scenarios, and I was just finding it easier to stay awake. Maybe that's juvenile of me, but I'm human. The meds are working fine, and I'm back at my house with wall-to-wall people again. And honestly, I don't hate that so much anymore. Please, have a fun and safe weekend. Never move in with a man or woman that you've never personally known. I got a roommate from hell this way. The man tortured me psychologically when I turned down his advances, then stole thousands of dollars from me over time. He even used my Amazon account to open up an account. He got some of my personal info like social security number and stuff like that as well. Once I left after calling the cops to help me leave, he showed up at the Apple store that I was just at a day after I left. Even though I left to go live on the streets, no family or friends as I was severely abused as a kid. I've been on my own since 14 actually, so I'm accustomed to surviving on the streets for periods of time. I was a million times happier than I ever was in his nice apartment, surrounded by nice things and a fancy car. I felt so relieved even just living in a concrete garage. I was a million times happier sleeping on a concrete with a pillow made of a towel and a tiny little blanket in the cold and heat than I ever was living there with him. He spent his time psychologically torturing me, and I don't regret leaving at all. He would bang on the wall across from mine every morning and late at night to startle me awake. He'd throw pebbles or tap on my window in the middle of the night to scare me and keep me on edge. He'd give me weird little candies and teddy bears as if we were dating. Even ordered stalkerish love items from my own Amazon account. Who the heck spends this much on a Christmas ornament that says, "I'll always love and follow you," or something along those lines? If I'd go to the restroom, he'd run and kick his foot at the door so loud and suddenly that it sounded like a door being kicked down. He'd steal my items if I left them alone for even a second, so I'd have no way to go out if I had plans. Then he'd put them back once I mentioned them, or when it was too late for me to leave for my plans. He kept me home this way. If I got any mail or a package, he'd interrogate me. "What did you order? I need to know." Like he owned me or something. Towards the end, I was leaning doors and furniture up against the door because he picked my bedroom lock before I was gone. And when I'd wake up, sometimes there was stuff missing or moved in odd ways, so I knew that he was creeping around while he was asleep. He was an absolute freak. I wouldn't put anything past him since he showed me how psychotic he was. If I was happy or in a good mood, he'd start criticizing and nitpicking at my body, hair, face, behavior, voice, anything that he thought that I was insecure about. I even developed an ED because he always did this and mocked/laughed at me when I would make or eat food. Anytime I'd leave my bedroom, he would rush out of his room to stand right behind or near me like a weird little dog that follows you around panting. He'd throw out food that I just bought, steal my cash, and even use my debit cards. He even ordered 30 to 40 plus items off of my Amazon account without my knowledge or consent. It was the strangest thing. If anyone else had dealt with this, they'd go insane. I still have trouble believing this stuff happened, as it was just so crazy to even think that someone is that crazy to do something like this. So I've never posted on this subreddit, though I have other stories that I've buried deep until recently. But this is happening in the present. I've had people stalk and follow me before, and because of that and my true crime addiction, I've become supremely paranoid and a solid curtain twitcher. I'm a 31-year-old female, and I reside in an upstairs room that was my first room to myself as a child. I had to leave a bad situation and therefore ended up back at my childhood home. For reference, when our house was built, we were told that the field to our left, with horses and a barn at the time, would one day soon be a development. It was 2000 when we were told that, and it wasn't until 2022 that roads were being formed and foundations laid. I had already had someone follow me home before when I was young. I posted about it, but I don't know how to link it. But I was in a different bedroom next door. My parents put in a free library that's right below my window, and nighttime security lights that are very bright and turn on and you're within like 20 foot of the side of my house my room is on. I'll admit, having an open field next to me so long made me accustomed to not closing the curtains when I change, because there was never anyone to watch. But now there is. For the past 2 weeks, the burglar lights next to the free library have been going off late at night. Because my one side of the curtain is open, so I can use my vape. That's the only reason I noticed it at all. I didn't think too much at first. We lock all the doors and windows every night, and I'm on the second floor. I also always looked out to see if it was a car, someone walking their dog or a deer, only to see nothing. To add, they put in a crap ton of streetlights around this area, so visibility is great. But it just kept happening. So last night I did my usual, and I saw the lights come on out of my peripherals. I acted natural, giving full view out the window that I was going to bed. It was about 3 a.m., turning the TV off, closing the window and curtains, turning the light out, etc. Then I ducked down, peering through the curtains to the sidewalk below. I honestly thought that I was going to pass out when after a few minutes, maybe 5, someone comes out from the side of my house, all silhouette dressed in black. They kept their back to me until the light turned off, but I swear I could still see them standing there, looking up like they could see me. I called the police, but while I was on the phone with the operator, I saw him run off. There wasn't much they could do, except say they'd drive a car around and look. My parents are asleep and I know that I have to tell them tomorrow. This scares the crap out of me. If it hadn't been happening for weeks and was a solo incident, I would probably be fine about it. But the fact that the light has been going off without me seeing activity, and what happened last night, makes me think this person has been watching me, and watching my house. To the person outside my window, let's please never meet. Small update. I did tell my parents, and at first they brushed me off, claiming I'd had a couple of drinks and it was late, so I probably just saw someone checking out the library. I then had another conversation about it with my dad, who said that there had been reports in the last couple of weeks of car break-ins, and since my car is parked on my side of the street right outside my window, maybe they were trying to break into it. I pointed out that if he was trying to get into my car, why was he pressed up against the house where he wasn't visible from my window? And why did he at no point go towards my car? I think I freaked him out enough that we are going to potentially get a camera for that area. Given all the development happening around us, I think it's smart, even without this incident. Thank you all for your advice and replies. I'll update here again if anything happens. This story takes place in the Balearic Islands of Spain around 2007. As every late August, my mom, grandma, aunt, and I would book a trip to Mallorca. We are all from northeastern Spain, but love the sun just as much as Brits do. Anyway, our room overlooked the sea. It was located on the first floor. I had just turned 8 years old, and every night for a week we would enjoy the nightlife from our terrace. It was our 5th night in, and since there would be different booths at night where you could get tattoos, personalized jewelry, etc., just underneath the terrace, we would sit and watch people get stuff done like hair, tattoos, etc. There's this guy getting a tattoo. He's sitting in a weird position, so he can't really see what's going on with his girlfriend. My mom notices that some random guy starts groping her. She's obviously uncomfortable and her boyfriend doesn't know what's going on at all. He's completely oblivious. Mom doesn't know any English besides very basic words, so she starts shouting, "Hey, stop." Mallorca is filled with foreign tourists, and they all look foreign to us, the perpetrator and the couple. So that's why she started shouting in English. The guy notices and stops groping her, but gives us a deathly stare. He then starts again, and now we're all shouting stop from our terrace. People start to notice there's something wrong, and keep looking at us in a weird way. He then freaks out and tries to get in our hotel. Thankfully enough, he couldn't get in because you needed a code in order to do that. However, 2 German girls were about to use that same door to get out, so we started to shout no, no. This dude kept leaving and coming back to see if he could come up with a way to get in. We didn't know what his intentions were, but we were all pretty shaken. We went to the front desk and eventually called the police to let them know that there was a man who was desperately trying to get into our room. All I remember is crying and thinking that I was going to get kidnapped or something. A few years back, I was driving home after a shift. It was 3 or 4 a.m., and I was tired but not exhausted. It's a deserted state route in the middle of nowhere, and it's pretty common not to see a single car during the 30-mile trip. I drive this road multiple times a week. It's mostly open fields and some farmland through this 30-mile stretch. This particular night it was cold, but the sky was clear, like no clouds or anything. And I actually love nights like this, because you can see the stars so well without light pollution. Anyway, about halfway back home, I come over this hill to a 2 or 3 mile straight stretch. A huge dark object about the length of a pickup truck, but far rounder and thicker catches my attention, as it's just hovering about 50 feet in the air, 50 or 60 feet off the road over a farm field. There's a very bright light coming down from the side or bottom. I couldn't tell exactly where it originated from because it was so bright. As I was going about 50 miles per hour past it, I only had a few seconds to look at it, but the image is burned into my mind. I have no idea what it was. I wanted to turn around, but I was kind of freaked out. I'm sure that alien life exists somewhere, but as for visiting our planet, I don't know. But if I ever had to paint a picture of what I think a UFO could look like, I'd paint whatever the heck I saw that night. Unfortunately, I haven't seen anything odd over that area since that night. Years ago, my dad took my mom, my sister, and myself to one of his interstate routes and made it a camping trip where we would set up a tent each night. One night, we stopped in the middle of nowhere and set up. During the middle of the night, my mom really needed to pee, but was worried as she could hear strange noises. She woke us all up, and all we could hear was what sounded like heaps of people walking around us. This was super freaky as we were hours from a big town. Dad ended up grabbing a cricket bat and a torch, freaking out that stuff was about to go down. He opened up the tent flap ready to defend us, and we were surrounded by cows. There were hundreds of them. Apparently, the area that we were in was known for faceless grazing, where the cows could go where they please. Mom just hung on for the night. This was in Australia, by the way, and from memory, it was in the Northern Territory. My dad was a long-haul trucker years back. He would drive from Ontario all over the United States. The one creepy encounter that I remember him mentioning was as he was passing through Florida, of course. He was driving through the Everglades late into the night, out in the middle of nowhere. No civilization for miles either way, when he notices a white figure come into the headlights or on the shoulder of the road. He slows down, and there is a man completely naked coming out of the swamp. My father slows and stops in the road, thinking that this guy may need help, as this man starts crossing over the road. He stops dead in front of the truck and stares at my dad, at which point my dad realizes that this naked man is holding a shotgun. He stands there for a few seconds staring, holding this gun, and then continues across and disappears back into the wilderness whence he came. It left so many questions unanswered. Not a truck driver, but my dad always tells me the story of when he was backpacking alone with his dog in the Pacific Crest Trail in Northern California in the late 70s. My dad had parked his car on the side of a highway, and he and his dog were about 7 miles down the trail. It was getting to be late in the afternoon, so he was hoping to find a place to spend the night. Suddenly, his dog starts to make a low growl, and the hair on the back of her neck stands up. My dad was thinking there was possibly a bear or something nearby, as his dog was a very experienced backpack dog and was not easily rattled by things. He looks around and doesn't see anything. He notices that Mika is basically pointing out a spot on the trail with her nose a little bit ahead of them. He decides to walk up and see what she's looking at. And there, he finds a massive footprint. To hear him describe it, this footprint was larger than any human can make, extremely deep, and had claw punctures. He said he stood and stared at it in disbelief for at least 5 minutes because he didn't understand how this could possibly have been on the trail. He thought that perhaps it was a hoax or folks messing around, but he hadn't seen a soul and he was in the middle of nowhere. Who would come out to the middle of the trail where there were hardly any hikers and make a hoax footprint of some sort? And why would the dog be upset? He said he couldn't explain it, but he basically had this feeling of terror and turned around on the trail right then. He didn't know if it was his mind playing tricks on him, but he swore he heard sounds in the trees nearby that sounded like a large animal as he booked it out. His dog remained completely alarmed the whole hike back, whimpering and pacing, which was out of character. He said he basically ran 7 miles back down the trail as fast as he could with his pack on and tore out of there in his car. To this day, he still claims that it was one of the freakiest things that he's ever experienced. I was making a delivery out in the middle of somewhere in the Midwest, literally rolling fields as far as you could see. After I made my delivery, I didn't have any time to get anywhere else, and it was getting late, so I just parked on their property and took my 10. It was kind of creepy because there were no lights, but I was tired, so I closed my curtains, locked my doors, and laid down to sleep. About 3 hours from my break being over, it sounded like what I could only describe as about 5 to 10 people pushing on either side of my truck, making it rock back and forth, and what sounded like hands frantically beating on the sides of my truck. I didn't sleep anymore during that break, and it's the only time I ever logged a pre-trip inspection that was less than 3 seconds. As soon as I could get my duty status changed, I went on the drive line and hauled butt out of there. My door stayed locked until it was daylight, and I could get to a truck stop that had a decent amount of people at it. Never found out what it was either. I never found any handprints or any evidence of tampering on my truck. Okay, so I was at one point a truck driver, but this didn't happen to me or to someone driving a truck. But it did happen at night on the road. So my friend was in a car with his 3 friends, driving out Long Island somewhere. They had been out at a bar or something until it closed and were heading home. The driver notices that they're being followed by another car. Everyone's like, "Nah, you're crazy." He pulls off at the next exit. The car follows. He proceeds right back onto the highway, and the other car still follows. Okay, now everyone is losing their minds. It's not a cop car, and it looks like there are 4 guys in that car too. For whatever reason, my friends have one of those 30,000 candle power flashlights, so they decide to light these guys up. They aim out the back window and switch it on. In the car behind them are 4 dudes with Jason Voorhees hockey masks on. My friends scream, and the now blinded hockey mask dudes scream and pull over. My friends got away. I work in northern Nevada nightly, running between Reno and Salt Lake City, pulling triples. I only work nights, so I'm used to working at night and don't really ever get sleepy. So I'm positive that this wasn't a hallucination. Well, I had to take my break, so I pulled onto an on-ramp at around 3 a.m. near Halleck, Nevada, and started surfing the internet. I distinctly remember it being a moonless night, which meant that it was about as dark as it gets in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch something moving in my mirror at the very back of my third trailer, more than 100 feet away. There are tons of perpendicularly opposed lights on our trailer, so whatever is moving is only illuminated for a split second at a time. When I get the chance to focus on it, I realize that someone is sprinting up my set towards the cab with something in each hand. Luckily, I was idling on a steep incline and clutched in and stuck it in fourth and gunned it. In hindsight, I'm glad I wasn't as heavy as I usually am and could really get up to speed quickly. I only take my breaks now in well-populated areas. I was driving on a cross-country road trip through the middle of nowhere, Kansas, when I had one of my tires blow out. I pulled over and went to call AAA, but I had no service on my phone, so I got out and started the process of trying to change the tire myself. After a very short while, a cop pulled up and asked if I needed help. I said, "Yes, thank you, officer," and he said, "'Cause you're in luck. I just so happen to know the best tow truck driver. He could take you into town, and you could get all fixed up. No problem." The mosquitoes were eating me alive, and frankly, I only had a donut-style replacement tire and no clue how to properly change it. So I said, "Yes, please," and the officer gave the tow truck a call. After another short while, the tow truck arrived and the officer left. The driver asked, "Where am I towing you to?" So I was like, "I'm not sure, to town, I guess. Somewhere where I can get my tire fixed." He said, "Well, you're in luck, 'cause I know the guy at the only place that's open right now who can fix that for you." I said, "Okay, sounds good," and he towed us to the auto repair place. This was basically a ghost town, if you could even call it a town. The tow truck driver and the repair guy sat around and talked for a couple of hours while my tire was being fixed. Bear in mind, there was nobody else there but me and my passengers. There was nobody else anywhere within sight. The town was empty except for the gas station connected to the repair place. Finally, they came out and said I was all set and gave me both my bills, one for the repair and one for the tow, $1,200 in total, for one tire and a 5-mile tow, for a 1991 Grand Am that wasn't even worth that much. I was furious but had no options, so I gave him my credit card and he was like, "Sorry guy, we're a cash-only kind of town, hey." I was like, "Okay then, well I don't have any cash on me, so how are we going to settle this up then?" And he was like, "Well, you're in luck, because there's an ATM next door at the gas station my buddy owns." So I went to the gas station and took out the maximum I could on 3 on 4 different cards, each with a $20 withdrawal fee. I looked behind the counter, and in addition to the gas station attendant, there stood the cop, the tow truck driver, and the repair guy, all munching on Doritos and having a good laugh. I'm pretty sure I got hosed, and potentially maybe even sabotaged. Looking back, that cop sure arrived really quickly, and my other 3 tires were all still relatively new. I had to cut my trip short and invest in cortisone cream for the million mosquito bites. My grandpa was in the Teamsters Union for over 30 years. Teamsters is a driving and trucking labor union based on the East Coast in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. He was a great trucker. In fact, he only had one minor incident in his 30-plus years of trucking. He was coming back from a long haul and was on Highway 55 in New Jersey, which is known as the most dangerous highway in New Jersey. Another thing most locals know about 55 is that a large amount of Native American artifacts were dug up and found during the highway's construction and repairs. Now back to the story. Gramps was 30 minutes from home, and it was dark out. He was later in his trucking career, and had already had 20 years or so under his belt. And again, not a single accident. Out of nowhere, anywhere from 3 to 5 human silhouettes dart out from the left side of the highway to the right. Grandpa was understandably startled, and swerved his rig to the left, whereas the figures had made it to the right already. He scraped the cab and trailer against the guardrail, and braked as hard as he could. His eyes darted to the rearview mirror to see the last of the figures duck into the tree line. He waited there for 10 minutes, just replaying what just happened in his head, even though the whole ordeal was over in 5 seconds. He never got a good look at the group for obvious reasons, but he said that they ran with what looked like canes in their hands and were wearing rags. He's from Philly, and moved to southern Jersey after he married my grandma. So yeah, he is a Philly city homeboy big time. Of course, he knows Native existed, but never of the kind on the East. Just the ones that hunt buffalo in the Clint Eastwood movies. It's pretty obvious that the canes were either spears or bows, and the rags the figures wore were animal hides or crude cloth. When he returned home, he was still shaken, and never talked with his wife, my grandma, at first. He only opened up about this with his trucking buddies, until one of them recommended that he should indeed tell his wife about the situation. So yeah, that's the story. I tagged along with my grandpa in his truck, since I was able to go to the bathroom on my own say about the age of 5. When school started, I left with him every break we had. Been most over all of Europe before I turned 12. Once in Austria in the summer, we were driving on a smaller highway, and Grandpa really needed to use the bathroom in the middle of nowhere. So we pulled over on the shoulder, and he grabbed some paper and his flashlight, and went around the front of the truck to the ditch. I rolled down my window as I waited in the cabin. After around 1 minute, I hear my grandpa shouting in despair, "Open the door, boy." I see him running along the positioning lights. alongside the trailer towards my door, pants along his knees. I popped the door wide open, and he flew up the steps into the back seat, screaming words that I've never heard before. And he taught me a lot of bad words along them roads. He slams the door and said, "Look outside," as I heard crazy commotion outside. He shined the ground outside, and there outside were two absolutely mental wild boars, headbutting and fighting the lower parts of our truck. My grandpa caught his breath and explains, as he pulled his pants down, a car passed and he saw a body with a leather suit and MC helmet laying in a ditch some 5 meters away. He shined his light and it seemed to be moving. A split second later, a boar looked out from inside the leather jacket covered in blood and mess. The second one must have been close by. Experienced as he was, he just ran for the truck without even pulling his pants up. We notified the local authorities and then drove off the first truck stop way down that road. Grandpa's need for going to the restroom didn't seem that important anymore. We were scared, but boy, did we tell that story to everyone that we ever met on the road. This one happened when I was hauling freight from New York to Nevada. I worked for a company that has many acronyms, and all of them bad. The company was pretty good, but never home. I always passed this ghost town on the border of New Mexico and Texas. Every time I passed through it, I got chills. I swore to never stop in that town because the closest town was a good 50 miles away, if not more. Unfortunately, I was unlucky, as my hours for that day had me stuck right in the center of that town. I pulled into the 70s era gas station and walked around. I thank God that I had my mag light, on steroids flashlight, as it made everything bright as day. I didn't find anything but boarded up windows and a swinging door to a hole in the ground toilet. I finished up my business, and thank God that I didn't need to sit down. I did my walk around and checked everything we were supposed to. A truck in tip-top shape is a truck. You never will be stranded in the middle of nowhere. I did this 3 times as my standard custom because I was a nervous Nelly. I got into my truck and checked everything inside and made sure no hitchhikers came, then closed all of my curtains to wind down after locked everything. I wasn't moving, and my freight wasn't going to be disturbed out here. After getting about 3 hours of sleep, I woke up to knocking. I was slow to it until I heard bam, 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 bam on my driver's side door. I rushed to the driver's side and turned my flashlight down. No one was there and no footsteps. I thought that was odd and opened the door, looked around all over the place and saw nothing. Got out, grabbed my keys and locked the door. Walked around the entire rig and noticed I only saw my shoe prints. I checked on everything and nothing was wrong. I did one more pass before I heard a bam, bam, bam on the passenger side this time. I ran over there quickly to see nothing there. I sighed to myself and prayed as I did another pass around the rig. Maybe someone was pulling a prank and being a jerk. I didn't see anyone at all and started to panic a little. If they climbed on my rig, I was going to be angry. I climbed into the truck after unlocking it. I said a prayer and went to bed. The next morning I did my morning pass and noticed what looked to be animal tracks. I shrugged it off as another animal being idiots. I said a prayer of thanks after I finished checking and swore to end my day early if I'm not halfway through my hours for that day, if I pass through that town again. I don't do trucking anymore after several problems, and now work as a caregiver for my grandfather. Many years ago, I was driving south on a freeway in the middle of Utah. I haven't seen another car coming or going for miles, even though it's the middle of the day. Then I see a semi ahead in the right lane of this 2-lane southbound freeway. I'm gaining on him in my lovely red sports car, so I pull into the left lane to pass. I was slightly over the speed limit to pass him quickly. He was doing slightly under the speed limit. There is no shoulder because it's some kind of bridge or culvert crossing. Remember, no other cars anywhere around. Just as I reach the halfway point on the semi, he starts changing lanes for no reason, into my lane. I have nowhere to go because there is no shoulder, and I'm going to die. Time slowed. The world blurred. Somehow I floored it in time, and my wonderful car flung me forward and ahead of death. He was fully in my lane when I looked in the rearview mirror. I have no doubt that he tried to kill me. It was clear, sunny, and he had nothing in front of him that would cause him to change lanes. There were no curves to hide my very red car as I overtook him. He could easily see me coming on the long straightaway. There was absolutely no reason for him to change lanes right as I was passing him. This part of the freeway was always isolated back in the day. There were no cars near us, no animals, and I saw no car for the next few miles as I raced away from him. If he tapped my car or if I overreacted, it probably would have looked like an unfortunate accident. I was a bus driver, and I did what they call the first sign on shifts, which are the first buses out of the depot. I usually started around 3:30 to 4 a.m., and one day I was running late for work, and I was naughty and didn't do my pre-departure check, and took off out of the depot. I was about halfway to the starting point of my route, in a bus that is pitch black with interior lights off, when I hear a voice right behind me say, "Where are we?" I absolutely crapped myself. Look up, and here is this homeless guy standing right behind me in the bus. I said, "What the heck are you doing on the bus?" And it turns out he slept in it overnight, and because I didn't do my pre-departure check, I didn't notice him. Guess who never missed doing a pre-departure check ever again? My dad isn't a trucker, but he used to take me with him to go to various cities and provinces to deliver some packages. I remember this creepy night since it happened when I was a teenager. We were driving across a highway at nighttime, maybe around 9 p.m. We were talking, laughing, and I was joking with him. And all of a sudden, he slammed on his brakes, and I almost hit the windscreen. I was like, "Dad, what's wrong?" Turn around. His face was so pale, and he said, "I hit a girl. Did you see that? I hit her." And he was about to open the door and walk to the front of the car to check it out. But I told him that I didn't see any girl, and he stopped opening the door. He tried to look outside, but everything was dark, and all I could see was the empty road. There was no blood, no dead body, nothing. The beam range from the car was bright enough to see 45 meters ahead. When he calmed down, he didn't say a thing and kept driving. I didn't say a single word as well because the atmosphere was really weird and creepy. When we reached the destination, my dad asked me again, "You didn't see that girl? The girl with long black hair and dressed in white?" At this time, I look at my dad, didn't say a word and shake my head. My dad never mentioned that story anymore, not to anyone in the family. And for some reason, I didn't tell that story to my siblings as well. I don't think I've shared this story before. At the time, I was working IT for a 3-letter formerly great tech company, doing retail point-of-sale upgrades. One of the techs that had been on an overnight job had gotten suddenly sick, and they needed an extra hand in the middle of the night. And I like money, so I went out there in the middle of the night to a site maybe 70 miles away. It was 1 to 2 a.m., and I'm going down roads that I wasn't familiar with. Right before I go around a bend on an empty 2-lane highway with, of course, no streetlights, and road cones are sort of haphazardly set up to start to block off the left lane. I'm in the right, so I don't mind, but it was weird that there were no warning signs or nothing. And then, what seemed like a quarter of a mile down the road, there's a car just stopped in the right lane that I was in. I slow down, and nearly at a stop because I'm a dumb teenager who didn't realize what this was. And out of the car step 2 dudes and start walking towards my truck. Well, I start to nope right out of there and run over a cone to get away. One dude tried to jump in front of me, but I got around him and sped off down the road. The traffic cones had stopped right where the stopped car was. I'm already a very anxious person, so after the panic and adrenaline wore off a few miles down the road, I called the cops to report what happened. Headlights appeared on the horizon behind me, which caused me to panic even more. I told the 911 dispatcher that I thought that I was being followed, and I pulled off at the next exit because it had a gas station. I pulled off, and the car behind me did too. My heart was slamming in my chest as I pulled up at the pump and sprinted into the store, only to find that the car that had pulled in behind me was a completely different car than the one that was stopped in the road and had a small woman driving it who had gotten out to pump her gas, instead of the 2 dudes who had jumped out of their car. After I had collected myself and told the dispatcher that it was someone else, I went out to ask her if she had seen the car stopped on the road after the cones. The lady pumping her gas said that she had seen the cones, but there was no car stopped on the road when she passed by. 15 minutes later, a cop came by the gas station to take my statement about it, and said that they had gotten a similar report a couple of weeks prior, but that was about it. Never heard back about if the cops found anything or not. Years ago, I was driving with my ex-girlfriend back from a wedding in northern Wisconsin, heading towards Madison where she lived. We were probably like 20 or 30 miles away from the city at that point, and it was probably around 1 a.m. My GPS, which was some really cheap brand that my dad got me as a gift from Radio Shack, had been going through some backcountry highways for some reason, after I had stopped for gas instead of getting me back on the expressway right away. I didn't mind. I kind of always found those really peaceful, even though at night they're pretty creepy. My girlfriend was asleep in the passenger seat, so I had turned down the music really quiet to not wake her, which added a bit of the eeriness of it all. I'm like really into this groove of driving, focused on the roads because it was so dark without streetlights everywhere. Then something on the side of the road catches my eye. It was a giant mountain lion, with what appeared to be blood all over its face. I start shaking my girlfriend awake to get her to see it before it was gone, but she woke up too late. I pulled over to the side of the road and asked her to watch the rear view so that she could see this huge thing cross the road, but it never did. She was convinced that I imagined it all, because that area of Wisconsin is not known for mountain lions. But I swear, I saw it. So, I am an over-the-road truck driver in America. I generally stay in the Midwest as I enjoy the open road and less traveled areas. I tend to drive at night because the roads are a lot more empty and there tends to be less traffic construction going on around that time. Around this particular night, I was in Kansas, making my way to Wyoming. I drive for hours at a time nonstop, so before my drive, I stack up on food and drinks. I've accustomed my bladder to hold going to the bathroom after years of truck driving until I can't hold it anymore. Now in Nebraska, I get the urge to pee, so I start finding a part of the road that I'm able to pull over safely without damaging my tires. But this is the backwoods of the country, so finding this would be a little hard but not impossible. When I finally feel that I have found a perfect enough location, I pull over. Since I'm in the middle of nowhere, I have nowhere to pee, besides an empty gallon that contained water, because there's no way I'm stepping outside in the dead of night. As I'm doing my business, I hear a tap. I do want to make it known that I travel in my truck alone. I don't have a partner on the truck, nor a pet of any kind. The truck radio is off, the windows are up, and all you can hear from my perspective is the hum of the truck running. I begin to look for the sound, which at first I thought was my mini fridge, because when it gets unplugged, the melted water from the freezer will leak out and start to make a patter noise on the floor. I checked and it wasn't that, and in realizing this, I noticed the tap sounded more like a small rock hitting the side of the truck, the driver's side in particular. Within my truck, I start to look outside of the driver window, but don't find anything in particular, so I start to look out of all the windows. I don't see anything anywhere, so I start to think it could be the truck itself. I get back in the driver's seat to get out of the truck to look under the hood. As I'm about to step out, another small rock hits my door, and I look out into the side of the road, where in the field stand these tall corn stalks. Keep in mind, these corn stalks are tall. I mean, I'm standing on the top step of my truck and I can see right above them. And in looking out into the darkness, I see the top of someone's head. Just the top, not even a forehead, just their hair, which was black. The average height of a corn stalk is 8 foot. So, I don't know about you, but whoever that was had an advantage. I get back in the truck and lock the doors, put the window down a tad bit, and yell, "Hey, you need help?" No answer. "Hey man, you good?" No answer. So I say screw it, put the truck in gear, and get out of there as quick as I could. I don't even look back, just try to get away from them and the area as fast as the truck will go, after being at a standstill on the side of the road. I drive for hours until I reach Wyoming and pull over at a truck stop to get some sleep. Before heading to sleep, I go inside the truck stop to get some food, and as I'm coming back to my truck, I see marks on the back of the passenger side of the truck, as if someone had keyed my truck. I start angrily looking around to see who it could have been, but can't really come to a conclusion, since most of the other drivers weren't in their front seat. Then, I start looking around my entire cab, and notice the marks are also on the back of the cab, near the platform where the cab and trailer connect. I start remembering about the person I saw in the field, and thought it was them, but I don't remember feeling anyone hop on back there. So I was left puzzled. Nothing else happened for the rest of the day, thankfully, so I'm not sure who that person was, or what they wanted, or what their intentions even were. And I'm glad that I never ended up finding out. This happened on a road trip with my ex-girlfriend, and I've always wanted to tell this story. We were headed to Eureka, California from Oregon, and had to go on this highway 299. We had a late start to our day, so it was nighttime by the time we set out on 299, thinking it would be just a normal stretch of rainy highway. We were thoroughly unprepared for how twisty and isolated it really was. Midnight came, and it had been pouring rain. My girlfriend was dodging rockfall for the entire drive so far. She was absolutely drained. We found a flat place to pull over for a quick nap, like a little outcrop of dirt alongside the road. The rain had stopped, but it was muddy, and man was it quiet. Eerily so. We were both so drained that we just crashed for about 30 minutes or so in our respective seats. Keep in mind, we'd been on the road for a while and hadn't passed a single car the entire time. I woke up to the sound of scratching underneath the car that I brushed off as an animal. Then I heard steady plopping out in the mud, like someone was circling our car, but I didn't see a thing. I elbowed my girlfriend thinking she was still asleep, but she was fully awake and frozen in place and just said, "I know." She said she had this feeling that something was off from the second that we pulled into that spot. We held deathly still for a bit longer, still reckoning that it was a deer or something, in denial. I got a large wave of goosebumps when we heard that faint scratching start up yet again. This time we bolted into action, and she threw the car into reverse pretty quickly. Suddenly she screamed, "There's someone there! Oh my God!" as she saw a figure dive into a nearby bush, lit up from the reverse lights. I looked but didn't see anything. We both were in 100% panic mode and practically skidded back onto the road. The rest of the drive back into California was unremarkable, but we did have a motorcycle tail us for most of the way back after that. From a decent distance, luckily. But seeing that faint light bobbing far behind us gave us the creeps on top of everything. It's probably unrelated, but who knows? Everything felt creepy and wrong for the rest of the night. Be careful on Highway 299 in Oregon. This happened some 15 years ago, as I was driving back up north from Newbury in the UK. Now, I don't do anywhere near as much driving as you Americans, but for late night trips, I always operate a buddy system just in case. My friend had taken his rest and woke up about 45 minutes before time to set off. I checked the weather forecast. Heavy fog due across the M1 at around 2 a.m., just as I would be hitting that part of the route. Dang. I asked my buddy if we can set off a half an hour earlier to skip it. He agrees and we set off. We're doing good time thanks to the lack of traffic, but I can see a fog line appearing. It gets thick fast. I take a look at the clock. 1:30 a.m. Dang, weather forecasters got it wrong again, I think to myself. I ask my buddy to stay alert in case I miss something, as I'll be concentrating dead ahead. I have to slow to about 35 to 40 miles per hour from 70 because visibility is basically nil, but stopping the car would be suicide if there's anything behind me. Based on my position, I know there's a service station at about 15 miles, so I'll turn off there and wait it out. The fog starts getting really thick, to the point where I'm thinking maybe it's actually safer to stop. I can't see the road or the cat's eyes at this point. I pull to the left slowly and wait for the telltale feel of the hard shoulders rumble strip. It didn't come, nor has the car hit a ditch. At this point, I'm a bit freaked out, as I have no orientation and I can't see the road. I'm down to about 15 miles per hour now as my buddy says, "Hey, there's a light in front of us." It's a green light, which is odd for the motorway, but maybe I can see what's going on from there. I pick up a little speed and head towards the green light. As I'm driving forward, the fog begins to lift, and I realize where we are. At the intersection of Beverly Road and the A63, the green light was a traffic light. I pull the car over and we both say to each other, "What the heck?" This is approximately 150 miles from where the fog started, a good 2.5-hour drive away. I look at my watch, 1:50 a.m. I take a look at the radio clock in the car, 4 a.m. I get my phone out. My buddy gets his phone out. Both say 1:50 a.m. As I look in the rear view, there's not a trace of fog behind me. Both of us are quite freaked out at this point, so we decide to find out which clock is right. I drive to the station, 4:07 a.m. To this day, I have no explanation, and neither of us can account for the missing 2.5 hours. Not how I managed to do multiple lane changes and junctions to get from the M1 to the M62, and then the A63. My friend and I were driving south towards Gallup, New Mexico in his elderly mother's Prius, bringing it back to Southern California for her from Colorado. It was the middle of nowhere, on a dark road about 2:30 in the morning, when this 1990s safari van starts getting right on our tail. We move over to let the van pass, and he gets right behind us and starts flashing his lights. My buddy gets into the other lane again and slows down enough that I can see the license plate has a piece of cardboard taped over it. The van then starts swerving to try and force us off the road. My buddy floors it, but it's a Prius. We pull ahead for a second, but the van rapidly catches up and starts trying to force us off the road at speed. As we approached an off-ramp, I decided that I had enough of this stuff to pull out my 1911. I rolled down the window and leaned out, presenting my weapon, and prepared to send rounds into this van. The van slammed on the brakes and shot off the off-ramp. We continued in a gallop and phoned the police, who told us that they were probably trying to get us to stop and rob us. They did not expect any problems from a Prius with California plates. This was the scariest situation I have run into while driving, for sure. My friends and I were taking a road trip from Arizona to California. We decided we wanted to go before the sunrise, and we left at about midnight. We were about 3 hours in, but my car needed gas and the girls and I wanted to stop to toke up. We had a considerable amount of weed in the car, and we wanted to get rid of it all before our drive back. So we decided to roll a joint in this poorly lit gas station. We were just about to take a hit when this guy comes running up to my car and starts to pound on the driver's side window. I rolled it down just enough to talk to him, but not enough for him to force entry into my car. He seemed scared and shaken up, but something didn't seem right. He was sweaty, and I could tell that he was looking inside of my car for something. At first, I thought he was an undercover cop, and my heart was racing. However, he said he had some car trouble and asked if we would take a look at it. At this point, it was 3 a.m. I had all my doors locked and had not gotten gas yet. I knew nothing of cars, and neither did any of the ladies in the car. We told him this. I told him I could call a tow for him, although he persisted on using my phone. The other girls were freaking out, and of course I was too. I could see a payphone by the vending machine at the gas station, and told him that I would slip him a few quarters through the crack in my window so that he could call whoever he would like. Out of nowhere, his tone changed. He got really calm and looked me dead in the eye. He told me to unlock the door. My eyes darted towards the direction of his car, and we could see 2 other males pacing while one male was sitting in the driver's seat. I noped right out of there, told him to leave us alone, rolled up the window and hopped right back on the highway. I know for a fact if we had gotten out of the car, we would have never been seen again. I called the police to report him and asked to be notified if there was an arrest made. I never heard back. Arizona is #1 for sex trafficking. Be safe out there, ladies and gentlemen. When I lived in rural Maine, my boyfriend at the time took me on a drive in his truck. He wanted to show me something he said he learned about from one of his college professors. We already kind of lived in the middle of nowhere, but we drove even further into literally nowhere. We were on this road that was 5 to 8 miles of just forest on both sides. No houses, no signs, no driveways, nothing. Then he pulls over near a slight break in the trees. Was a very overgrown old driveway, chained off at the road, with an old, dilapidated sign that said private property. We parked on the road and walked in about a half mile, and there was this old, abandoned log cabin house there. I don't know when it was built, but it was old enough to not have any connection to the electric grid and no electrical outlets inside. It was a bit odd, but my boyfriend said he had been there before and led me to a door in the back where we could break in. He mentioned that the last property owner said in their will that no changes could be made to the property after they died, like no agriculture or major renovations. So I guess that's why the land was never resold, since nobody could do anything with it. I don't remember if we entered through the second floor somehow, or climbed upstairs once inside, but I remember being on this loft that overlooked the interior of the house, with no railing. Definitely a 15+ foot drop right at the edge of the loft. Maybe there weren't stairs inside at all, or a ladder. It was back in the fall of 2011 when I was a freshman in college, so it's a bit fuzzy. I remember seeing an old wood stove made of iron downstairs and a countertop, but otherwise I think the place was pretty sparse and made entirely of wood. There was also no sink in the kitchen area and no bathroom, so no plumbing either. The loft we were on had literally thousands of dead flies all over the floor. It was creepy and gross. I know they could have gotten stuck there over the years, but the sheer number of them on every surface and not being decayed, turned to dust, was just so unnerving. My boyfriend, for some reason, decides this is a nice place to smoke weed. I didn't want to stay, but he laid a blanket out over the flies, and he sat and rolled a joint. I did take a couple of puffs, but started getting an uneasy feeling, so I stopped. I'm a regular smoker, but this was just a crazy situation. Then suddenly I realized that the sun was setting, and we were losing light fast. The house very quickly got this terrifying impending doom feeling, and I knew that I just needed to get out of that house. I expressed my concerns to my boyfriend multiple times, each time seeming more desperate to leave, but he wasn't worried and took his sweet time hand-rolling himself a cigarette and taking all of the unnecessary stuff out of his pockets, laying them out in the blanket and slowly putting them away. It was really making me mad that he wasn't taking me seriously, and I had such a sense of urgency to get out. I ended up getting out of the house first and started running down that half-mile long dirt driveway to get out and away. My boyfriend shuffled behind me, fumbling with things in his hands. He was practically a prepper and carried all sorts of things with him in all his pockets, cargo pants, backpack, etc., at all times, like flashlights, lighters, weed pipes, rolling papers, weed, rolling tobacco, and probably 20 other things he thought were useful. I got out of the woods when we were just losing that last light before the true darkness set in. Mind you, this country road has no streetlights the whole way. He had flashlights, but I didn't feel like flashlights equaled safety. I felt we were being watched, and whatever it was super negative. I don't know if I overacted, or my boyfriend was literally just doped up and clueless, but I never really trusted him after that. I don't know why the heck I let myself get in that situation. Needless to say, he's not in my life anymore. I live in southern Missouri, middle of nowhere. Few neighbors that live several hundred yards away, and are pretty old and nobody is usually out. It's winter, so they are never outside, and it gets dark around 6 p.m. It was 8 p.m. and I was in my shop working when I heard a whistle in the tune of a song sounding like it was just outside of my shop. Nobody had been around, or I would have known. It went on for about a minute, and I got chills down my spine, and a sudden fear rushed over me. So I ran inside to get my wife to come out with me, in case it happened again, but it never did, wondering if anyone else has had any similar experiences with this, or know what it could have been. My friends and I are on our way from Chicago, back to our home in Evansville, Indiana. As much as we drive through the Midwestern country to get there, pitch black highways surrounded by trees and cornfields. About 4 hours away from home, my friend screams and I look up. We hit a deer going 50. The poor guy bounces off the front end and is probably dead on impact. We come to a stop to commiserate, call our parents, etc. We are stranded on a highway in the middle of nowhere, trees to our right and a few houses a bit far off to our left, all surrounded by cornfields, of course. My friend is standing outside surveying the damage when we hear a scream, a man's scream, a bit far off to our left. My other friend and I look at each other wide-eyed. A few minutes pass and we hear one again. I make a joke about skinwalkers and my friend gets back in the car. A bit later, after calling 911, we hear another scream, a woman this time, and it seems closer. We're waiting on the deputy and nervously joking about whether it's skinwalkers or crazy elderly people with sundowners, a la The Visit. And my friend facing the trees suddenly laughs nervously and rolls up the window. I just heard clicking noises outside of my window, and I'm rolling it up because I'm not going to pretend that I didn't just hear them. Anyway, now we're back on our way. The car is drivable. And out of skinwalker country or whatever the heck that was. Just something spooky that happened, and I thought that I'd share it. My boyfriend went camping with friends once before we met. His friends went to bed one by one, and he was the last one at the fire, waiting for it to die down while he finished a beer. Said he got the distinct feeling that someone was watching him, and he's an avid camper, so he said it really struck him as odd that he was feeling nervous. Anyway, it was enough to make him put out the fire and go to sleep in his car with the doors locked. So he falls asleep in the middle of the night, hears a big noise that wakes him up. He wasn't sure what it was because he had been sleeping and doesn't hear anything else. He thought that maybe he dreamt it. But it's still pitch black out, so he stays in the car and goes back to sleep. The next morning he wakes up, and the first thing he sees is a big handprint on his passenger side window, like someone had smacked the glass. His friends swear it wasn't them, and I believe them. They're not the type to prank each other like that. Still freaks me out. And I think about it sometimes, when I camp now. I went solo backpacking near Skinwalker Ranch and nearly got abducted by aliens. I woke up in the middle of the night to a beam of light directly over my tent. I thought someone might be standing over my tent with a headlamp on, but there was no sound and no response to my hellos. I finally got the courage to open the window, but nobody was there. But the light was still shining down in a perfect beam. So I got my knife and bear spray and was ready to give E.T. the good old welcome to Earth. When I got out of the tent and looked up, it was the moon. The full moon had come out from behind the mountains, under the cover of the clouds, and the clouds had finally parted. But it definitely scared the heck out of me. I was sitting by my fire on a solo trip one night, sipping a little too much whiskey. I keep hearing leaves crinkle behind me. I convince myself that it's just the fire. For a bit. Until it gets close enough that I know darn well that it's something trying to eat me. I set my flask down, hatchet in one hand, flashlight in the other, and I stand up and turn as quickly and gracefully as I can. My light lands on the hideous monster that wanted to eat me. Only it's no monster, just a deer. Admittedly, he was quite close. The deer immediately turns and runs off towards his two friends, who I am convinced were laughing. I assumed that they were playing the classic reindeer game of who can get the closest to the human without getting caught. I also had a similar story where I was backcountry camping by myself. I had just settled in my tent and turned off my lantern when I realized there was a light show going on outside all around my tent. It was glowing, and the lights were flickering all over the place. It wasn't the moon, more like a lightning show without lightning, or a disco. I had no clue what was going on outside, either aliens or a forest poltergeist. I was scared, but I opened the zipper a bit and peeked out, and it was fireflies. The whole clearing where I was camping was lit up full of fireflies. I've never seen so many, and it was quite pretty. I just never noticed them until I turned my lantern off. I was camping in the Linville Gorge for the first time and was down a dead-end trail beside the river. I was in my hammock with a bug net and tarp. About 1:30 in the morning, my entire hammock lit up brighter than the sun for about 3 or 4 seconds, but it felt like forever. I was sure that I was going to get abducted by aliens. Then it stopped, and I never heard anything. I was too scared to look outside, so I just stayed still and eventually went back to sleep. Last year, my family and I went camping in Little Narcos here in Washington. It was during that really bad fire up by Bumping Lake. Anyways, one day during the dead of night, my girlfriend and I start hearing a loud clanking noise, as if someone was slamming very thick sticks against trees. We hear it repeatedly in one direction for a while, maybe intervals of 10 at a time. Then it goes quiet for a few minutes. Then we would hear it in another direction outside of the camp, once even coming from the direction of a smallish hill that we were camping next to. It kept coming from different directions all night. It always sounded as if the noise was coming from about 25 yards outside of the camp, give or take. We ended up falling asleep, and the next day everybody said that they were hearing it as well. A family friend even left his tent that night to investigate, but couldn't find anything or hear anyone. He thought he was just tripping out, because it was his first time camping. Anyways, the noises were of course accompanied by twigs snapping on the ground. We couldn't find any animal footprints the next day. No scratches on trees from an antler or bear claws. Just my grandmother telling us that my little brother actually started sleepwalking towards one corner of the tent, to which he explained that he thought that my grandma was outside of the tent calling him in his dream. My grandmother found a small pennant of an angel outside her tent that next morning. Could have been something random that an earlier camper had dropped, but it just made the story that much more weird. I was on a 4-day canoe trip down a river in Victoria, Australia, and on the third night, we set up camp in a camping area that is really only accessible by water. While searching for firewood, one girl and I smell something terrible, definitely something large and dead. We keep going down a little game trail and found a mound of branches and sticks. The smell is also strong now, so strong that we didn't even know the direction it's coming from. I kind of peer into this mysterious mound, and we push the few top branches off, giving ourselves the creep, imagining as if this is where the smell's from. We uncover nothing and make our way back to camp and tell the other girls that we assume there is a dead kangaroo up further. That night we toast marshmallows and head to our tents late. A few hours later, I'm awoken by weird coughing sounds and heavy, fast running through our camp between our tents. It's so frantic, but so purposeful. Now, the smell of earlier is definitely a murdered canoer, and we're next because we have stumbled into this psycho's territory, and we don't even know how to leave other than by water. I figure I'd rather die first than be chased through the brush, wondering if my friends are alive. So I grab my head torch and slowly unzip the tent. Nothing. No sounds at all. This guy must be right next to the tent now and ready to pounce. The girls that I'm with are heavy sleepers, so they won't even hear the struggle. I turn on my light, and I'm surrounded by dozens of eyes littered around the camp. Eyes eating our marshmallows. Possums. Huge brush-tail possums having a turf war in the middle of our tents. The 3 girls that I was with never heard a thing. I was in Sequoia with 3 friends a couple of years ago. We had set up camp, made a fire, and were just hanging out as it got dark. It was the first night, and we were only about 8 miles from the trailhead. I'm not sure why I did it, but I had my headlamp on and swung the beam through the woods uphill from us. There was a guy just sitting there in the dark with his pack. Alone, no lights. I was a little weirded out, but figured maybe he was just waiting for someone. I ignored it and didn't let my light linger on him or say anything. 30 minutes later, I checked again and he was still there. At that point, I told my friends, and not knowing if he had seen us hide our bear cans, he sneakily relocated our food without using lights. When we checked again 10 minutes later, we couldn't find him. Luckily, we didn't see or hear from him again. But the fact that he was sitting above our camp with a good view of everything and no lights to give away his location just gave me a bad feeling. I'm sure it was nothing, but it was definitely a little bit hard to sleep that night. A long time ago, I did a 6-day hike through the Shenandoah, Virginia part of the Appalachian Trail, from Front Royal to Big Meadows. Now, this was the first time I had ever hiked. Not only was I an amateur, but I was completely naive. My hero at the time was a man who walked from the middle of the Congo Basin out to the Western Ocean in Africa. He hiked it in sandals, so I hiked in sandals. So I was very green to everything about the Appalachian Trail. I was along a ridgeline walking where the path was really thin and covered by grass about a foot high on both sides. I'm in my own thoughts, and I see this hiker coming the other way. He was about 6'2" and lean with thick curly brown hair. I'm a big guy, 6'1" and 250 pounds. He saw me coming the other way and stepped off the trail. He said, "Go ahead, jerk." He said it so oddly with a blank face, like it was a casual thing. I went past him completely weirded out. Needless to say, I was weirded out for a while. So 2 days later, I came across a designated campsite with a constructed platform lean-to. I was so tired with my feet bandaged and raw. It was still around 4, so I was debating whether or not to keep going when 2 women came into the camp. They were of the good-looking granola variety. They looked happy and tired. They said that they might stay there, so staying at that campsite was looking better. About 20 minutes later, that same weird guy walked into camp and started to unpack. It looks like they knew each other. I was bummed out. I did not want to be in camp with this guy. I started to pack up. The 2 girls were heating up dinner, their potable stoves firing. As I was leaving, the guy takes out his dish, goes up to one of the women, shakes the dish in her face and says, "Jerk, make me dinner." That's when I left. I thought it was some kind of weird joke, so I continued hiking until dark and ended up making camp off the trail in the brush. So 2 days later, I was at another campsite. I got there early, so as a friendly gesture, I made a campfire. Everyone who camped there was friendly. Just before dark, to my surprise, the 2 girls showed up. I asked if their friend was with them and they asked who. I said the tall guy. They began to explain that they did not know him and they had never seen him before. They just had this feeling of being weirded out. They cooked some food for him and then they left with mace in hand. I felt like I missed my chance to be gallant or something. But mostly, we all had the feeling of being weirded out. Kind of like we avoided a serial killer or something. I was camping in the White Mountains of New Hampshire with my wife. Late in the night, something ran into the side of our tent. Made a noise but no real damage. We went back to sleep. The next morning, outside of the door of the tent were neatly laid a vole, 3 mice, and 1 squirrel, all dead. That was creepy. Someone once told me that cats will sometimes do that in the wild, leave presents for humans, especially if they had once been domesticated. But whatever it was, we packed up and hightailed it out of there. This happened in Utah. Be one of the 3 adults with 3 teens. Long hike goes into the night. We didn't make the planned location. We stopped for the night around 11 p.m., eat and then go to bed. We wake up at 3 a.m. after a dream of a creature looking down upon us from the hill, then charging at camp. I bolt awake, see the other 2 adults sitting upright in bed. Did you just have a dream? All 3 of us had the same dream. We noticed that we were in a round clearing with a mound in the middle soaked moonlight. We wake up the kids, pack, and get the heck out of there. We had hiked in about 10 miles to go trout fishing. Finished for the day, had supper, and the 4 of us were in a tent for the night. At about 3 a.m., one of the guys woke us up. There was a sniffing / something moving around the camp. It finally started sniffing and snuffling and pushing against the tent door. I mean, really trying to get in. Nose outline pushed into the fabric. They all thought it was a bear. I was tasked with pointing my pistol at the door, while one of the other guys unzipped it a little bit and rolled away so we could see what the creature was. It poked its nose through the tent door. Everyone screamed, "Shoot it, shoot it." I was safety off, trigger halfway pulled, when I realized that it was a coon dog nose poking through the door. It was just lost and spent the rest of the night in the tent with us and was our best dog buddy for the next several days. My boyfriend, our dog, and I were camping in Beaver, Utah. I'm usually a heavy sleeper, but when it comes to being out in the woods, I'm not. My boyfriend is the opposite. Once the sun was setting, it was getting freezing cold. My dog went into my sleeping bag and cuddled me, making the night so perfect. Until, I think, around 2 a.m. I woke up to some sounds. Trying to brush it off and fall asleep, I hear it louder and closer. I start freaking out, and my boyfriend is well asleep. The sounds were like coyotes or wolves maybe. In my head at the time, I would convince myself that it was a pack of wolves, because I assumed the worst, and at the time, didn't know the difference in what they sound like. They kept on howling and crying, from all sides of the camp, getting closer and closer. Finally, my boyfriend wakes up and he brushes it off saying, "Oh, it's fine. We're safe." Well, I didn't feel safe. At one point, they were so close. They were freaking out my dog, and she started barking. And I didn't know whether that would help or make it worse, so I tried shushing her a bit. They ended up being so close to camp, I could hear them walking around, twigs snapping. I slept terribly. I was trembling. My dog was trembling, and my boyfriend was sleeping peacefully. Still to this day, I don't know if it was coyotes or wolves, but we lived. It was a beautiful spot though. Would love to camp there again. Maybe bring a wildlife cam and something to put me in a deep sleep. A half hour from my house in the state forest, there are backpacking shelters that you can rent. It's like a single group campsite with a crude cabin with no door, a fire ring, and a single pit toilet outhouse. They're in the middle of nowhere, several miles apart. Not like a campground at all. Very secluded. There are 5 sites on a 32-mile trail. About 15 to 20 years ago, my parents' friends were staying out there partying for a few days. We hiked out there for a day trip to visit. I was a kid, maybe 12 or so. I was hiking the trails around the campsite with my dog. I heard a very distinct cry for help. "Help me," really loud, plain as day. It was a soft, higher-pitched voice, either a woman or an older child. I didn't hesitate. I started running towards the voice with my dog. Bad idea. Should have grabbed an adult. My dog was acting weird as we searched for a half hour and came up empty. Nothing. Nobody out there. She seemed reluctant to continue further, and we turned around. I told my parents and the other adults at camp. They just kind of laughed it off. I was distraught for the rest of the day. Fast forward a couple of decades later to last year. I'm solo backpacking, which I do a lot. I decided to rent that very same spot for myself. It was my halfway destination and place to sleep on a 15-mile round trip. Things were going good. I made camp and fired up the single burner stove. It was dark. Almost time for bed. I was enjoying my delicious ramen noodles. This uneasy feeling came over me. A feeling I've never really had before and can't fully describe. My body tensed up. I got cold. My hair stood up on the back of my neck. Right then and there, I suddenly needed to leave. I don't know why, just had to. I didn't have time to properly pack. I started stuffing my gear into my backpack. Then my LED headlamp with relatively fresh, or so I thought, batteries died. There's absolutely no moon. It's dark. Very dark. I pulled a tiny 50-lumen Streamlight style pen light from my pocket and finished packing. I had a large, heavy-duty contractor garbage bag that I always kept packed away to use for a makeshift rain poncho. I finished stuffing my tent and sleeping bag in the garbage bag. I hustled out of the woods with my poorly organized pack on my back and my garbage bag of belongings over my shoulder. The strange thing about my story was it wasn't quiet in the woods when things got weird. I could hear a pack of coyotes yipping and going nuts in the distance when I was hiking out, but nothing else really. Here I am, a grown man who considers himself proficient outdoorsman, sprinting out of the woods. For what? From what? The dark? As a legal permit holder, I always carry a sidearm when doing long solo trips in the woods or hunting. People say with a good holster, you forget the thing's on ya. Well, I was definitely very aware of the sidearm on my way out. I made it to my car in serious record time. I loaded up and sped off. It took me a while to shake the feeling. On the way back, I did get lost, but Google Maps helped me backtrack to the fork in the trail. I completely, 100% forgot about the voice calling for help incident at that very spot a decade or so earlier. Then it hit me once I got home and unpacked in the middle of the night. I remembered that voice, looking for that person screaming for help. Me and my dog. I got knots in my stomach. For reasons I can't explain, it all kind of started to make sense to me, like there was some sort of correlation. I don't venture into that area anymore unless I'm with other people. Something strange is or was out there, or something really bad happened there in the past. I know that this story isn't that crazy, but most of the real ones aren't. I looked online into missing persons or whatever, and didn't come up with anything significant. There have been a couple of murders, but those predated my experience by 10 plus years. And although they were in the same state land, they were not what I'd consider nearby. Perhaps something was attempting to lure me as a kid. That same thing was enough to tip me off as an adult. Maybe I was just a dumb kid with an active imagination. Maybe as an adult, the stress of life got to me, as I was left with my thoughts in the wilderness and I had a panic attack. But honestly, who really knows? Camping at La Wiswis Campground in Washington. There was a nearby party at a different site. No biggie. My friend and I, who are both women, were drinking and smoking weed, minding our own business. We had a trail running next to our site that led to another site tucked back a bit. A family with an infant was staying there. Great people, and they walked through a few times, so any movement going through the night I just assumed it was them. I slept in a hammock roughly 6 feet off the ground, wrapped in a bunch of blankets. Early morning, I wake up to the sound of leaves crunching while someone slowly approached me and stood over for a few moments. Then they slowly walked away. I had the worst feeling in the pit of my stomach. I quickly unwrapped myself to find a teen/young adult leaning over my friend in her hammock. He was reaching for something on her when she woke up and started to yell for him to get out of there. He was like, "Oh, I was just looking at your campsite." Turns out he was reaching for her knife on her belt. Mind you, we had all of our gear, Bluetooth speakers, weed, beer, and electronics, on the camp table. Bad idea. But this guy didn't care about any of that. Just wanted our knife. It was like 5 a.m., and I wasn't going back to sleep, so we left. As we're driving out of the campground, we see this same kid. He smiles and waves at us. I haven't felt safe while camping since, and will only camp if I have a guy with me. I was 12, camping with my family in New Jersey. I took our dog for a long walk around the campground perimeter, and there was farmland next door. Well, there was old barbed wire under the grass that must have been from the farm, and sure enough, I stepped into it halfway up my calf. I was yelling for help and crying from the pain. I told my dog to go get Dad, and off he went. Then, gunshots. I looked and saw the farmer far away running across the field with a rifle, and every few feet he stopped and took a shot at me. I was trapped. Couldn't move. Couldn't lay down. Then sure enough, my dog arrives with like 15 people. He must have really made it clear. They got me free, but when I looked up, there was no farmer, and no one heard the shots. Not my story, but a close friend's. They were camping as a family, a mom, a dad, and 2 small girls in Washington State. They hiked up into the mountains for like 10 miles before setting up camp. Everything was great until about a half an hour after dark. They heard someone coming up the trail. No lights, just walking steps. The footsteps stopped outside their tent. My friend's spouse unzipped the tent to see who it was. There was a nearly naked man with wild hair and a huge beard standing outside staring at him. "Zip in the stats" is the only thing he said to them. My friend starts freaking out. Why is a nearly naked man trying to get them to zip stats? What stats exactly? How does one zip a stat? It was too far to hike back to the car in the dark, so they zipped up the tent and basically stayed awake all night while the man sat near their fire pit. At first light, they repacked and hiked back to their car. The man followed them most of the way. They didn't see him do any drugs, and he had nowhere to keep his stash since they only seen a fancy loincloth. About halfway to the car, he disappeared behind them on the trail. They hoped that they could put the incident in the past and forget about it, and they almost could, until they got to their car and saw that someone had written in car soap or chalk, "Zip in the stats," on every window of their car. I went car camping with my 6-year-old on a private campground last year. I've camped a million times, but this was the first time I had taken her by myself. That night, we settled in after a good day on the river. The moon was nearly full, and you could see so clearly. There was no need for a flashlight, and we were in a pretty open clearing. She fell asleep almost immediately, but for some reason I was extremely on edge and couldn't sleep. I felt like something was watching us, but I chalked it up to being alone with my small child. After a few hours of struggling to calm my nerves, she wakes up needing to use the bathroom. Now, I'm thinking I really do not want to get out of this car, but I put my brave face on and we step out of the SUV. She was totally fine, but as soon as we step into the moonlight, this child screams at the top of her lungs, "What is that?" while literally crawling up onto my back. The sense of dread hit me, and I'm looking all around not seeing a thing. I'm asking, "Where? What do you see? I'm not seeing it." Trying to keep her calm, but she's screaming, "Right there! What is that? Right there!" as if it's directly in front of us and I'm blind. I scoop her up and run to the safety of the bathrooms because I truly believe that she saw something that I couldn't see. My heart is racing, and I'm asking what she saw. She keeps saying she doesn't know what it was and can't describe it to me. We do our business, and I look out not seeing anything. I pick her up and get us back in the car where she immediately falls back asleep, and I do not get a wink until morning. Needless to say, we did not stay another night, but it was hands down the most scary experience I've had while camping. I don't know what she saw, but I had never seen her react like that to anything in her life. In 2020, my mom, a female in her 60s, and I, a female in my 30s, decided to go on an overnight camping trip together on the Oregon coast. I picked what looked like a pretty campsite from a campsite app, and off we went. When we get there, we realized it was right off the highway, but there were enough trees and a fence up front that you couldn't really see the road. But the gate was just a metal gate that swung into place, no locks. There was a house on either side, but the property was fenced in on both sides. We pitched the tent pretty far back, close to the woods on the back of the property. The closest house was about 100 yards away, and the highway was about 200 yards. But again, it was all mostly fenced in and surrounded by tall firs. It was a lovely sight, and my mom raved about how beautiful and peaceful it was. I will say that I got a feeling of dread as soon as we walked onto the property, but we arrived late, and I didn't know if we'd be able to get a new spot quickly. My mom could tell that I was nervous, but for some reason I put her enjoyment of the beauty and of the campsite over my feeling of dread. We made a nice campfire and enjoyed some hot chocolate as we watched the fire. I kept an eye out and didn't see or hear anything odd. If I remember correctly, my mom went to bed before I did, and stayed up and watched the fire for a long time before going to bed. Finally, I tucked in, very exhausted from staying up. At about 2 a.m., I awoke to twigs snapping and what sounded like someone dragging their fingers on the side of the tent, up to the front. I sat up and grabbed up my phone and the only weapon I had, a large flashlight, and unzipped my sleeping bag in case I needed to fight anyone. There was a full moon that night, and I couldn't tell if it was a person's shadow falling on the tent, or if it was a tree branch shadow moving from the wind. It sounded like there were two people outside trying to be quiet. We had brought our boots inside, so there was no indicator of who was in the tent. It felt like they were trying to gauge the tent while I was listening for where they were. I had made sure to make enough noise so that they knew that someone inside was alert, but no more than that. If they know someone is awake, they can't surprise us, but they also don't know who is inside and whether or not we have guns. I sat there in the dark until dawn. My mom slept through the whole thing. When we got up and out of the tent, small things had been moved. Our camp chairs had cup holders. One cup that had been in a cup holder was on the ground. A pen that had been in a cup holder was also on the ground. My mom raves about how good her sleep was and how refreshing it was to camp there, so I didn't want to burst her bubble or scare her. We packed up and I didn't tell her, but I let her have a nice memory of deep rest and relaxation while camping on this beautiful property. Was it someone living in the woods? Someone walking down the highway in the middle of the night? Creepy neighbors? Who knows? My mom got a great experience, and I got a refund and a fear of camping. The property owner said that they might set up cameras to keep an eye on things in the future. People scare me more than anything else that could be out there. Anyway, listen to your gut. We should have found another campsite, or at least a hotel. So I've been sitting on this experience a while, I guess just not wanting to make a big deal out of nothing. But after reading some of the stories here and on other related subs, I would really like an answer to what I experienced. Back in about March of this year, I went camping with a friend, my boyfriend, and 3 dogs. My friend slept in his tent with his dog, and I slept in my tent with my 2 dogs and my boyfriend. My friend's tent was about 30 feet away from ours, and we were camping in the North Georgia mountains off an old Forest Service road. We were right next to a creek. For context, I'm an experienced backpacker, and am familiar with the usual nighttime sounds like rustling in the leaves, sticks breaking, cicadas, etc. I have a lot of experience camping by myself, so it's rare that I get spooked out by anything other than humans nearby, as I'm aware of the dangers of traveling solo as a woman. However, this particular night, I wake up in the middle of the night with a sense of absolute dread that I've never had before. I check my phone, and it's about 3:30 to 4 a.m. I really had to use the bathroom, and was debating on whether I wanted to try to put on my hiking boots and venture outside, or just try and hold it until daylight. I didn't want to wake up the dogs, because if they heard me putting on my boots, they'd likely want to go outside to go to the bathroom as well. I'm still in the tent. That's when I notice it. It's almost like a hum, but not in the pleasant way where it's a tune or anything like that. It's a low-pitched hum that was reverberating throughout the campsite and forest, and through my body. It had 2 tones. It started with a relatively higher pitch, and would switch to the relatively lower pitch after a period of time. Then it would start over without a break in the sound at all. It wasn't soft either. It felt like it was covering the entire wooded area that we were in. It didn't sound like an animal, a person, a machine, or anything that I've ever heard before. At this point, I absolutely couldn't hold off on the bathroom trip any longer. I quickly put on my hiking boots and quietly tell the dogs to stay put. My boyfriend is still sleeping. I unzip the tent and go outside, and the entire campsite was covered in this spooky fog. But it felt like it was my vision that was foggy, not the actual air. I couldn't see a thing. The two-tone humming then got louder. I do my business maybe 5 feet from the tent. Sorry, but there was no way that I was venturing any further than that. And quickly nope the heck back into my tent and bury myself into my sleeping bag with a sweatshirt over my head to try and drown out/ignore the humming. The dogs raise their heads and growl a few times throughout this experience, but that isn't unusual for them when camping. I never saw any figures or lights in the woods, but I was also not looking for them and was trying to ignore the entire experience. Does anyone know what this humming could have been? My brother is 2 years older than me, and we've probably spent 10,000 hours and then some in the woods together. Whether it was building forts/BMX tracks to LARPing and hunting, we've traveled across the US exploring caves, canyons, cliff diving, mountain biking, camping, hunting whitetail mule deer, wild boar, etc. since 2016 when we get the time off. I feel like adding this is important because there's genuinely nothing I wouldn't do or fear when I have him by my side. But this time was different, and we both felt it. We've had our fair share of adventures and stories to tell of all sorts, but this one has felt like a lingering stain on my memory. We were both in our mid-20s, and it was 2019, and this was probably my 5th time hunting the area, and the first I brought my brother along. It's a large forest area of public land that has a few county roads, which are basically 2 tracks that stretch miles throughout the area. We make the trip up in my truck with our tents, 3 in total, 1 for each of us and another to change in and keep our gear in. Without making this long-winded, we set up camp a couple of miles from the truck, which we drove for quite a few miles through the trails. Basically the middle of nowhere. The nearest main road is probably 8 to 10 miles away. We arrived late in the night, set up camp, and quickly fell asleep after a long trip. We then spent the next day scouting/tracking, then made back to camp for the night. We cooked and then ate, had some beers, and we just messed around. The night was still early, but we had a long day and decided to head off for the night. Everything up until this point was normal. I was suddenly awoken to something smacking my tent and hearing my brother's voice call my name. I knew something was off. I called back to him, and he immediately unzipped my tent and made his way inside. I could tell that he was disturbed when I went to ask him what was wrong, and he immediately grabbed my shoulder and told me to shush. The sun wasn't up yet, so I think it was around 4:30 to 5-ish a.m. We sat in my tent, and what we heard still confuses me to this day. I can only explain it as whale sounds, different tones of extremely loud noise that I could feel throughout my body. It would come and go, but there would only be a few seconds of silence in between the sounds. It would vary from high-pitched squeals and everything in between to very low sounds that had literal ground-shaking reverb. I regrettably didn't think to grab my phone or record anything, because what I was hearing didn't seem real, and in the moment I was awestruck. The sound went on until daylight started to break. I believe it was about an hour, but I'm not really sure. Neither of us spoke, and at the time it felt like I could feel the energy around me, almost like my body was covered in white noise, if that makes any sense. It wasn't even minutes after the sound stopped. It started to rain, and one of the craziest thunderstorms while I was camping happened. The forecast didn't predict or account for any rain the days that we were going to be there prior to making the trip. All the stakes for the tent and our gear was completely ripped out of the ground, and both of our tents had multiple stakes ripped out as well. Those things we drove into the ground with an axe, and would take some insane force to unearth even a single one. My brother dismisses it, and won't even talk to me about it, saying it was just machinery being dragged. But at the time, we both shared the same feeling of fear and dread. It just seems odd. It was still the middle of the night, and we were so far removed from any nearby communities or industry to hear and experience this occurrence. This was about 5 years ago. Me, my mom, and my dad were camping at Mary Jane Thurston State Park, just outside of Grand Rapids, Ohio. It was around the end of August / the beginning of September. Our campsite was in the front part of the campgrounds. Leading up to the 2 separate incidents, we occasionally heard what we thought could have been a bird or some kind of screaming or screeching up in the trees. Or at least it sounded like it was coming from the top of the trees. We'd hear it almost every night, but in a different location. We'd hear it in the trees behind us one night. Then the next night, it would come from the other end of the campgrounds. Then the night after, we'd hear it from across the road. I've listened to the sounds of different animals, including owls, to see if that was the noise we heard, but nothing is even close. Occasionally, we'd hear what sounded like branches being snapped, but thought nothing of it. I had my own tent, and that detail is somewhat important as it factors into the second incident. The first incident, my dad woke up in the middle of the night to what sounded like someone was rummaging through the ice chest, which was setting between our tents. He said he then heard whoever or whatever it was shut the cooler and walk away. He told my mom about it the next day. The odd thing was that nothing was missing from the cooler. The second incident happened right after the first one. I had a small little TV and my game console in my tent. I was watching a movie when I hear something approaching our campsite. Whatever it is went through the cooler again. I could hear the ice moving around as it was rummaging through the cooler. I was as still and as quiet as possible. But whoever, or I should say whatever it was, knew I was awake because I decided to put its massive hand on the side of my tent and push it in. I was frozen with fear and didn't know what to do. It felt like forever, but was only about 20 seconds before it took its hand from my tent and walked away. I didn't even think about looking for tracks the next day. We don't have bears in this part of Ohio, so I definitely know that it wasn't a bear. This thing didn't take anything from the ice chest, despite going through it twice. I know when it put its hand on my tent and pushed it in a little, I was frozen with fear. We know it wasn't some homeless person or anyone else, because there was maybe 5 campsites that had anyone, and they were in the back part of the campground. In May of 2009, I had just broken up with my girlfriend of almost 3 years. We had moved from Calgary to Toronto, and we were still stuck living together after the breakup, as we didn't know many people in the city yet. Needless to say, the situation was pretty stressful and upsetting. So when a buddy I was going to school with at the time suggested a weekend camping / fishing trip, I jumped at the chance. He grew up in an area about an hour outside of Toronto called Flamborough. It's really beautiful. Loads of lush forests, farmers' fields, and small rivers and creeks. We decided to camp and fish along a creek called Grindstone Creek. It's close to some wetlands and the fishing is supposed to be great. We ended up setting up our camp in what was probably a farmer's field. I'm guessing it was trespassing on our part, bordered by a gorgeous forest. We spent the evening fishing, shooting the crap, and drinking some quality craft beers. As it got darker, we made a little fire and roasted potatoes and hot dogs. All in all, it was a really good night. We turned in just after midnight. We shared a tent. My buddy fell asleep before me, and I stayed up playing on my phone until probably 1:30. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I remember was being woken up by a high-pitched yipping type noise. I was kind of groggy, and it took me a moment to fully wake up. The yipping was incessant, and it sounded like a weird coyote. I laid there for a moment listening, and then started playing on my phone again. The noise was annoying. I tried ignoring it, but it sounded like it was getting closer. Finally, it sounded like it had to be no more than 10 feet from the tent. At this point, I was getting a little unsettled. I had seen coyotes in Calgary before, and I thought of them as pretty harmless. They never looked much bigger than a smallish dog. But what if this one was rabid or something? What if it could smell our food? I have a pretty bad anxiety disorder, so I'm prone to worrying about these types of things. I nudged my buddy to see if he was awake, and he was. The noise woke him up too. We discussed what to do about the coyote, as we hadn't brought anything to scare off critters. Not a BB gun, nothing. Finally, he decided he would shine the flashlight on it and holler a lot, hopefully scaring him off. He unzipped the tent, and I watched him pointing the flashlight out into the darkness. I'll never forget what happened next. His legs suddenly went all wobbly, and he sort of stumbled backwards into the tent. He had a really dumbfounded look on his face when he looked at me and babbled. "It's not a coyote, dude. It's a dude. Some weird dude." Normally, I would have thought he was messing with me. I'm a huge wimp and scare easily. I won't even watch horror movies. But I've never seen someone look that scared. And I never want to see that expression on someone's face again. So I knew that he wasn't pulling my leg. The weird yipping and howling noises were still going on, and in retrospect, it really didn't sound like a coyote. But I guess in our groggy states, it was a way for our brains to make sense of it. Anyways, he kept telling me to just look out the tent flap to make sure that he's not crazy. At this point, I was having a full-blown anxiety attack. My heart was racing. I felt like crap, but I had to look. So I slowly peeked out the flap and waited for my eyes to adjust. And that's when I saw him. He was standing only a few arms lengths away from the tent. He was swaying a little and wearing a baseball cap. What made it awful though, what was really creepy, was that he was wearing women's lingerie. That's when I knew that there was most likely something very wrong with this guy. If the making high-pitched noises at a stranger's tent in the middle of the night didn't give it away. After I pulled my head back inside the tent, my buddy and I discussed what to do. Finally, we decided to yell at the guy to leave us alone. My buddy started yelling, "Excuse me, can you leave us alone? We're trying to sleep in here." The noise stopped. It was dead silent, and that's when we heard footsteps running towards our tent. They stopped right outside the tent, but we didn't waste any time. We started yelling again. "Seriously, leave us alone. We have cell phones in here. If you don't leave us alone, we're going to call the cops." With that, we heard him walk by the tent and head off. Sounded like he was moving towards the road. Needless to say, we laid awake, petrified until the first signs of sunlight. Then we hightailed it the heck out of there. We discussed our experience on the way home, and we're both pretty embarrassed about how scared we got. It definitely was not manly on either of our parts. I think because we were both ashamed of how we let some weirdo freak us out so much. We haven't ever talked about it since that day. So there you go. There's my weird story. I'll always wonder what the heck that guy was doing out there, or what was wrong with him. Sometimes, I wonder if things could have turned out differently if we were a couple of girls. I'm not saying that he was some serial killer, but it seemed like he was testing who was in the tent. I guess I'll never know. And for that, I'm kind of glad. I always wanted to try the car life thing after watching so many YouTubers who live in their cars and travel around the country. I lived in Fort Lauderdale for 5 years and thought I would be stuck there, and that was it. Then the pandemic hit, and when I checked my bank account, I was back paid thousands of dollars. Before I know it, I'm packing up all of my stuff, and the landlord said that I could leave all my furniture and that was fine. Now I'm on 95 heading north, laughing, and actually leaving and couldn't believe it. I managed to get a hang of the whole car life thing, and became more comfortable stealth parking in different places and not being detected. I had not done any off-grid stuff yet, but was more comfortable by the time I reached Lake Tahoe. I was hiking and asked some guy with his dog, he was a local, if he knew where I could find a place to sleep in my car because Tahoe seemed tricky. He said that there was a place right up in the mountain called Hope Valley. It sounded good, so off I went. Lake Tahoe is already very high in altitude, so this was a few thousand feet higher than that. It was this past July. As I reached the area, I saw a small parking lot that was an entrance to a wildlife nature preserve. It was closed and empty, so that would do. I'm all settled in with my blanket, and the sun is setting and the temperature plummets. Before I know it, it's pitch black and visibility is zero. I start to hear wolves howling, and at this point, I'm game. This was the experience I wanted. It was a little creepy, but I was fine. I was living what I would normally be watching on my YouTube in my apartment. Before the sun went down, I noticed their garbage cans that were overfilled 15 feet behind the car from the entrance to the preserve. I finally drifted off to sleep and was awakened by something at 3 a.m. You couldn't see anything. It was so dark. And then I heard footsteps, heavy ones, right outside my door. And at this point, I'm scared as all heck being a New York City boy. Then something brushes up against the car. I'm scared and don't know what to do. I wait for a couple of minutes. Then I open the door, run around the car as fast as I could, and got in the driver's side. I drove down the mountain and slept in a Motel 7 parking lot like a baby. Never made it through my first and only off-grid car camping adventure, and I won't forget it. The only other time that trip that something creepy happened was in Mount Shasta. I drove halfway up the mountain, parked on the side of the road and got out, and started walking into this trail. I made it about 70 yards in and heard a low growl. I never ran so hard back to my car in my life. The rest of the trip was the best hiking I've ever done in Montana. I work as a counselor at a summer camp in Southern California. The place is very out in the woods, so we get all sorts of animals wandering through, from deer and foxes, coyotes howling in the distance, to a mountain lion that's been spotted in the area. The camp also occasionally has a spiritual/haunted vibe. There are a couple of creepy and weird spots. Some things in that area that we think show the place has been inhabited in the past. Ghost stories, etc. One night after putting my kids to bed, I was standing outside our cabin, talking to another counselor, when my friend Sadie comes running by with her entire teenage girls' cabin. Maybe 12 of them, all dressed in black and freaking out. She screams at me that she thought they heard a ghost, and once her kids were asleep, she'd meet me back here to explain and investigate. Sadie is normally the level-headed type not to freak out easily, so this really caught my attention. She meets me back at my cabin, maybe 30 minutes later, and explains what was going on. She took her campers on a night hike, had them all dress up in black and pretend to be ninjas. All was fun until their way back. They passed a particularly dark part of the trail, when they heard off in the distance, just beyond the tree line, what sounded like a faint help from a small child. But each time they heard it, it got more and more distorted until it no longer sounded human, yet still sounded like a child yelling help in the distance. Naturally, they freaked out and ran. Me and Sadie decided to be good counselors and go investigate the sound of a small child yelling help. As we walk over to the area of the trail, we hear it, It doesn't sound like a small child anymore. It sounded more like a demon screeching out its best impersonation of a child. And it didn't sound like it was coming from any point source, but more was coming from an entire mountainside. We booked it back to the safety of the main part of camp, where we tell this story to anyone who will listen. The next day, the camp director had a meeting where they told us to tell our campers not to freak out at the sound of bobcats in the forest. They are harmless, but do make a high-pitched yelping sound at night. Our friends wouldn't let us live that one down all summer. My uncle built a house on some small acreage that he has that is pretty far out there. There's not another house within 2 miles of his at least, and most of that is woods and cow pastures. But his place is beautiful. He built it all by hand and has a wonderful wraparound deck, perfect for family get-togethers. We were all out there, probably 20 adults and 5 or 6 kids for a party one day. It was one of those summer times when it's blazing hot out, but the light breeze is cool enough that you don't notice it after a while. I had been there hanging out all day when I was asked to run into town and grab some more groceries. So I packed up and headed out. I got the groceries and everything was fine. As I drove back, it was starting to get dark, and it was at a time of the year when dark comes fast. It was pitch black out there when I finally arrived. As I pull up, I notice something is sitting in front of my car, facing the house. It was not disturbed by my headlights, but it does glance back at me once. It's a panther, just chilling there, watching the party. And as I sat there for a second watching it, I notice that it has specifically placed itself near the edge, where all the kids are running around. After I have my headlights on it for a minute or so, it kind of looked back at me again as if to say, "Okay, I was caught. Oh well." And then it gave the most human-looking sigh and just walked off into the woods. I sat there for a bit before building myself up to getting out of the car and going to the party and telling everyone. I went to Guatemala with my girlfriend, did a 3-day hike through the jungle to Tikal, slept in a tent at 2 tiny ranger campsites deep in the woods. During the second night, a massive thunderstorm was coming down above us. At 4 a.m., I woke up and heard some male voices, and I left the tent to check it out. 2 guys with rifles approached me, told my girlfriend to stay in the tent because it was scary. She didn't comply and joined me. Turns out, those guys were local hunters looking for shelter in the camp. We offered them coffee. They were more than happy. About 30 seconds later, the storm got so intense that a big tree fell and crashed onto our tent. If I had not left to check out the guys or worse, my girlfriend would have listened. We both would be very dead right now. When I was a kid around 8 or 9, my mom, grandma, brothers, and I went camping at a small camp about 2 hours from the town that we lived in. We went there a lot, and even had a particular campsite that we had slowly built up over the years. On this particular trip, we had my aunt and uncle's dogs with us, since they were doing military tours. They were both very well-trained bird dogs, but usually really calm and friendly. The first night on this particular trip, and one of the dogs, Star, starts growling in the tent at about 1 in the morning. My mom is thinking something is outside and arms herself and investigates with the dogs. As she gets out the tent, Star and Ariel would not let her move to the other edge of the campsite, and both get into attack position while herding my mom towards the car. This is while also keeping themselves in front of the tent. By this point, we're all up, and with a group of kids under 10 freaking out. For a reason she can't even explain today, my mother packs up camp and gets us all into the car to head home. After about 10 minutes out of the campsite, a car starts following us, and the dogs get in the back and just growl. By this point, everyone was in borderline panic mode, and my brothers were crying the entire car ride home. As the town came into view, you have to cross a huge bridge to drive in, and the car was still following us. And as a kid, you make stories to yourself that nothing is wrong, and the car behind you is just full of scared people too. Yet, as we start across the bridge, the car stops and just turns around, speeding back the way we came. We stopped at a gas station, and everyone was near meltdown mode, and my mom goes in to get cigarettes. But Star would not let her back into the car until she could see her clearly. This, and a camping trip a few years ago, later convinced me that camping is no longer my thing. I had a pretty long stint in the Boy Scouts, and one time we were camping on a reserve in the Midwestern United States that's normally used in the summer for large sessions, i.e. 1,500 scouts scattered across a large campground. We were camping in October, however, and camp wasn't in session, so it was just our troop of 30 or so guys, plus the adult leaders on this massive empty reserve. Now, the summer session has a pseudo-Native American society that serves as a leadership/craftsmanship program, sort of an extension of Boy Scouts. The Order of the Arrow would be a similar example. Part of being in the society means crafting a lot of ceremonial outfit type things. So A, you learn how to work with your hands, and B, the ceremonies look pretty cool. Well, it was the last day of our trip, and it had been unusually hot and calm for October. The last thing we do before piling into the cars is a litter line. Everyone lines up, and we walk the campsite to ensure we leave no trace. We were walking along when one of the guys says, "Hey, I think I found a coup." Now, coup are fairly valuable out there because they're a specially shaped bead that you can only get when you join the society. Everyone's coup is unique, and it's usually shaped to reflect the person who joined. Whoa, man, what kind of coup is it? Well, it looks like a tornado. Whoosh. This cold, hard wind came out of nowhere and started pushing the trees and kicking up leaves everywhere. The timing, what in the heck? Hadn't had so much as a breeze for 3 days. We decided our litter line was good and got the heck out of there. Society members don't just lose their coup. I wonder what happened. A few friends and I had a long weekend, 5 days off from school, and we decided to go camping in the North Georgia mountains. We packed a big 10-person tent. There were 5 of us, 2 guys, 3 girls, and we loaded up into my buddy's truck. He and I had some experience being outdoors, camping, hiking, and hunting, and he's an Army veteran. So we packed really well and had all sorts of amenities, like a propane stove/grill, fold-up cots, a portable shower, etc. We were in it for the whole weekend. We left Wednesday afternoon and parked the truck in a small town and started hiking into the woods to find a spot. It was a fairly normal hike until we got about 4 to 5 miles in. The first time we noticed something strange was when we came into a little clearing in the woods with a big pond/tiny lake in it. We stepped into the open area and everything stopped. No birds chirping, no squirrels running around. Even the clouds and wind seemed to stop moving. My buddy and I both thought, well crap, there's gotta be a predator nearby, and took out our handguns. It's the law in Kennesaw, just in case. I've never seen a bear in Georgia, so we figured that it was a mountain lion or maybe some coyotes. My friend and I were looking through the edge of the clearing, and he grabbed me. He nodded across the water, and when I looked, I saw what seemed to be a woman standing just at the tree line. She was maybe 150 yards away. We assumed that she must live somewhere nearby, and so we continued walking past the water and clearing. As we headed back into the woods, I looked over my shoulder at where she was standing, but she was gone. The sounds of the forest returned once we got into the trees. We made a campsite about 2 miles past that, as it was getting late and we didn't want to be stuck building a camp in the dark. We got everything unpacked and set up and built a fire, popped a couple beers and sat down to hang out. There was a girl that I was interested in on the trip, and we had been flirting, so after a few beers and the sun was down, we snuck away from the fire under the pretense that she wanted help setting up part of the tent. We started fooling around, and after a few minutes she stopped and looked at me funny. I asked what was wrong and she said, "Nothing. It just got really quiet." We both quickly dressed and headed back outside to the fire. The others hadn't noticed anything strange and didn't mention anything wrong, except joking with us that it took us a long time to fix the tent. On the first morning, we found that the propane stove had been turned on, but not ignited, and had gone empty overnight. None of us had used it. The second morning, we noticed some things had gone missing. A lantern we left outside by the fire was gone. My crush's sweatshirt that she left on a little folding chair/stool. We figured we just misplaced things, or that someone had used them and put them somewhere else. During the second full day, Friday, we were looking for a waterfall that we read online was in the area. We were following the river upstream when everything went silent again. My buddy nudged me while we were walking and indicated up to the top of a hill next to the river. I looked up through the trees and was just able to make out the figure of the same woman, same clothes and all, just standing. I couldn't tell if she was looking at us or not, but she was standing there. My buddy told the girls that he saw a mountain lion following us and that he was going to go scare it off. He hustled up the hill, making a lot of noise, and came back about 10 minutes later. He said he scared it off to the girls, but told me aside that the woman wasn't there when he got up there. We found the waterfall and put it out of our minds as the girls decided to skinny dip in the river. We hiked back to camp and found it a mess. It wasn't totally trashed, but it was clear that something had gone into our stuff. We told the girls it was probably raccoons. We both took our guns to bed with us. That night, stuff went sideways. I remember waking up because my crush was squeezing my arm. We had been sleeping cuddled up together. I opened my eyes, and she hushed me before I could ask what was wrong. There was complete silence all around the tent. I looked across the tent, and my buddy was sitting halfway up looking around. We both stayed awake for the next 2-ish hours until the sun started coming up, and then packed our stuff and we all headed out. The entire hike back to town was eerily silent. There were a couple of points that I thought that I saw the woman through the trees, but I never got a clear sight of her. We avoided the lake completely and got back into the truck in what seemed like half of the time that it took to get out to the camp. After we were safely on the road back home, the girls and my buddy all started to tell everyone about moments that they thought that they heard/saw the woman all weekend, but were too freaked out to mention it out loud, like she would go away if we ignored her. The wild part was that none of us could describe her face. It's almost like it was blurry. I have no idea who she was, but I have never been camping or hiking at night ever since. I went camping by myself way out in the middle of nowhere in north-central Pennsylvania. Drove on dirt forest service roads for over an hour, and then hiked about 6 miles in on a barely recognizable trail. There were no signs that anyone had been in the area recently. The trail was almost completely overgrown, no footprints, spider webs everywhere, etc. I didn't really have a planned stopping point. I was just looking for a nice place to camp. But the trail followed a creek in a valley and was very rocky and not flat. As the sun is starting to set, I came upon a fork in the creek with a nice flat spot just on the other side. As I got closer, I saw all sorts of stuff laying about. I crossed the creek and started looking around. There was a tarp on the ground by a stone fire ring, a log about a foot in diameter that had been chopped with an axe. A little bit away, I found the entire contents of what you'd imagine to find in a hiker's backpack. Food, a cooking set, camping pad, first aid kit, etc., all strewn about on the ground, but no backpack in sight. There was a pile of clothes down by the creek that looked like it had just sat through the last rain, which was the day prior, and a towel hanging from a tree. There was an area that had clearly been used as a toilet for maybe 10 to 14 days based on the amount of toilet paper piles. The strangest thing, though, was this cage about 4 foot square, made out of saplings tied together. It was framed where the edges of a cube would be, and then had crossbars diagonally on each face. But it wouldn't have kept anything inside because of how much open space there was, and obviously wouldn't have been very sturdy since it was only made from saplings. I ended up deciding to set up camp there, because it was nearly dark and I didn't really have much choice, unless I wanted to hike out in the dark on an unrecognizable trail. I had a 12-inch knife on me, and I kept that thing in one hand the whole time that I was there, thinking that some crazy guy was going to jump out and try and eat me. All night I barely slept, and kept thinking that I was hearing things. And then, as soon as the sun came up, I packed up and got the F out of there. Everything turned out fine. No crazy cannibals or anything. But it still really bugs me, because I don't know what that stupid wooden cube frame cage thing was. I called the Forest Service for the area and told them about it. I even sent them pictures. They said they'd send a ranger in to check it out and clean it up, but I never followed up to see if they figured out what it was. The ranger on the phone told me that it was probably either someone with a still nearby, someone growing pot, or just some loner living out in the woods. I roamed up the sides of the valley before I set up camp and didn't see anything. A still seems unlikely because of how far you would have to carry equipment in, and the area really isn't great for growing pot. So maybe it was just some guy living out in the woods. But why the cage? If there's any interest, I can probably find the pictures. Oh yeah, and last year I was camping out in Colorado and woke up at about 2 a.m. to a pack of coyotes running through my camp howling. Sounded like at least 20 of them. My dog was asleep next to me the entire time. Probably best that he didn't wake up though. He would have gone nuts. And I'm told that coyotes are much bolder in packs. I went to Shenandoah National Park in Virginia with a college buddy. JMU is super close, so he and I took some camping gear from work and headed up there to catch that Perseid meteor shower. We hiked a good ways in, on, and out a back trail that ended up with a cliff overlooking the Blue Ridge Mountains, and was awestruck. I set up my 2-person tent, and he rigged his hammock with a tarp a few yards back. And then we sat on a cliff and watched the stars go by. Here's where life got real for me. We go to bed pretty early that night, and around what I could only guess was 3 a.m., I start hearing tapping sounds all around my tiny tent. Now I knew it wasn't rain or him playing a joke on me, so I started to panic a little. At this point, I've been fully awake and alert for 10 minutes, and I can easily hear his tapping. I finally grow a pair and decided to turn on my flashlight. And what do I see when looking straight up through the mesh top of this tent? Hundreds and hundreds of centipedes. They were falling like a gentle drizzle all around my tent, and I felt like I was on an episode of Fear Factor. Long story short, I didn't sleep that night, obviously, but my buddy, who was about 15 feet away, was out like a rock. In the morning, there were dead centipedes everywhere. I'm normally fine with bugs and insects, but not swarms. I don't know how we didn't see any centipede carcasses the day before, or when setting up camp. I went on a group retreat type thing over a fall weekend about 8 years ago. My husband and I and our 3 girls, all under age 10. This was an annual occurrence, but we were flush that year as a result of our company doing well. As a result, we avoided the communal bunkhouses and decided to rent a camper. The RV rental place explained that it would cost the same for 3 nights as it would for 2, so we decided we'd return it on Monday, despite the retreat being over earlier on Sunday. So the weekend went great. It was super hot and we were happy to have AC. We didn't notice it at the time. Different people being in and out all day, not staying in the RV much over the weekend because of activities. But the previous renters hadn't bothered to clear out the septic lines in the camper. By 6 o'clock Sunday evening, it stunk horribly and was backing up into the toilet. My husband was anxious about the rental company blaming us, so he decided to go to the Walmart in the neighboring town for some Drano. Mind you, this particular location, while open all year, is rarely occupied outside of retreats. I'll confess that we haven't been back since this occasion, so the details of why don't really come to mind. But as I recall, it was privately owned by a church in the area, and they used it mostly for their own purposes and events. So my husband leaves around 8:30 p.m. for Walmart. It's an hour-plus round trip thanks to the rural area and skinny back roads. I start straightening the camper, packing our belongings and getting the kids settled. He'd been gone for about 40 minutes when I had gotten everything squared away and delivered the last glass of water to an overexcited child who'd been on the move all day and was having trouble relaxing. I curled up in the bed to read and wait for my husband to get back, in case he needed help. The lights had been out for about 20 minutes when I started hearing a clicking sound coming from the window behind the bed. I stilled instantly and ran through a self-reassuring checklist. It's the trees scraping against the glass, nature, a sound in the environment nearby, or an axe murderer. That was option 2. I got up and walked very slowly to the kitchen. The noise followed. As I was climbing up into the loft area over the trunk can, I hear the door handle rattle and then the scraping sound. I'd gotten a knife as I passed through the kitchen, which I was sweatily clutching as I hauled down on the edge of the bed in the loft, guarding my children. I eyed the cabin, making sure every access point was locked, and hoped that whoever it was definitely a whoever at this point, would go away. I leaned left and right, trying to get signal on my cell phone to call camp security or my husband or anyone, but it wouldn't dial. I waited, panicking. It was about 5 minutes of torture later that I saw headlights through the portholes on the side. Coming along the winding road to the RV sites, and my husband entered the cabin, looking at me weird. He scoffed at me for being a city girl, and told me that people didn't break out of prison and attack women and children in random rural campgrounds. I expressed that I'd heard the door rattling, and that it wasn't a coincidence of nature, but he brushed me off. We passed the test of the night without incident, though I was too on edge to sleep. The next morning, we drove into the town to return the RV. On the once-over, demanded by the rental agreement, the manager came around to my husband and asked if he knew what had happened to the rear window. It seems that someone had used a switchblade or some similar item to remove the gasket from around the window where the back bedroom was, where I'd been reading the night before. There were gashes in the paint, consistent with knife marks, and the gasket had been sliced off. The window lock was also damaged. It seems whoever had done it had also tried inserting the knife into the door's lock and between the jamb and the lock in another attempt to gain entry. Fortunately, they didn't get in, and we were not charged for the damage to the RV. Needless to say, I never consented to a solo camping trip again, and I always go in a larger group now. safety in numbers and all that. But it still makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. In the late 80s, I was in my early 20s, and two friends and I went camping in Central Florida. Two of us were working for the Park Service at that time, so we were able to camp for free in other parks in the state. Both of us had done a lot of camping before. Me, I grew up camping with my family on every single vacation, all over the state. For the other friend with us, this was her first camping trip ever. We were camping in the youth area, which was empty that weekend and was quieter and more isolated than the regular campsites. Later in the afternoon, on the second day of our trip, we were all sort of spread out in the area of the campsite, being within shouting distance but enjoying a little solitude. I was collecting firewood. Every now and then, I'd kind of feel like someone was watching me. I'd look around, see and hear nothing, and then shrug it off and just go back to what I was doing. Later on, around sunset, we had the bonfire started. One of the rangers who lived on site, about a quarter of a mile away, came over with a truckload of firewood and a 6-pack of beer. We all sat around talking for a while. Well after dark, we could suddenly hear what was probably a bunch of teenagers fooling around on one of the trails a couple of miles away. Since the trails were closed at sunset, the ranger and my coworker drove off to shoo them back to their campsites. My other friend and I were just relaxing around the fire, talking a little, mostly enjoying the night and the peace and quiet. All of a sudden, I had a cold chill go over me. The hair stood up on the back of my neck, and out of nowhere, I was terrified. I tried to ignore it, but it kept building. I didn't say anything to my friend. I didn't want to scare her. Then I glanced over at her just as she glanced at me, and she said, "Do you feel that?" I said, "Yeah, I think maybe we'd better go to the car." We both felt like we were in deadly danger, but no idea from what. We started walking at a casual pace, not wanting to appear scared. Then, halfway to the car, we looked at each other again, and simultaneously broke into a dead run. We reached the car, jumped in and locked the doors, and turned on the headlights. I just sat there with my pistol, feeling like it was totally inadequate for whatever was out there. We both just sat looking straight ahead. We were afraid to look around. I had the feeling at one point that if I turned my head and looked out the window, I'd see something that would drive me insane. I don't know how long we sat there. It was probably just a few minutes, but it felt like forever. Then it just left. We could actually feel it going away. A few minutes after that, the other two came back in the truck. We kind of laughed it off afterward, but I'll tell you, I've never been that scared before or since. I've faced a lot in my life, and nothing has so completely terrified me like that. I don't know what it was, but I'm still convinced that we were in terrible danger. I lived by a state park as a kid, one of those places super close to a city, so it's very overhiked. Like, you can't walk a single minute without passing several other people. This area eventually leads up into a vast mountainous area, but that's many, many miles away. Rumors of wild pigs, but no bears, and the most dangerous thing are rattlesnakes that just want to be left alone. All that to set up for this point. Wildlife has been basically chased out of their refuge. The biggest animal I had seen was a squirrel until I was 10 years old. The first incident, my dad and I were taking the slightly less used path. It was basically an out-of-the-way trial that ended the same, but was rougher, no bicycles, and an added risk of seeing the aforementioned rattlesnakes. I was watching my footing when my dad let out an "oh crap." I looked up and saw two of the biggest bucks I have ever seen in person. This is a no hunting park, so really big. And we were really close, as my dad had been watching out for me. My dad is desperately looking around for a tree that I would learn later, while I go, "Oh dear." "Sedina, no," my dad yells as I step towards the deer so I can see if they're friendly. One lowers his head and I'm thinking it wants to be petted. My dad realizes that I'm closer to the deer than I am to him, and this causes him to freak out. The deer are focused on me, one head down still, till a branch hits it across the face. It barely phases it, though the other one takes off immediately. After some cursing from my dad, it finally prances away like no big deal. My dad was convinced that the buck was about to charge me. I got an education that day, that even nice animals can be dangerous. I would learn that lesson again with a nice herd of cows on the beach a year later. Later that fall, a mountain lion was spotted from a very busy trail. Kinda far, but it's been like 20 years since a sighting. It turns out, despite the crowds of people, conservation efforts were paying off. By the time I was in my 20s, deer were jumping in our backyard to eat our roses. Owls were nesting right next to the main parking lot. The wild pigs weren't rumors anymore. The lions could be heard screaming in the distance at night. And the rattlesnakes still just wanted to be left alone. I really love through hiking and climbing, so I sleep outside for a great part of summer each year. Almost never using tents because they're super heavy and also prohibited at most parts of my mountains. I had many scary encounters with animals, mostly due to the inhuman shrieks that they can produce. But I tell you this, in all of nature, nothing is so scary as people. This is why I prefer camping deep in the woods to being just outside of the city limits, because it's always better to find family of wild hogs going through your stuff at 3 a.m. than to find a family of coked out drug addicts going through your stuff at 3 a.m. But anyways, here are two of the stories of encountering people that came to my mind. The first one, we were actually using tents because this was a more of a get together and get drunk sort of thing with my classmates at a nearby lake. So the night is surely upon us, so we decide to gather some wood in the nearby forest to keep the fire going through the night. Me and my pal take on this task, and as we approach the woods, we see that there is another tent pitched right outside of the site of our camping site. As we pass it, a dude pops out of the tent. We make small friendly chat about us staying there, and him just camping and whatnot. And then we excuse ourselves that we need to get some wood for the fire. All fine and dandy, nothing unusual. Camping folks are usually chatty and friendly. Except for two things. By the setup of the tent and campground, he must have been there for a few days, and he planned to stay there for a while. Which is okay. There are a lot of photographers doing this, as the place is famous for its sunrises. Although I still shiver thinking about all the heavy tarps lying around. And secondly, he advises us to split, as there were two paths going through the woods, so that we can cover more ground. Which we did, because why not? It looked like he knew the area. So I'm walking alone through the woods, my friend taking the other path which is directly above mine, and he could still see down my trail. When I hear him shout my name, I turn around to see what's happening, and I see the guy from the tent following me on the trail, which he saw from above, wielding a machete. The guy says that after we left, he realized that we didn't have any axe or anything to chop down the wood, although we said collecting the wood. Also, chopping it down would be illegal there. So he thought that he would help me with that, which I politely refused and got the heck out of there, meeting my mate who was already on this route earlier. So we came back to the camping site with next to no fuel for the fire, and everyone keeps making fun of us that we're paranoid and the guy just surely wanted to help. Whatever. We proceed to drink and night falls. We had almost forgotten about the incident, and all is well again. When I see a headlamp approaching our campsite, it's that guy from the tent coming to our site. He's bearing a bunch of wood in his arms, saying that he knew that we didn't take much of the fuel, so he brought us some. Then he walks all around our campsite before putting it down. I mean, there was really no need for that as the fire was in the middle. Checking the tents, asking whether this is all of us, and if someone else is coming. Not creepy at all. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, he tells us to enjoy our night and gets out. Understandably, everybody is creeped out by now, and different theories pop up, such as that he brought the wood, only to make sure that he wouldn't kill the fire before we go to sleep, so that he knows when that happens, or that the occasional flash from the direction of his campsite is the flash from his binoculars. Well, no one went to sleep that night, and we were not drinking anymore. After the sun went up, we took our 2-hour nap rotating guards, and we packed our stuff and left as soon as possible. The other one. We were on a climbing trip and slept under the stars really deep in the woods and well off all of the well-known trails and places in the areas, as sleeping there is prohibited, and the rangers are very strict about this, issuing very large fines if they catch you. So essentially, we were hiding deep in the woods. We cooked some great dinner. Man, nothing tastes as good as an MRE after a full day of climbing, camped out in the mountains. We drank some wine. We talked for a bit and we went to sleep as we were really tired. At about 2 a.m., we were all woken up. There was 4 of us. We were woken up by voices. It sounded like a school trip somewhere in the distance. Lots of kids talking to each other, presumably walking in a group. That itself was super scary. A bunch of kids walking in the woods at 2 a.m., and they must have been off any trail, as we went on purpose out of reach of any known trails. No one is talking. We all sit there and listen. The voices pass. Then the second wave of similar group of voices passes nearby, and then we hear someone approach our site through the woods. There must be more of them based on the sounds they're making. And then it happened. It was a group of 5 kids, roughly 13 years old, walking in the direction of the voices. They walk around our site, silently greeting us and nodding in our direction as they pass about 3 meters from our sleeping bags and continue towards all the voices. To make it all more creepy, none of them had any headlamps or flashlights or any sources of light. It was a full moon, so the visibility was good, but still. I have no idea what was that supposed to mean, but it was really weird and honestly scary. It could have been some scouts as well. That was well-established outdoorsy place, the whole area. But still, a bunch of kids alone in the woods, well off of any well-known trail, walking without any source of light at 2 a.m., just right by us. That's creepy. There are lots of weird things happening when you camp. But trust me, nothing is as scary as other human beings. I'm pretty late to the party, but my mother has a great camping story. In their late 20s, her and my father were teaching in Lesotho. On the holidays, they would go on camping trips in the massive parks in Zimbabwe. They were young and stupid, and didn't know the dangers of camping in Africa. And they had my sister with them, who would have been less than a year old at the time. One night, they were camping in a tent, and my sister was between them, when they heard sounds inside. They say it sort of sounded like someone coughing. My sister was making baby noises, and it seemed like it attracted more coughing animals outside. Soon, it sounded like a whole pack of something was outside the tent. My parents had no firearms, and no knife or axe close by. One of the animals then started sniffing the tent. and it seems like it was trying to dig under it to get to my now crying sister. My panicked parents were trying to find a way to save themselves and my sister, and in a panic-induced rage, my mother, with all the might and glory that only a mother who is scared for her child's life can produce, punches the snout of the hyena sniffing the tent. To this day, my parents swear that the animal screamed in terror, and the whole pack ran off. Growing up in the woods and going camping, my family and I have had our fair share of bizarre and scary stories. This one, I just can't seem to wrap my head around, even to this day. My parents own 35 acres of property in the Deep Rockies, about 2 to 3 hours away from our home. We spent as much time as we could camping there, as we all loved it. It was secluded and beautiful, and we had a lot of freedom there as kids. My parents were both experienced campers and backpackers, and had both grown up in the mountains. One day we head up at night, arriving at the property at around 9 or 10 p.m. We were all pretty tired and start to unpack the tents and such from the car. The minute we get out, though, we all get a strange feeling. It didn't seem normal or good. We had encountered wild predators at this point and knew the feeling of being watched. But this was like being watched from all sides. We also all notice that there are no sounds. It is dead silent. Normally, we would be hearing all of the insects and occasional howls, nighthawks, or bats, and just the general hum of a forest. Nothing too serious. We all kind of laughed nervously and maybe mentioned a few things, but got to work setting up our tents nearby. This is when the real strange stuff starts to happen. We begin to hear rustling in the branches around us, about 10 feet off the ground, it seems. It almost sounded like large creatures like monkeys or raccoons, jumping from tree to tree loudly. And many of them. I have never seen raccoons have the ability to do something like that, and these sounds were clumsy, unlike birds. It gets louder and louder and becomes extremely unnerving. At this point, the tent is set up, and my parents put my brother and I there, telling us to stay inside. They go out with flashlights, trying to make sense of this bizarre activity. As they're outside, we start to hear these bizarre calls. I've never heard anything like this before or since. Honestly, it almost sounded like humans mimicking some kind of primate holler or screech. There was an odd human-like aspect to it, and it's like they were calling and responding to each other from every direction, along with the branches crackling and rustling. My parents came back to the tent and tell us that they couldn't see anything at all. I remember how shocked and frightened my mom looked, and it scared me because she was not scared of anything, and she would stalk bears just to get a good photo. Both of my parents were not easily frightened in nature, or at all. We're all huddled together in the tent, confused, scared, and unsure of what to do. The sounds are so loud, and everywhere it almost sounds like some crazy storm outside. Our dogs are covered in between us all, totally freaked out. My dad decides to go out again, and I remember as he finishes unzipping the tent, the sounds stop, just like that, in an instant, and the oppressive, weird feeling is gone. He and my mom go out again to investigate, and again find nothing, except fallen branches and some strange marks up high on some trees. They come back, talk us down, and somehow manage to get us asleep. We still talk about this to this day. None of us know what happened and have no explanation. Like I said, we had some crazy and strange things happen to us, but never anything remotely similar to what happened that night. I was living in Brazil, and a friend and I decided to do a one-night out and back through mountainous rainforest terrain in one of the southern states. We mostly wanted to get some exercise and do a gear shakeout before going on a longer trip in Patagonia. The experience started out really tough. We were doing almost constant climbing, and it was hot. Humidity was near 100% through lush vegetation. Eventually, we were pretty much in clouds and completely drenched from sweat and humidity. It was kind of hellish, soaked to the bone with no chance of drying out. Fortunately, at that altitude, it gets below freezing quite frequently at night, so there weren't many insects or animals, only birds. We hiked for probably 8 hours with little progress. It was slow going through tough terrain. At early evening, we came to a flat spot, the first we'd seen in hours, and decided to make camp as it was starting to pour. I basically made camp in several inches of standing water. I was beat anyways, so I just sat in my tent reading. At around 3 a.m., I woke up to a girl singing in the distance. The singing kept coming closer until she was singing right at our tents. She pushed past us, and the singing drifted off. She was singing maybe a lullaby or a children's song about rain in Portuguese, but it sounded very strange. An hour later, I got woken up to the singing in the distance again. She was coming back towards us, singing the same rain song. As she passed us, I could hear a little exasperation in her voice. She continued singing and went back in the direction of the trailhead. Another hour later, I was again woken up by her singing, as she was again coming back towards us, except now, she was also crying. She continued to cry and sing as she moved past us for the final time. We woke up that morning, looked at each other, said what the heck was that, and then got on our way. It was very eerie at the time, and I don't have an explanation for it. We were in an extremely isolated location, and the trail was definitely only used by recreational hikers. So I really can't say why this woman was out wandering, singing, and crying at 3 a.m. My family has a cabin. It's really just an old mobile home in the middle of the woods in northern Michigan. We've had it for years and years, but only recently some unexplained odd things had happened, and the police have been out to search the place. The last time I went to the cabin was the worst experience. I went up with my friend. For context purposes, we're two girls in our late 20s, and we arrived at dark. We got out and unloaded, but had trouble turning on the power. It has an outside electrical box, because the lock was frozen shut. We were trying to get it unstuck, but kept hearing noises around the cabin. Finally, it sounded like the noises were very close to us, and as we weren't getting anywhere with the lock, we rushed inside in case it was a bear milling around. We sat inside for maybe 5 minutes before deciding to drive out to the nearest town to get a motel for the night. We would come back once it was light to get the power on. We grabbed a few things and headed back out to the car. I got in and turned the car on, but nothing. The car was 100% unresponsive. The doors wouldn't even lock. My car had absolutely no issues. We had just driven 3 hours to the cabin without any problems. Something had to have happened to the car in the few minutes that we were inside. I told my friend we needed to get back inside. We got to the door and locked up behind us. We looked at each other, suddenly scared. Our car was totally dead. We had absolutely zero cell phone service, and we had no power. We tried to stay calm. We made a new game plan. We were just going to rough it for the night. And then, at first light, walk in the direction of civilization until we got cell signal or ran in to help. Only a short time later, we were sitting together in the living room, quietly talking. Suddenly, there was 2 sharp, loud knocks on the back door of the cabin. We absolutely both froze. We sat there, horrified and shaking, just waiting for someone to push their way into the door or window. This was a mobile home, so it would take very minimal effort to break in. We were met with only silence, but now knew someone was outside. What did they want? It was much scarier to think that they hadn't broke in. They just potentially sabotaged our car and were now knocking on our door to toy with us. We sat, silent and terrified. After a while, we started talking again, only to have someone bang on a window. Just one loud smack. I've never been so scared in my life. We quickly realized that we had to stay alert and awake until morning. We just had to hope that whoever was outside didn't try to get in. It didn't, but the pattern of the knocks on the window continued for hours. As soon as the sun was up, we ventured outside. We took a look under the hood of my car next. It turns out the bolt that clamps the metal piece to the battery terminal was loosened, almost completely. The nut was all the way loosened. 1 or 2 turns more, and it would have fallen off completely. One of my best buds from college was a geologist major that ended up becoming a ranger in the southeastern United States. We haven't spoken in years, as is the case with age. But I remember about 8 to 9 years back, he was telling me about an old married couple that he had recently helped out. He had seen them come to the park for several days in a row, and found out that they were visiting from out west, and they had gotten engaged there decades prior. They had been searching for a spot that they'd taken pictures of, where he'd popped the question, but were having trouble. After looking at the pictures and figuring out roughly where they were trying to get to, he escorted them in his vehicle, then hiked with them to where he thought that it would be. They found it, and he left them there and went back to his station at the entrance. He said he got a weird feeling once he got back, and felt like he needed to wait to see them whenever they left. Well, once it came time to lock up at night, he still hadn't seen them leave, so he reported it, left his assistant to wait at the shack at the entrance, and went back to where he left them. He found both of them lying down, spooning along the bank of the river. Neither were alive. He called the cops, went through the 9 yards and went home. The police were able to disclose to him their identities, but weren't sure anything else initially. Later, he learned that the wife was terminally ill with cancer, and they had both unalived themselves by ingesting some sort of chemical/pill combination medley. They just chose to do it where they had gotten engaged at. My friend wasn't torn up about it, but he was obviously sad about them dying, but said that he thought that they hadn't asked for help earlier because they didn't want anyone to think that they helped kill them. I once asked a park ranger for his strangest story, and he told me this. He worked at this park in the summer and had for several years. He was driving home, alone, into the park to begin his summer's work, when he heard a male voice say very clearly and loudly, "Welcome back." My story is the exact reverse of the others here. I'm not traditionally a ranger, but when I was in the Scouts, legally adult Scouts had to do the 3-feather challenge. 1 day without food, 1 day without speaking, and 1 day and night alone in the woods with only a knife and a tarp, unseen by any human.
after which one has to sneak back to the scout camp unnoticed by the sentries and report to the campmaster. It was my third day, so I took off, walked for miles through the woods, and found the most remote spot in the wildest, most overgrown part of the woods. Spent a spooky but uneventful night until almost before dawn, when I decided to go for a morning swim in the lake right before taking off to go back. I stripped nude and went towards the lake, but noticed a group of guys fishing, so I decided to go back. Suddenly, the ground underneath my feet caved in, and I found myself submerged up to my armpits in the absolute vilest mass I have ever smelled. It was a pit where poachers dumped the guts and leftovers of illegally hunted deer, and it fermented for weeks. Imagine the scene. A group of anglers near some ungodly screaming from the direction of the woods, and run there to see if someone needs help. What they see is a teenager-shaped ghoul, covered completely in blood and rotten offal, who is crawling out of a bloody hole in the ground, while shrieking and weeping, then runs at them to get to the lake to wash off. In 2016, my boyfriend, my now husband, and I went camping in eastern Pennsylvania. The place we decided to stop for the night was primitive. Camping was free, no cell service, barely a road, etc. We did counter 2 other people. They might not factor into what happened later at all, but they were creepy, so I'll describe them. The first was a woman who had her truck off to the side of the road, a little as we drove past. She had the hood open and seemed to be waiting for someone to stop and offer to help. Usually my boyfriend had no problem helping someone, but he said this time that something about her put him off. She didn't really seem like she needed help, and usually people who need help look at you hopefully as you approach. She looked like she just expected that we would stop. That's what my boyfriend said anyway. I hadn't really noticed anything that strange about her. The next person came when we had chosen a spot and were setting up a fire for hot dogs. I had noticed people drive by a few times, but my boyfriend pointed out each time was the same car, and the man in the car watched us each time he passed. My boyfriend was a little uneasy about this, but we had driven around for a while before finding a place we liked. It had been raining, and everything was muddy, and we wanted the driest site possible. He could have been doing the same thing. We briefly thought about moving, but the road was muddy too. If he wanted to find us, all he had to do was follow the tracks. There were some other tracks, but not many. He'd only have to backtrack a little to locate us again. He didn't come by another time, so we stayed and spent the several remaining hours before dark goofing off. No one else drove by. Whether or not those 2 had anything to do with our experience, the real fear came later. We had gone to sleep in our tent, and sometime around 3 a.m. we were awoken by this very loud noise. I can't describe it very well, or even remember exactly what it sounded like, but my boyfriend said that it reminded him of a chain gun revving up. It was also similar to how it would sound if someone recorded a shovel being dragged over gravel and played it over a loudspeaker. He jumped up and looked out a little window, but couldn't really see anything. The sound repeated itself a few other times. I was so scared that I couldn't speak. So my boyfriend whispered that it was probably miles off and I should just go back to sleep. I didn't question this, as I figured loud sounds could be easily heard miles off. After we left, he told me it sounded like it had actually been coming from just down the road, but he didn't want to freak me out. Looking back, I probably should have wondered why he would bother to whisper, if apparently the sound was that far off. I was still terrified. Every little thing I heard outside sounded like someone was walking around the tent. We laid there for a while longer, when finally my boyfriend told me to get dressed because we were leaving. I had gotten alarmed by this, and even more alarmed when he unwrapped the machete that we had brought, just for this trip, from its plastic before opening the tent. We quickly packed up and loaded the car. I looked around for footprints that weren't our own, but despite the moon providing plenty of light, I couldn't really see. I did point out something that my boyfriend hadn't noticed though before we got into our car. There was a beer can by our dead fire that hadn't been there before. We didn't even bring beer. While we were driving away, my boyfriend explained that he was nervous that someone might have been trying to lure us out, so he didn't think that it was a good idea to run from the tent right away. He also half expected to find out the gas tank had been siphoned, but that wouldn't have stopped us because we had a hybrid car. We joked that that would have made a funny hybrid commercial. Number of brutal murders avoided by driving a hybrid? 2. We only joked because we were about to crap ourselves from fear and even adrenaline. The rest of our trip, we only stayed in well-populated campsites, or got a hotel. My cousin is with the Forest Service in the Montana/Wyoming area, and I decided to go up there to her to literally test the waters. She does hydrology and has to ride out to the middle of nowhere to test streams and snow runoff to ensure that there are no contaminants. So I thought that that sounded fun and wanted to do a bit of a tour with her. We were going to have to camp out there for 2 nights. So we packed up all our gear in saddlebags and saddle bundles and started out. The first day and night was amazing. Beautiful scenery and amazing air quality. It's really so peaceful out there. I love that area, and I wish that I got to go up there more often. Anyway, we started out on the second day, and my cousin said, "Do you want to see something weird?" Of course I said yes. So she led me on a bit of a side journey to this tiny little ravine. We ended up traveling about 2 hours away from our actual path that we had laid out. At the very end of this fold in the land, she dismounts and tells me to get off my horse too. We tie them up in this gorgeous little clearing, and she tells me to follow this tiny wildlife path and bring our little rechargeable radio. It's one of those that you can plug in or wind up. And it also acts as a lantern if you really need it to, but that kills the batteries very quickly. I do, and out in the middle of nowhere, there is this huge coil of wire sticking out of the ground. The wire itself was not weirdly large, like some buried transmission wire, but small, like 10 or 12 gauge wiring for a house. It trailed off into the brush and trees. So naturally, I decided to follow the thing out of curiosity. My cousin trails behind me as I do, and this wire, after coming straight up from the ground, is strung across limbs of trees and then back to the ground. Then it snakes around rocks and finally descends into an outlet. That outlet is mounted on the side of a desk. It looks like a schoolteacher's desk from when I was growing up, with a metal base and a pseudo wood/plastic top thing. No chair, no building, no nothing. Just this outlet and this desk. I'm staring confused as all heck at this desk in the middle of a forest when my cousin takes the radio, pulls out the cord and plugs it into the outlet. It then lit up and started blaring static. The wire was being fed from somewhere. Now, the place where we were had no road access, no buildings for many miles, and no other people around. And yet, there was a live outlet. Super weird. No spooky jump scares or bodies. Just one lone powered desk in the middle of the woods. I wish to God I had taken a picture of it. I'm a ranger, and I work at a pretty remote desert park. This happened before I got there, but the other rangers that I work with were there. They went to do a patrol during the summer, our off season, at one of our seldom used campgrounds. On a patrol, our maintenance ranger found a burnt out car in one of the sites. The desert is a weird place, so he just calls the sheriff and waits. Sheriff arrives, and it turns out there's a body in the driver's seat, with no arms and no legs, just a torso and a head, burnt. Sheriff just marked it as a self-unaliving and removed the vehicle. We're close to Mexico, and we get a lot of illegal drug traffic, so I guess they don't even bother trying to solve those. But it was super sketchy. I'm an ex-park ranger. We had a group of frat boys making way too much noise. We came by twice, and at the second stop I told them, "This is your last warning. Not only is it rude for other campers to be so loud, it's exceptionally dangerous. Everyone knows that the local mountain lions are attracted to loud noises at night, and these ghost cats, as they're called, can creep right up on you without hearing or seeing them. Whatever you do, don't leave your tent tonight. If you hear anything, don't make a sound." We went back to the station, grabbed the lion pelt from the interp center and the night vision goggles. The head ranger had to blow what was left of the budget at the end of the previous year. Once they were all in their tents, we crept into the campsite and made fake lion tracks everywhere. We set up the lion pelt propped up over some sticks. The other ranger got out the PA and from a distance started doing fake lion calls, slowly getting closer. I pulled the Jeep forward like we were arriving on scene and got out, turned on my mag light, and illuminated the silhouette of the lion pelt. Because I was moving quickly, the shadow of the lion appeared to be moving. At this point, the frat boys were losing it. Jim, the other ranger, shouted, "Stay in your tents," followed shortly by, "She's coming around at us," and then "There's another one," and finally, "Let's get out of here." At that point, we turned off the flashlights, grabbed the lion pelt in the darkness, and jumped in the Jeep and sped off. Just after sunrise, they started peeking out of the tents. Nobody was brave enough to get out until about 8:30, when they saw all huge paw and claw prints everywhere. They really freaked out. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your tax dollar at work. I'm not a ranger, but I lived on the outskirts of a national park in a cabin. It was a 4-mile drive from the main road just to get to the property, and we had no plumbing or power. This property was right next to where the park started. To call it the middle of nowhere is an understatement. My roommate at the time was interning with the Park Service, but he is a city kid. Every evening at the dead of night, I had been hearing noises in the woods, but I thought it was someone walking. But then, they'd just stop in particularly overgrown areas of the jungle, so your mind starts to doubt itself. Is it a pig? A cat? Is it just the wind? The cabin didn't have a locking door, and the owners didn't want me to install one, so I began sleeping in my car. Now this is a huge property, and I'd park my car over an acre away from the cabin, and where I was hearing something. I started hearing those footsteps again. I moved out. My roommate, who thought I was bonkers, stayed and still slept there without a locking door. He got robbed, not once, but twice after I moved out. So he finally put up motion-triggered cameras. There was a man with a long rifle who'd hike up the property, set up in the bushes, and watch us. I'm not a ranger, but back in 2010, I had just finished a wilderness leadership class and decided to go to Colorado to get some solo wilderness time. I found out about some hot springs near the Colorado River that were only accessible during the winter. During the summer, the snowmelt raises the water level of the river and they become submerged. And I decided to go spend a few weeks out there. It was on BLM land, and I had about a 4-mile hike from where I parked to where I was camping. The BLM lady who watched the land saw me when I arrived and asked me to just write the date on my windshield every week to let her know that I'm still alive out there. Anyways, it was pretty pleasant out there, but every night I was terrified of the bears. They should be sleeping. But if they aren't, it means that they are super hungry and I'm for dinner. For this reason, I decided to set up camp close to a cliff. It was about 40 foot down to the river, and I figured worst case scenario, I could jump and then get to the hot springs to prevent hypothermia. It's a crazy plan, but once you're out there, you realize that bear spray is kinda useless inside the tent. So one early morning, I hear these loud animal noises coming from outside my tent. They're getting closer and very loud, accompanied by grunting and breathing noises. I was too scared to open my tent. I just froze, and the steps kept getting closer and closer and closer. At this point, I could hear it sniffing my tent. I don't dare move. I just lay there. It starts to move away from my tent, but it's still out there. And now, I hear more than one animal. I finally poke my head out, and it's a herd of elk. I swear though, it was probably the most scared that I've ever been while out camping. I'm not a ranger, but I used to be in a group that's somewhat like the Scouts. So we spent a lot of time in the woods and some weird stuff happened often. But most of the time, it was really easy to explain. One thing happened though that to this day scares the living crap out of me. I was a leader for the age group 8 to 10 years old, and we were out on a camping trip. It was the first year that we stayed on that terrain, and it was huge. Normally, we tend to explore the majority of a terrain before the kids arrive, so we are aware of any possible dangerous spots to avoid. This time it was impossible. Every camp, we have to do what we call a night game. It's usually a scary game in which the kids have to complete several tasks, while the leaders scare the ever-loving crap out of them. Obviously, we had one too during that camp. We masked up as monsters and hid out in the woods close to the checkpoints that they had to pass. While running in between checkpoints, I found an open stretch of forest with little to no foliage, so it was ideal for chasing after them. There was no real room to hide, besides behind trees, so I couldn't use my flashlight or they'd be able to see me from miles away. It was dark, like the unsettling kind of dark that plays tricks on your eyes, and you start imagining things that aren't real. During my stay there, I saw a shadow that was around my size running past me a few times. I couldn't see it very well, so I just assumed that I was imagining things, because nothing was there when I turned my flashlight on. The game was nearing its end, and I saw the shadow again. This time I could see it vaguely standing near a tree not too far away from me. I thought it was one of the other leaders hiding to scare kids, and I decided to go over there, as it was about time to go back. I aimed my flashlight towards the tree, and while getting closer, I noticed that there was indeed someone standing there, dressed in what looked like a torn burlap sack, and had their head covered with a few white plastic bags that looked like they were tied together. I started to feel pure dread. Something felt really off. I asked if everything was okay, but they didn't respond. The only thing I heard was this weird sound that sounded like someone knocking on wood. Nevertheless, I went a bit closer until I was about 10 meters away from this person. The knocking sound turned out to be that person smacking his head repeatedly into the tree, and I noticed that he looked like a male. He was barefoot, and his arms and legs were covered with crusted mud. His hands were in a weird cramped position. I was convinced that this was just one of the other leaders pulling a prank, so I told them to knock it off. He slowly turned his head and started walking towards me. Something inside me just told me to run. It didn't matter if it was just a stupid prank, and I ran away scared for nothing. If this wasn't a prank, it felt like I was in serious danger, so I ran as fast as I could. I heard him running after me, but I didn't want to turn around to look as I'd probably run into a tree. I arrived back at the campsite, and every single person that could be dressed like was already there. They couldn't have gotten there before me, and if they did, they sure as heck didn't have time to change into their regular clothes. Still, I told them, and they gave me a good scare with that. They just looked weird at me, thinking I was trying to scare them, and we left it at that. Next day, I wanted to go check it out. Who knows, maybe some weirdo ate the wrong mushroom and might be out there dying from hypothermia. I took someone else with me just in case, and there was nothing but endless trees. We arrived at the tree where I saw the person banging his head, and there was a dead, skinned, decomposing rabbit nailed to the tree. We called the cops. They looked around quickly and brushed it off as a prank from another scouting group or some kids from the nearby town and left it at that. I didn't notice anything weird after that, so it probably was just a dumb prank. But seriously, some people have a messed up sense of humor. Also, I want to clarify that I'm 99% sure that it was a prank by locals. The cops reacted in a way that looked more like "not this stuff again" than "oh no, evil murder in the woods, and we won't stop it." The cops' reaction definitely makes me think that it's happened before. I was a lone recreation ranger in a small district in southern Idaho. Nearest town from the guard station was about an hour and a half away by car. After moving into the guard station, solar power was not working, and I hadn't slept for about a month due to various factors. Bats in the cabin, something walking on the deck at night. The woods always had an eerie feeling to them, unlike the southwest ponderosa forest that I was used to. About 2 months into the seasonal job, I started to hear something walking and scratching on the deck at night, perhaps even on the door. Now, this district was known for its badgers and beavers, so I didn't think much of it. When leaving the cabin at night, I always had an eerie feeling like I was being watched. One night, I was returning from my grocery run. I always went on Tuesday nights, and I had a bad feeling. At the time, I did not have my shotgun in the vehicle. After stepping out of the vehicle, I looked to the right of the cabin, about 50 feet from my front door. All I could see were two eyes about 3.5 to 4 feet in the air. To say that I freaked out was an understatement. I started yelling, "Get out of here!" But the eyes only crouched down an inch closer. At this point, I could tell that it was a large animal of some kind. Definitely not a coyote. I tossed a piece of firewood in the general area, and the creature leaped back a bit, but did not make a sound. I tossed 4 or 5 more pieces, and the creature still inched forward. At this point, I fumbled with the keys. Of course, the solar power was out again. I managed to get inside and grab my shotgun. Technically, you're not supposed to have guns in government housing, but who the heck lives in the hills have eyes backcountry and doesn't carry? I went outside. The creature was a bit closer. Still could not get a good look with my crappy headlamp. I loaded the shotgun and continued to throw pieces of wood with one hand. Finally, the creature walked back into the brush. That night, I drank about 4 IPAs and slept with my shotgun. In the morning, the trail crew came up, and we found mountain lion tracks all over the porch, rocking bench, and compound leading back to the creek. After that event, I always heard the rocking chair move, and someone or something walking on the porch, but I never found any tracks after that night. Considering that it was always muddy up there, it was weird to not find any tracks. I've been stalked by mountain lions before and never had that eerie feeling like I did in those woods. I was in the Gila wilderness, and a convoy of us campers/fishers were making the drive on the dirt road from Mogollon to Snow Lake when we spotted a forest ranger guy pulled over looking in a ditch. Turns out, some idiot tried to make a U-turn and didn't realize the loose rocks makes it hard to stop. They went over the edge and high-centered. We're miles from the nearest official campground, and it's early spring, and the night time gets pretty cold. We get a Jeep with a winch in position and start to pull the guy out of the ditch. Off a hill comes a white dude in a purple velvet sweatsuit. He's got a walking stick, fanny pack, and the purple velvet sweatsuit. That's it. He's a blonde dude and pretty skinny. He comes up to us and tells us that he's German and having a great time. We could not get over the purple velvet sweatsuit. It was a real pimp sweatsuit. The ranger is immediately suspicious, wants to know where he's staying and where he came from. It was around 9 in the morning, and the only way that he could have gotten where he came from was to hike for hours. The German guy was super goofy and just points off towards the other mountain when asked where he's staying/going. We all think it's funny, but also question how the guy is getting along with no water and no food. The sun is intense, above 5,000 feet, even if it's only 75 degrees. The German guy refuses water or any other help and just crosses the road and goes off into the woods. The ranger told us that he can't really keep the guy from doing that since he seemed okay. He said he'd check a few campsites in that direction later to see if he made it. We get to Snow Lake and commence drinking like fish in order to better catch fish. That evening, the ranger pops up to tell us that nobody at the other camp had seen the dude. He radioed around, and no other rangers had abandoned camps or missing campers, and they surely hadn't seen a German dude in a purple pimp sweatsuit. That ranger rolled off duty the next day, and his replacement came by to make sure that the other ranger wasn't smoking something that we gave him. We assured him that it all happened. Never heard another word about the German dude in the purple pimp sweatsuit, but it makes for a good story. Back in the early 90s, my brothers and I were staying with my cousin and her husband, who I'll call Scott, who was a DNR officer. This was opening day of bow season in northern Michigan. While I was at least a mile away from any road or trail, I stumbled across an area that looked like people had been camping recently. They'd even built this weird outdoor kitchen. Being a naive 16 to 17-year-old, the kitchen confused me, but I figured that they had left it because hunting season had started, so I just continued on my way. That night, I was telling everyone about it when Scott gets serious and asks me about what it looked like and where it was. After I told him, he warned me not to go back there and to be glad that no one was there. Apparently, some locals had multiple locations like that where they would cook meth, so they wouldn't blow up their houses and to make it harder to get caught. I guess Scott reported it to the cops, and they got raided a couple of days later. I must have missed it, but the guys had set up multiple trail cams, which were really expensive at the time, all around the area. Based on the pictures of them, I missed the guys by a few hours. They were heavily armed, while I only had a bow and a knife. On the surface, it seems like a well-thought-out plan for some smart people, but they weren't very smart after all. Scott filled us in later on some details. Apparently, They didn't clear the images off the cameras before leaving. The images, though too low of a resolution to recognize their faces, showed them not only cooking meth, but also carrying illegal guns and riding off on customized four-wheelers known to everyone in the area. Those people ended up getting 20 years in prison. I'm not a ranger, but my uncle was. He always told me the story of when he worked in Montana. He was a solid 5 to 10 miles away from town, so pretty much deep into the woods. He recalled pulling his ATV on top of a semi-big hill that overlooked a valley. In between all the trees, there was this clearing that he could see through his binoculars. Through them, he saw an older lady, 60-plus-ish, in black, surrounded by 6 to 8 wolves. Now, he's a lengthy distance from this woman, but he starts yelling and honking and all that, and takes off down the hill as fast as he could. But when he reached the clearing, there was no one there. No wolves. No woman. Only a silver ring with a black stone in the middle. And he still has it to this day. I've been a ranger in the United States Forest Service for almost 15 years, but this story takes place about 3 years after I joined. We were getting calls about a lone wolf with a collar on hanging around campsites. Weird, since wolves aren't known to be in the area. But when you work in the field long enough, you start to realize that anything is possible. No calls had mentioned violent behavior from the animal, thank God. I departed from the station around noon to check out the places that it had been sighted. Wandered around for about 3 hours. No further calls during that time, until I took a break for water. I sat down, had a snack, drank some water, and was getting ready to go out again when the thing was about 20 feet out, trotting near the tree line. It seemed friendly and had the collar, so I whistled to it and it came over to me. Getting a closer look, I could see that it wasn't a wolf. It was huge, but it was dark and didn't have the right body structure, though I could see why it would be confusing from a distance. I radioed in and reported that I had the dog with me, but as soon as I'd bring it in, the dog took off. Like he was playing to see how far he could get me to chase him. Typical dog behavior. I went after it, and I swear it was a game of chase for at least 5 minutes as we steadily ran through the forest. Also, by the way, please don't go running through the forest unless you know the area like the back of your hand. Anyway, the dog finally slowed down near a rock bed/creek area and started pacing around a spot. I drew closer and didn't see anything off at first. Then I noticed it. The overgrowth had almost disguised what appeared to be bones. I called it in immediately, and another team was sent over to recover the remains. When I went to retrieve the dog, he was just gone. But honestly, it wasn't a priority at that point. He was friendly enough, and I figured we'd catch up with him later. The bones were identified as a teenage male's. Died by a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. He'd been reported missing in the area long before I became a ranger, and there'd been pretty much no hope of finding him. I spoke to his mom on the phone. She called to thank me personally, and she asked how I'd found her son. I mentioned the black dog, then thought that I'd said something wrong since there was a pause on her side of the line. After I gave a couple of details about the dog, she quietly explained that her son, who struggled with making connections, had sunken into a deep depression after the death of his best friend, the very dog that had led me to him. I think that I spent the rest of the day stunned. I continue to be in disbelief in a way, but I know what happened. My dad was a ranger. He said once that he was out in the forest with one other ranger. They had to camp overnight halfway to their destination. Well, that night they heard footsteps, and a lot of them outside of their tent. Then they heard at least 20 people scream, "Get out." Needless to say, they got out and radioed it in. The next morning, the cop went out and searched and found 4 skinned animals pinned to the trees around their campsite. I have a friend who's a trail ranger, basically a ranger who can't get you in trouble. He told me about this time that he was gathering illegally placed wildlife cameras and knocking down hunting stands, feeders, and blinds with another actual ranger. The other ranger wasn't feeling well, so he said he was going to head back as it's a 1-hour ATV ride. My friend finished up the last one when he heard voices. Keep in mind, he is far off the beaten path. He called out, and no one replied. As it was getting dark, he started to head back and found that his ATV wouldn't start. He then noticed that the battery wasn't connected anymore. He reconnected it and started to drive, but it wasn't going fast at all. Less than a half a mile later, the whole thing died. He radioed back basically saying, "Hey guys, I need someone to come pick me up." They told him they would, but it would be about an hour. He asked if the other guy got back and they said no. He settled down and started a small fire, but before long he heard voices again. It's dark. He's not happy. The voices sound like an argument now. Someone was angry and yelling at someone else who sounded more scared. He called out and asked if anyone needed help. The voices didn't seem to care. He guessed that they had to be less than 1,000 feet away. He radioed again, and they said they were having trouble finding what path that he might be on, and they haven't left yet. He asked them just to get the other ranger to tell them about where they are, because he left with the iPad that had the map. They said that he still isn't back. About 3 more minutes go by, and he hears the voices start up again. He decides to walk to them, hoping that maybe they can stop being drunk buttholes and maybe that they have a map. He walked in their direction, but the voices seemed to be getting further as he got closer. Finally, after 20 minutes, he gave up and walked back. He got a radio call, and they said the other guy was found passed out, covered in vomit, and was being taken to the hospital, but that he crossed off everywhere that they had found a stand, so they have a general idea of where he is. Then the radio died. Then the voices came back. Bored out of his mind, he decided to listen to what they were arguing about, picking up things like, "Well, it wasn't yours to take," "I don't care," "You knew better," and so on. His guess was 2 hunters arguing over a kill. Then he heard the one shout something ineligible. Then silence. Then, bang, a gunshot. He doused his fire and hid. After that, he heard nothing, just his breathing for the next half hour until he saw ATV lights. He told the guy picking him up everything, and they called back. They had people looking for 3 hours and found nothing. They came back the next day with police and dogs. After about an hour, a shallow grave was found, and in it was a long dead man who had clearly been shot in the face. Thing was, it was a skeleton who had been there for years. So, either the argument that he heard just ended with a bang and both parties went home last night, or he heard the murder of someone from years ago. I work at a summer camp, taking kids on canoe trips for a few days at national parks. One night after setting up a campsite and quenching the fire, I was doing the last check of the campsite. I looked at the lake and saw this lone man paddling a canoe. I thought it was pretty strange, but it's not out of the ordinary. The only weird thing being that he was alone. He waved, so being the polite Canadian that I am, I waved back. I went to bed in the staff tent, and everything was normal. I had a bit of trouble sleeping that night, so I decided to go stargazing, as that usually calms me down. I exit the tent and see this man in our campsite, looking through our tarps and bags. For what, I don't know. Maybe drugs or food, but that's not important. This stranger is by campers that I'm responsible for. We make eye contact and this guy stands up. He's tall, and I'm quite short, so I quickly grab the first thing that I can think of, a can of bear mace. This stuff is meant to deter a charging bear, so I hold it ready to spray and tell him to get out of my campsite. He doesn't really speak, just like, "Oh, I didn't see you guys." When he's leaving, I immediately wake up the other staff, and we make sure that he leaves. We use our satellite phone to call park rangers with our position, the guy's characteristics, and tell them the story. Without a doubt, the scariest moment I had on the job. I've learned not to fear animals, as for the most part they're predictable, dumb, and not malicious. But people, on the other hand, the scariest and most dangerous thing to encounter out in the wilderness is another person. My dad is a forestry technician, and this happened to one of his co-workers. They were up doing some sort of job in the very most northerly part of Ontario. Anyways, it was the middle of the night, and she was half asleep, and vaguely heard something outside of her tent. Then she felt something push against her tent, and the zipper was slowly opening. She opened her eyes, and saw the head of a polar bear in her tent. Polar bears are far from the cuddly toys that you see, and they're known to be super aggressive and will hunt and eat people. She laid there paralyzed with fear, thinking that it was the end, and then slowly, the bear retracted its head and left. Park ranger here. I work at a park just outside of a metro area, 5,000 acres and a 1.5 thousand acre lake. Super busy park, but we have some areas of the off-beaten path. I've stumbled on some really creepy animal sacrifice stuff once because I happened to follow the crows. You barely have to worry about animals. It's the people that we share this world with. My brother has a winter job closing parks. He drives around in a county vehicle and makes sure that no one is in the parks before closing the gates. He does this from about 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., and it's pretty dark out. The other day, he was closing one of the parks and saw a man hopping through the woods. The man then saw him and crouched down and just watched my brother do his closing duties. My brother left and went on to another park, where he found a dead coyote frozen solid, standing up as if it were alive. One winter, while patrolling trails, I came across a homeless guy who passed out, drunk in the snow. He had been there for about a week in below freezing temperatures. He was frozen solid and still had a bottle of Mad Dog 2020 in his hand. I was a ranger at Yosemite and passed every day through the gate along the Merced River. One day there was a commotion which caused a slowdown, but didn't involve us, so we crept by, just slow enough to hear a man in anguish trying loudly to explain something. It was early summer, but the river was still raging from a solid snowpack that year, and we found out later that the guy was just trying to take a picture of his wife with the torrent as a backdrop. Apparently, he'd kept telling her to back up just a bit further when she disappeared. Us and the firefighting guys were tasked with finding her body. Nobody made much of a pretense that she might have survived. She turned up 2 months later, after the river had settled enough that we'd started swimming in it, just upstream from our swimming hole. There's this old lighthouse at the park that I work at. People from northern Jersey might be familiar with it. Next to it sits our visitors center, formerly the lighthouse keeper's quarters. Last summer, I got put on the graveyard shift for a pay period. While out tooling around the fort, the park is an old army base, around 2 a.m., changing all the Pokemon gyms to Team Mystic, I noticed that there was a light on in the second floor of the quarters. One of the interp rangers must have forgotten to turn it off, I said to myself. So I head in, do a quick sweep of the building and turn it off. I go back outside, get in my car, and I'm about to drive away when I look back up to the second floor. The light is back on, and something just moved across the window. My mind's eye saw a human figure, but I honestly just noped out of there so fast that it could have just been a bat or something like that. I'm not a park ranger, but my friend was. And the worst thing that he found was a dead body of a runner that had collapsed near a trail. It was an older guy that must have had a heart attack and had fallen to the side of the trail so people hadn't seen him. The worst part was that when he called 911, they demanded that he try to do CPR, while he tried to explain that the dude's eyes were open and covered in flies, and his body was stone cold. So no, he was not going to do that. This is my dad's friend's story, not mine. It was around 10 p.m., and my dad's friend was driving around locking all the gates so that people can't drive on certain roads. And he's on a gravel road. All of a sudden, he sees a cloud of dust as if someone just drove past him, but it came from the direction that he just locked a gate in, so nobody should have been able to get in. He got out of his car and started walking down the road to see if he saw any tracks. He didn't, but he saw this old truck that looked like it was just sitting there for years. Keep in mind, this is the direction that he just came from. He's starting to get sketched out, so he turns around to head back to his car, and when he does, he sees a body hanging. No joke. Someone hung themselves in the park. He called the police and the guy had no family. My dad claims that he actually saw the body. Apparently it was all skinny and blue, and stunk as if it had been hanging for a couple of days. Some people say that they see the guy walking around. But yeah, pretty much, the road is haunted now. I wasn't a park or forest ranger, but I was a historical docent, basically a historical tour guide, and this happened when I was about 15. First, a little bit of background. I worked at a place called Blennerhassett Island in Parkers, West Virginia. Blennerhassett Island is infamous because of Aaron Burr went there with a whole plot to take over the U.S. after he killed Alexander Hamilton. And it's actually a very interesting story, but it's not relevant to this one. The island is said to have been haunted by various people/entities because many people died there, including members of the Blennerhassett family, and sailors would bury bodies on the island if someone died in their ship. Some of the most commonly seen ghosts are the ghosts of Margaret, Harmon, and their daughter, nicknamed Baby Margaret Blennerhassett, an Indian and a groundkeeper. The Blennerhassetts are often seen in their home on the island or walking around. The Indian is seen on the south tip of the island, and the groundkeeper is seen in the Putnam House or house. Margaret is seen most often and is seen in a white flowing gown, and people say they smell lilac before they see her. On to my story. One day, I was walking towards a clump of trees with a bench so I could eat for my lunch break when I saw something white out of the corner of my eye. I thought it was just one of the other docents because some people had on aprons, but when I turned and looked, it was a woman in a white gown. I knew that people had seen Margaret, but usually they saw her near dusk, and this was in the middle of the day. I stopped walking and just looked at her. I started to say something to her, but when I blinked, she vanished. I immediately went back to where the others were and told them what I saw, but they didn't believe me. To this day, I'm convinced that I saw her ghost, and it was really terrifying. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be reading true deep woods horror stories. I hope you enjoy them. So without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. This happened some months ago, precisely on the 5th of November. I live in northern Italy, so that was the evening in which the red aurora borealis appeared visible for us. I was chilling at home after a long day when one of my friends calls me and asked me if I wanted to try to go see the aurora with him. I said sure, because I'm always up for an adventure. And from where I live in the top mountain is circa 1 hour in the car. At 21:30-ish, he comes and gets me and up we go. We even see a cute chunky fox while ascending. We arrive at the top of the mountain. There's a big parking lot there, and we get out of the car. Pretty freezing winds and howling winds. We encountered only one car on the road, and one is parked at a distance from us, apparently empty or just dark. We take some pictures. Can't really see the aurora, but some reddish specks of light here and there. Still magical. We can, however, see a beautiful Milky Way. So despite the cold, we just stand there in admiration of the universe above us, chatting lightly. After 40 minutes to an hour, I start to feel uneasy. Not really with a reason. Then my friend goes to use the restroom. He only goes a short distance and remains in sight, and I concentrate on the surroundings, as I'm used to giving credit to my internal voice. So I suddenly start picking up on something. I hear footsteps. Every time the wind goes down, they go silent, but a bit delayed. I can clearly distinguish them as the iced snow crunched under the weight. When the wind picks up in strength, I tell my friend when he comes back. We listen,
and he confirms it as they're getting progressively closer. We made eye contact, decided we saw enough of the stars and didn't want to stay around to find out, and calmly walked back to the car, locked the doors, and booked it swiftly out of there. We kept check the next day about robberies or anything else, but we didn't hear anything. I'm still amazed and spooked in how sudden. I wanted to write about what happened to me and my partner in September of 2023. We were hanging out with our two new friends, a husband and wife. Let's say their names are John and Mary. They decided to camp at Todd Lake Recreation Center, which is in George Washington National Forest, and invited us to spend time at their campsite, have a few beers, relax by the campfire, etc. My partner and I decided that we weren't up for overnight camping, but were down to hang out for a bit. The recreation center was only 45 minutes from home, so we thought we could drive if we didn't have but a few drinks, ate food, and chilled for a couple of hours. So we get there at around 4:30 p.m. and have camp snacks, sandwiches, chips, nothing special, and some alcoholic seltzers. We wander down to the lake and let their dog swim, and then we decide to head back to the campsite and start a fire. I knew we weren't staying the night, so I kept track of how many drinks I had and the food I ate to ensure that I was suitable for the drive later. In total, I had 5 seltzers the entire night, over hours. Not to sound like an alcoholic or anything, but 5 seltzers do not explain what happened to us that night. I can handle my alcohol, and I'm responsible while drinking by pacing myself, eating food and drinking water in between each beverage. So we're hanging by the fire with John and Mary, and next thing you know, John says, "Hey, do you guys want to walk down to the lake?" And we respond, "Yeah, sure, let's do it." The camp has a short walking path to the lake, probably half a mile away. It should only take minutes to get there. Now this is when it gets weird. I look at my cell phone and see that it's 8:30 p.m. and decide to put my phone in the car before we walk down to the lake because I don't want to lose it. The next thing I knew, I woke up in the woods, passed out on the ground on a trail with my partner in the middle of George Washington National Forest, an hour away from their campsite, and John and Mary were nowhere to be found. My partner was on his back with his head turned to the side, and I was lying halfway on the moss and the other half on him, with my head turned to the side, almost as if we were placed perfectly. We were lost and both felt extremely confused and sick. We both started throwing up and had to take breaks walking out to try and find John and Mary's campsite. It took us an hour to get back, and it appeared we had hiked an hour outside of the recreation center. We both had zero recollection of how we got there, why we were both passed out in the middle of the woods at night, and why the heck 5 seltzers with food over a multiple hour span made either one of us be so sick and lose memory at the same time. My partner was completely disoriented and started screaming for help. I was begging him to be quiet because I felt so sick and had no idea where we were. I needed a moment to collect myself and get my bearings to try and hike out of our current situation. Something to know about us is that we are both avid hikers and backpackers and very comfortable outdoors in nature, even alone. However, at that moment, I was so thankful that I didn't wake up in the woods at night on a trail alone. Thankfully, he was with me. The entire time, we both felt like we were being watched as we tried to find our way back. It was unsettling. I was telling my partner when we were trying to find our way back to the campsite that something felt very wrong, and when we got back, we needed to get in the car and leave. I felt it in my bones, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what happened. We were both utterly shocked that we somehow both conveniently blacked out simultaneously. I know what you're thinking. We were drugged, right? We felt that too. But why would John and Mary, our supposed friends, drug us? And why would they drug us and carry us deep into the forest? It didn't add up. We finally made it back to the campsite, and I first opened my car and grabbed my phone to see what time it was. It was 2:30 a.m. My heart sank. How did this happen? How did it go from 8:30 p.m. when we were walking down to the lake, which was half a mile or less from their campsite, to 2:30 in the morning? Neither of us liked not knowing what happened to us in that lost time. So before we decided to leave, my partner knocked on their tent and said, "Hey John, we're leaving. What happened, man? We need to get out of here. Something's off." John then replies, "Where is Mary?" And my partner and I both looked at each other concerned and say to John, "What do you mean? She's not in the tent with you?" And John replies, "No, I thought she was with you two." That's when we all decided to search for Mary. John said the last thing he remembered was we were hanging out by the fire and asked if we wanted to go down to the lake. And then, hours later, he woke up underneath the picnic table at the campsite, not remembering how he got there. However, something seemed fishy, and he was far too relaxed. We found Mary down the trail to the lake, slumped over, asleep in the woods near the campsite. Neither remembered what happened and why we all ended up in these places. No one can remember what happened for those few hours. It was misty, dark, and foggy on the mountain, and I was shivering, with my teeth chattering, feeling sick and just ready to go home. We got in the car and returned to our house, but it took a while to settle enough to sleep. When we spoke to John the next morning, they laughed it off and said, "Maybe we just shouldn't drink so much next time we hang out." I remember all of us hanging by the fire, and then mentioning us going down to the lake, but I stayed back to deal with the dog and you three went down there. John changed his story from what he had said the night before. Something didn't set right with me. The Todd Lake Recreation Center was almost empty. We only saw one other family camping that night, and they weren't anywhere near our campsite, which was also odd. My partner and I don't feel like we drank enough to the point that it would cause us to black out, especially at the same time. So what did happen? We were so sore and a little cut up, but our only thoughts were this must have been something paranormal, or they did drug us. I started to get flashbacks of memory, and all I remember was John's face on the beach, then black. Did aliens abduct us? Was it something from Appalachian folklore like Mothman or some other bizarre creature? Did we all drink too much? Did we get drugged? My partner lost his phone that night, so I called the ranger the following Monday, and they said they found it in the woods busted up between campsites 5 and 6. But John and Mary were camping at campsite 1. The ranger mailed it back to us because I didn't want to drive back there and had a horrible pit in my stomach. The phone never cut back on, even though the front of the screen was perfectly intact. It was only the back of the phone that had been busted. A part of me doesn't want to know what's on that iPhone. The next day, my partner was violently ill, and I was shivering with teeth chattering and chill bumps all day. We honestly probably should have gone to the hospital. In my 30 years, I've never experienced anything like this. And to this day, we are skeptical about meeting new friends or having new people into our lives. Either way, we are both so grateful that we made it home safely that night, and we have each other. What do you all think? My partner doesn't have social media, but I blocked John and Mary on mine, and we haven't seen them since. We moved to another state in 2024, not because of this reason, but I've dealt with a lot of PTSD and night terrors since this occurred. I now worry if it was John or both of them. Are they doing this to other people? Thank you for reading. So, this isn't something I witnessed. I was told this story by one of the men who allegedly saw it. For context, this guy had run with some questionable crowds and did what jobs he had to make money at times, if you get my drift. So, he has a lot of stories. I mostly consider this a tall tale, but there is still enough of it that makes me wonder what if. According to him, we'll call him Zed for the sake of the story. He had been finishing up some work down in Louisiana back in the late 1990s with his buddy and had a few days to kill, namely to get some fishing and hunting in, albeit out of season. One of the guys they had worked with gave them directions to a spot way back in the swamps and marshes, or the bayou as it's more commonly called, that they could do that without risking being caught by fish and game agents. He said one of the best things about this spot was there were, oddly enough, never any alligators there. Bit of a red flag, that one. Anyways, one fine morning they set out in their boat before the sun was up, navigating their way through the swamps. From what he described, this was a section that was close to the Mississippi border, routes used by smugglers to move various products across state lines. They finally arrived at the spot after a few hours and some detours, their way of not saying they got lost. Turned off the motor on their boat and started fishing. The trees were just thick enough to prevent you from being seen from overhead, and they were essentially in a huge inlet that was somewhat sheltered from the rest of the bayou and had the start of solid land along two sides of it. By solid land, that also meant you had to walk across 10 to 15 feet of muck that could suck your boots off before you got to solid ground. So according to Zed, the day was progressing, and fishing wasn't going great. But they still had beer, so they weren't inclined to go anywhere. They both noted that, as the guy had said, there were no alligators. Normally, you could spot them lurking around or sunning themselves, but they were just utterly gone from the spot, as were most of the big fish it seemed. It was at this point they observed a herd of feral hogs emerge from the undergrowth on one side of the lagoon and make their way to the muck that was described before and commence to start rolling and rooting in it to their heart's content. Zed and his buddy slowly angled their boat closer, as they had sidearms with them, and certainly had no issues with getting wild pork instead of fish if the opportunity was there. The hogs were leery but not afraid, keeping the humans in their line of sight as they frolicked. Zed saw they had no real way to get to a hog if they shot it there, so they just floated along and watched for a good opportunity. But instead, they saw something else entirely. According to Zed, that's when they saw the mud start to move. He knew instantly it wasn't an alligator, as an alligator would be flailing around in the mud trying to reach the hogs, and whatever this thing was, it was covered in mud. The only way he could describe it was something was pushing its way through the muck like a mostly submerged bulldozer, creeping up on the pigs. They watched as it slowly approached a cluster of hogs who had noticed the movement, but seemed more curious about what it was than afraid. One of them, a pig that Zed estimated was between 150 to 175 pounds, was the furthest out in the muck and made the mistake of attempting to sniff at whatever the intruder was. Zed said that quicker than they could react, something lunged out from the thing and attached to the pig's head and face. As the pig thrashed and tried to jump back, letting out the most blood-curdling scream they'd ever heard, the thing was hauled partially out of the muck and came into better view. Zed realized it was an alligator-snapping turtle of proportions he had never heard of. He's seen the one they keep at Bass Pro Shop. That got big enough that it cracked its tank and had to get a new one, and he said that was like comparing a chihuahua to a pit bull. It was still partially obscured by the muck that was covering it, but Zed swore its shell had to be at least the size of the hood from a Volkswagen Beetle. He was an extreme car enthusiast, so he knew his vehicles. His best guess on its weight was it was well over 500 pounds, and was now backing up into deeper water, dragging the pig with it. Zed said from what they could see, the turtle's head was so big that it was able to fit, its jaws partially around the pig's skull, and its beak was now essentially acting as a meat hook. Apparently, it was about a 30-second fight to drag the pig out into the lagoon, but Zed said it was clear the pig never had a chance. The turtle dragged it out into the water,
and the pig made one last desperate attempt to break free. Apparently hearing something screaming underwater one last time. It's as unnerving as you'd imagine, and Hollywood doesn't get the sound right. It then just went absolutely quiet after that. According to Zed, he and his buddy sat there for a minute, processing what they had just seen, and except for the froth on top of the water and the stirred up mud, there was no sign anything had just happened. The other hogs had fled as soon as their comrade was attacked, and except for some bugs, it was almost completely silent. They couldn't say why, but Zed said they booked it out of there, that something was off, and it felt wrong to be there. It wasn't like they could go to Fish and Game and describe what they saw, but they did fill in their acquaintance on why there were no alligators in that area. As far as Zed knew, nobody else has ever seen this colossal turtle and came forward to talk about it. But Zed said that it was big enough that if it caught a person unawares, it could easily overpower and kill a human, the same way it did that pig. Again, this is how the story was told to me. It's not my story, and I'm inclined to mostly believe it's a tall tale, or an exaggerated one. But it does highlight that you don't need something as fanciful as a skunk ape or Bigfoot to be nervous about what might be lurking out of sight.
I live in the Midwest. I live on a small rural lot between a cornfield and a small forest, in a camper. I've lived in this country my entire life. I know the entire county like the back of my hand. This being said, I've come to the conclusion that my experiences around the rural and wooded parts of this country are crawlers. I'm 100% sure of it. I've had many encounters actually. None back to back, but they happen frequently. There is a forest/park in the middle of the town that I always hated at night since I was little. As I got older, my cousin and I thought being scared was really fun. We'd go there at night on purpose, but never lasted long. I always felt like I was being watched. This, on top of urban legends of people going missing here at night, made me feel really uneasy. Fast forward to a couple of years ago. I got married and I'm settling into the life as a husband. I'd take my large, all-black German Shepherd, Fenrir, on walks with me at night. I always walk towards the park, but I usually don't enter into it. The first time something weird happened was 5 years ago. I was walking Fenrir, and the woods to the front and to the right of me, to the left and behind me was a neighborhood edge and a small playground, went silent. My dog started acting super anxious. He's usually a very stoic dog and quiet. He's 120 pounds and built like a tank. Looks very intimidating and he knows it. I heard rustling in the woods following me, and I felt like I was being stalked. I ran home, and that's the end of the first encounter. I had a few more encounters like that, but last year, things really amped up. I was on a walk around 11:30 p.m. with Fenrir, my wife, and our little newer dog, Booger. He's a terrier Chi mix. We are walking down the same path, and about 3 blocks away from the woods, 4 or so deer are sprinting out of the trees into the street towards us, and they seem terrified. Then I hear what I can only describe as what sounded like a human trying to mimic the sounds of a monkey. I thought it was silly until recently, when I read that other guy's story who heard the same thing. We laughed it off as some kids playing around. Once we get up to the woods and are walking parallel, we can clearly see 2 reflective eyes and a silhouette staring at us from the tree line. We also heard a deep growl, and then like a hissing sound, but it wasn't super high-pitched or anything. Both of our dogs acknowledged this as well. Finn stared, and Booger growled a bit. I made a Facebook post on the community's Facebook group, and other people told similar stories around town. Around this time, I got a job as a tour guide/maintenance for rail explorers. I'm working there again this year as well. We start April 1st. Basically, they take unused or tour-specific railroad sections that aren't used federally and they have these pedal carts with motor assist on them so you can use to explore the tracks. It's super cool and super fun. The one I work at is like 5 minutes from where I live, and it goes through the woods in an inaccessible part of the country, unless you float down the river and hike up steep, loose dirt hills. You go under one old car bridge, and you go over two multi-hundred-foot-length old train bridges. The first one is larger and taller, and it's about 150 feet off the ground above the forest. The second goes over the river. About 6 months into the job and it's fall. We work until midnight, sometimes with the last tour leaving around 9 p.m. That means the last tour for the last 2 months of the year are in complete darkness. The way that job operates is with 6 employees. 4 get on the lead bike, and 2 get on the rear bike. From the lead bike, we drop off one person at the busy intersection so they can flag traffic, and one person gets dropped off at the large train bridge that goes over the woods. The person at the bridge gives a short safety speech to the customers, who stop and go one at a time over the bridge. The employee carts are much faster than the customer ones. We all have walkie-talkies, and we usually have these battery-powered floodlights on stands that we use so the customers can see us, and light up safety vests. On one particular night, we were behind by 20 or so minutes. Instead of leaving the depot at sunset, we were leaving at dusk. I was stationed by the high bridge. By the time we reached the bridge, it was pitch black aside from the stars providing a little light. My coworkers dropped me off and waited with me until the first customer arrived. I gave the little speech to the first cart of 4. I chatted with them a little bit, and I was trying to buy some time and wait for the next customer cart, so there wasn't a massive gap for my coworkers who have to flip the bikes around. After a few minutes, I let those customers leave and I was alone. I was alone for 20 minutes. I used the radio so many times, but it was static for everybody. One of the only times we've ever had an issue like that as well. I kept seeing movement in the tree line. I kept hearing fast footsteps all around me in every direction. I had the floodlight on above my head, so everyone and everything could see me, but I couldn't see anything. I turned off the floodlight and used my personal flashlight. I kept seeing quick glimpses of pale skin moving quickly, but right when I started seeing stuff, I could hear the next customer cart coming close. So I turned the light back on and waited for them to come around the corner. When they pulled up, I noticed they had a little boy with him, and he's scared of the dark. I'm terrified at this point, but have to act appropriately. Even more so because of this boy. I don't want to scare him. As I'm finishing my speech, I hear movement right behind me, and I say, "Geez," and spin around with my flashlight on instinct. Poor kid. I told them that it was probably just a deer, and they're good to go across the bridge. That same night, the person stationed at the intersection. This isn't like an in-town intersection. It's very rural. It's right next to a massive cornfield. He's Native American and was very in tune with his culture. He told me privately a few weeks later that he heard rustling in the cornfield, and whatever was out there was whispering his name and trying to get him into the field. He was also without communication for those 20 minutes, but he wasn't in the woods and could see a lot better than me. Another time, me and that same coworker were headed back to the front car. We were way ahead, so we stopped the cart in the middle of the high bridge. It sounds scary. I'm a bit afraid of heights, and this bridge has massive gaps between the planks that you could fit through. But after doing it so often, you get used to it. It was a clear night, and we were watching the stars and having small talk. Then it goes silent. We are 100 or so feet in the air above the woods, and can hear for miles. The dogs barking across the river 2 miles away can be heard without even seeing the houses. We hear what sounds like a human mimicking a monkey noise, and we hear growling. He looks at me completely seriously and tells me in a stern tone that we need to get out of there right now. I drive out of there, and he moved states to Nevada shortly after this. A few other things happened here and there and to coworkers as well. Each of my coworkers have at least one story. I'm only sharing mine in the post. Otherwise, it'd be too long. A few months go by and it's late fall, around the middle of November. I drive through that park in town a lot when I just want to go for a drive. I had my dog Fenrir with me and it's about 2 a.m. I can't sleep, so I'm listening to a Melvins CD and driving leisurely through the park. As soon as I get past the entrance gates, I feel really uneasy and weird. I'm not easily scared. Going to that park at night makes me feel a primal fear. It's beyond fight or flight. I have never felt that way in my life anywhere else, ever. And I feel it every time I'm there. I'm driving through the park and I've rolled the windows up a lot more. Fenrir can still poke his head out but can't leap out. As I go deeper into the woods, I feel worse and worse. I decided not to turn around because I'm already past the halfway point. Turning around would make me stay in the woods longer. I started speeding where there weren't any turns I couldn't see around. I round the last corner, and what I saw made me have nightmares for months. There was a pale, skinny humanoid. Tall and lanky, not quite human, crawling on its hands and feet, but it was crawling very quickly, like 20 miles per hour. We don't have bears here. The only animals that size are large humans and deer. That wasn't a deer. It went from my right, across the street, and went into the tree line. Fenrir saw it too. He doesn't bark at animals, not even other dogs. He went ballistic. He was trying to force himself out of the small gap in the window, nearly foaming at the mouth and snarling. He never, ever acts like that. I'm a certified dog trainer, and I've raced him from birth. Most recently, I've become obsessed with this park. I've walked there at night from my camper to the park with Fenrir. I'll never do it again. I didn't see a figure this time. As I was entering the park, a massive owl flew by my head, so close I could have smacked it mid-flight. This made me feel weird for some reason. As soon as I get into the park, I feel extremely weird, anxious, and nauseous. I walk a few hundred yards to the only streetlight in the entire park, and I turn around and face the woods. Me and Fenrir stand there, frozen for like 10 minutes. The silence was deafening. Anytime I heard anything, I'd jump. Finn was anxious too. He kept staring into a certain spot in the woods a ways off. I swear I saw eyes in there every once in a while. I built up the courage to walk out and haven't gone back since. It'll be interesting to see what happens at my job this year. I wanted to add that the county that I live in is packed full of abandoned mines. Hundreds of them. This happened Easter of last year. My husband's family owns an old farm with a large property with mountains, a lake, and woods. No one lives on the farm anymore, so we use it as a holiday residence. This is West End Norway, so fjords and mountains and lots of red deer all over the place. No neighbors and no animals except for wild ones. There are old ruins from the Viking Age about 500 meters from the house, nearby the lake. Much unknown history, and I find the forest very eerie. I'm Norwegian, and my ex, the father of my kids, are Canadian. He's not so much around anymore, and my daughter, who's 10 years old, is very fond of horror movies. My son, who's 9 years old, also likes a good scare. To help them not forget their Canadian culture, I told them about the Wendigo. This was in the car on our way to the west for the Easter holiday, since there's so much deer out there. I told them a story I've read, and on this sub I do believe, about Wendigo mimicking kitten sounds, and I told them that these Norwegian mountains are the same as the Appalachians before the continents split up, and that's maybe why they can be so eerie. The second day there, we cut down some small trees outside the house.
The kids and I dragged the branches over a small field and tossed them down a hill. This hill is where the forest begins, and also the path down to the lake. My husband was in the garage, the other direction, fixing the chainsaw. As we took a break by the tree line, my son, with the Wendigo story in mind, starts to make a special cartoonish cat meow that he thinks is funny into the forest. He kept going maybe 6 to 9 times before I told him to knock it off and get back to help us with the branches. We turn around, and there was a very clear meow coming from the bottom of the hill. It sounded exactly like my son's meowing. It wasn't my son. He stood right beside me, and it was his voice and his characteristic meow. We shrugged it off as someone hiking answering the meowing, and I didn't want to scare the kids for real, and didn't remind them that it's private land, and nobody except for us goes down there, because the only walkable path is through the garden and small field. We got up to the garage, told my husband, and went inside for lunch. He was just like, well, lots of spirits in these woods. And then we didn't talk about it again. He's a man of few words and not easily scared. He grew up on the farm every vacation. He knows the land well and thinks it's mystical, but not scary. My husband reminded me of the meowing in the car on our way there this Easter. We still can't figure out a rational explanation, so we just landed on the spirits in the forest, or a very stupid fox. I've been getting more acclimated to camping as a solo female. I'm pretty comfortable in the woods for the most part. I feel safe and at home. This was my first time solo camping in the area I'm from, so it felt particularly special. Pretty rugged, remote part of WNC. I camped off a gravel road right by the creek. After having dinner by the fire, I settled in my tent, the air of early spring growing colder. As I'm trying to get cozy and drift off, I hear what I can only describe as a woman singing. I'm a skeptic and know our ears can play tricks on us. I've definitely heard things before when there's a monotonous sound like the river, so I tried to brush it off. But it had range. It wasn't consistent at all, as if there was a tune to it. At this point, I froze, holding my breath. The singing sound would stop and then start again. I was terrified, honestly. Eventually, I had to suck it up and go to the restroom. The moon was full so I could see. Nothing there at all. Just the beautiful creek in the night. I continued to hear it for a little while longer before a very poor sleep. That's all. Nothing crazy. But I just know what I heard, and I don't have an explanation. Spirit in the river, perhaps? I don't know. But whatever it was very spooky. I am from Madrid, Spain. My family is from a small mountain city. We are all familiar with mountains. Even though I live in Madrid, I always go to hike in the mountain range surrounding Madrid. I would not consider us to be very superstitious and or believe strongly in supernatural events, although I am a huge fan of folklore. This story happened in the summer. Back when I was 14 years old, my mother took me and my brother for a week-long trip to a mountain range in the southeast of Spain, close to the old town of Rio Par Viejo. We had already spent half of the week going on multiple hikes, and we visited beautiful lakes where me and my brother would swim, despite them being super cold. Overall, we had already had a lot of fun, and we were enjoying our small family trip so far. One day, while it was very sunny and warm, we went on a hike again to this kind of abandoned trail, which some of the locals of the village had recommended.
It was not accessible by car, and there was no phone service. We couldn't care less, since we loved to spend time in nature, and we would just spend our time walking and talking instead of being on our phones. We found a crystal clear lake with beautiful turquoise greenish water and lots of water vegetation in it. My brother and I immediately jumped in, and afterwards we had picnic for lunch. So far, so good. Suddenly, while we were enjoying our bocadillo de jamón, we heard a loud scream. It was a very high-pitched scream and just overall scary. Considering the fact that we were next to the lake, in a small valley between tall mountains, we could hear it kind of echo. All three of us immediately looked at each other startled. We were certainly not imagining anything. From what we could deduce, the sound came from the other side of the lake in a very bushy area. The lake itself was not very big, and we decided to make our way around it to investigate. Because although we had not seen anyone during the entire day out there, maybe someone was in danger or needed help. I cannot really specify what the scream sounded like. In hindsight, it was not your typical scream for help, but who knows what humans are capable of sounding like when in dire need of help, right? After about a 20-minute walk, we were already getting to the entrance of the bushy area at the other side of the lake. All three of us approaching with our walking sticks in hand and in a cautious position. The first thing we noticed was an awful smell of rotting flesh. That, together with the scream earlier, made us feel a sense of dread. Normally, you would feel welcome when helping someone out, but we did not feel welcome at all in this place. My instincts were telling me we should just track our way back out of there, while not losing sight of the bushy area. However, we could not shake the feeling that we had to help if someone needed it, so we decided to proceed slowly. The joy and laughter we had at the other side of the lake were no more. Whatever was going on at this side of the lake, it felt wrong and ominous. I cannot talk on my brother or mother's behalf, but the hair on my arms stood on end. After making our way through the brush for 10 minutes, we were finally reaching a clearing. During this whole time, the sense of dread had continued, and the awful smell of rotting flesh had only increased. Finally, in the middle of the clearing, we saw what had caused this smell. In what seemed to be the perfect middle of the small clearing, we found the dead corpse of a deer. Or at least, what remained from it. The limbs were removed from its torso, and the head was half-eaten. The thing is, the cadaver looked fairly fresh, as if it was killed that same day. However, the smell was still that of a rotting and decayed corpse. It did not make any sense. We checked for footprints or dung in the clearing, but did not find anything. A logical explanation would be wolves, or even bears, since we got both of them in rural Spain. However, the missing footprints and the way of how this deer was ripped apart made it seem almost unnatural. After we had checked the surroundings, we left as quickly as possible. On our way back, we did not stop to rest at the lake or anything. We just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. When we were leaving the valley behind us, halfway up one of the surrounding mountains, we heard another scream similar to the first one. However, this time we did not feel the urgency to check if someone needed help. Instead, we paced up our speed and did not go back. Somewhere in the evening, when we finally had made it back to our village, we went for dinner at a small old bar in the picturesque town square. We talked to some of the older people from the village about our experience with their abandoned trail. They told us that apparently we had somewhere taken a wrong turn on the trail, since it was not very clear, and that this was the reason that we ended up at the valley with the lake. They also told us that a few centuries back during the Spanish Inquisition, the local townspeople had gone to that valley because a so-called witch lived there and set her house on fire, killing the poor woman. Since then, the locals never hiked close to that lake, or its surroundings in the valley. A couple of days later, we left to go back home, but we have never been able to shake the feeling of dread that we experienced that day. Again, we're not superstitious or big believers of the supernatural, but what happened on that day was definitely weird. These events occurred 2 summers ago in the Grand Teton area. My boyfriend at the time, now husband, let's call him H, was an avid outdoorsman and also served in the military. I was an ecology major and wanted to spend more time outdoors, so he decided to take me on my first backpack, just the 2 of us. For those who aren't familiar, the Grand Tetons are well known for their wildlife, specifically grizzly bears. My only experience with bears up to this point was watching a little black bear cross the road from the safety of my car. Seeing grizzly country signs around every corner wasn't doing much to calm my nerves. The first incident. My boyfriend looked like Indiana Jones, machete hanging from his belt, large knives attached to each side of his pack, bear spray strapped to his waist. You get the picture. The beginning of our 25-mile journey was all uphill. When in bear country, you're supposed to make noise as to not startle the wildlife by accidentally sneaking up on it. As you can imagine, going up a steep hill while carrying a 40-pound pack makes it difficult to make conversation. We were an hour in, and almost at the top of the ascent. I noticed that the woods had gone completely silent, save for the rushing stream that was to our left of the trail. Silent woods are never a good sign. This usually indicates predators nearby. At this point, I was in front of my boyfriend, and we were about to crest the hill. For the past 20 minutes, we had not said a word to each other, having been too tired to speak. We noticed the silence at the same time and gave each other knowing glances. I came up over the top of the hill and immediately froze. Sitting not 10 feet in front of me in the middle of the trail was a grizzly bear. My husband wasn't aware yet as he was behind me, so I did the first thing that I could think of. While still in my frozen stance, I managed to take my arm and started flinging it wildly behind me, trying to get H's attention. I was too terrified to speak. The bear went from sitting on all fours, not looking away from us once. H quickly swung me around so that I was behind him, and he just started yelling. Being in the military, he knows how to yell. The grizzly quite wasn't fazed, as it started to walk slowly towards us. At this point, I was on the verge of passing out from terror. This bear was about 5 feet in front of us when we heard a loud crack coming from the woods to our right. The bear heard it too, and he bolted towards the stream. A second crack boomed again, this time much closer than before. H said, "It's probably just some falling branches." But we both knew that that wasn't the case. At this point, we were walking quickly up the trail in an attempt to create some distance from the grizzly and those strange noises. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up, and at the same moment, H stopped moving in front of me. He turned around to look at me, and I turned to look behind me. To this day, we were not sure what we saw. Back where we were standing was a large black/brown mass. It looked to be 3 times bigger than the already large grizzly that we had just seen a few moments before. Its back was facing us, and then it stood on its back legs. It looked similar to a bear, but something about the shape was just off. At this point, it was probably stupid to run away, but that is exactly what we did. We were aware of the heavy footsteps behind us, but neither of us looked back. The footsteps eventually faded. At this point, I was a mess. H was doing his best to console me. "Honey, this is extremely unusual. The bears usually stay away from humans.
We're going to be okay. I'm sure that won't happen again." That was enough to convince me to continue on the backpack. Not another hour later, though, we reached a clearing where we decided to take a rest and eat a snack. About a minute after we had sat down, I noticed bushes moving in a line toward the clearing, toward us. Out of the brush comes this adolescent grizzly who looks just as spooked as I'm sure we did, but he came straight for us. H, being the crazy nut that he is, decided to charge back at the bear while screaming, "Bear spray at the ready." That did the trick and the bear ran off. All I could think was just my luck. But that wasn't even close to what happened the second night. The second night, before we began our backpack, we had to let the ranger station know which trails/route we planned to take. With this information, they usually send a ranger on horseback at some point during the backpack to check on you and make sure that everything is okay. There were not many approved trails left for us to choose from, and it was just our luck that they were the most difficult. Apparently, over the 3 days we were on those trails, we had been the sole hikers. We didn't see a single other person once we were en route. Anywho, I guess we missed the ranger who came to check on us. We had been following hoof prints the entire second day, and we hadn't seen any the day before. I had some foot problems, so we spent valuable daylight trying to adjust my boot, laces, and socks to compensate for the pain. When we started on the trail again, we had maybe an hour or two of daylight left, and in the woods it gets dark fast. I was exhausted. It was now dark out, and H was the only one with a working headlamp, as mine wouldn't even turn on for some reason. We needed to find somewhere to set up camp, as we still needed to eat. It was freezing and the wind was blowing. It was creating a howling sound as it rushed through the trees, which made it difficult to hear H, or discern any other sounds coming from the woods. After another hour of hiking through the dark, we found a clearing. Well, it was more like a bowl. It looked to be roughly 200 meters in diameter, with the sides being roughly 10 meters down from the trail to the bottom of the clearing. This place was strange. We both felt it, though he didn't tell me how freaked out he was until after we had left. There was no moonlight, so all we had was the illumination from his headlamp, our small camp stove, and the flashlight that I fished from my pack. Half of the trees were dead and fallen, just in the bowl. The vegetation everywhere else was pretty dense. To help alleviate my anxiousness, he started playing Ninja Party out of his portable speaker. This didn't help much, as it just echoed off the trees, creating a dissonance of sounds. He also thought that it would ward off any predators nearby. This is when we knew that our anxiousness wasn't paranoia. The silence was back. There hadn't been a single bird chirp since we arrived at the clearing. It also may have had to do with the obnoxious music, but because of our previous experience, we decided to turn off the music and head into the tent. Also, it was freezing. As soon as we were situated in our sleeping bags, we heard deep cracks and thuds echoing from beyond the tree line. Falling trees? There had been a lot of wildfires and very little rain this season. Thud. We both froze. That sound wasn't an echo. It came from inside the clearing. Definitely not a falling tree. Thud. It came from right outside the tent. We both stopped breathing. H's hand found mine and we clung to each other paralyzed. Something dragged across the outside of our tent, making an indent as it went along. It was thin, almost like a finger. "What is it?" I whispered, shaking. "I don't know. Shouldn't be a person. We're the only ones on this side of the mountain." I was trying my hardest to stifle sobs, trying to listen to what was outside. I could hear steps, but couldn't decipher what it was. The steps stopped, and then the whole side of the tent was slowly pushed inwards.
At this point, whatever was outside knew that we were inside, so I shined my flashlight at the side of the tent. What I saw made my blood run cold. It was the shape of a human face pressed into the tent wall. I could make out the nose and an open mouth. Each time they breathed, it made the tent around their mouth billow in and out. H said screw that and pulled a Glock from his sleeping bag. He cocked it, and the sound shattered the silence. The face pulled back, and we heard fast footsteps heading towards the edge of the clearing. We didn't leave the tent till the sun was shining the next morning. The first thing we noticed was the smell of urine. We came out of the tent and looked around. Whoever it was had peed on our coals we had left on the fire, leaving a distinguishing stench of evaporated pee. Footprints surrounded our tent, circling around multiple times. Muddy handprints decorated the outside of our tent. We think it was mud anyway. The takeaway? Wildlife is not the most dangerous thing in the backcountry. I could give you a million times as a kid and young adult that I felt scared or paranoid playing in the woods. It's a beautiful place, and I spent my entire childhood getting lost, not literally, out there by myself or with friends. As kids, we never got too far out there, but you could actually see the progression of us venturing further and further out as we got older, because of forts and carvings that we would leave. This one particular time, like 1,000 times before, my friend and I had just graduated high school. It was our last summer of freedom, and we spent the entire summer camping and hiking out there. We had decided to try and find a new place to set up camp, and walked for what felt like miles before we came to a nice clearing. The area was relatively new to both of us. We got the camp set up and fire going, and the plan was to wait until nightfall, smoke some weed and play Monopoly. For the sake of backstory on my friend and I, my buddy is a smaller, real goofy guy, but comes from a family of foresters and always had a deep understanding of all the trees and different plants that you come across. He had no fear of going and camping out by himself. If I spent 10,000 hours in the woods, he probably spent 50,000. As for me, I'm a taller, sturdier guy, and as we got older, I spent more time worried about women and sports, and the woods became a place for small parties. Also, I never had the balls to camp out alone. In fact, older me wouldn't go far at all when I was alone, because I could never shake the feeling of being watched, which was from paranoia, but still an uneasy feeling. Anyways, camp is set, fire is going, but it's getting lower and needs wood. Sun is down and we're both cutting up and having a good time. My friend is sitting on this little chair that he always brought and loading up his makeshift bong, and I was crouched breaking some excess limbs off some logs that we had gathered for the fire. All of a sudden, this strong breeze cuts through the clearing. I couldn't tell you if it was the suddenness of it or what, but my friend and I both stopped immediately and looked at each other. The breeze went just enough to flicker our fire down to a small flame. We both sat completely still in almost total darkness, and neither of us said a word. Across from us on the other side of the fire, we could hear footsteps. They sounded like somebody was running and would slow to a walk and then run again, definitely on two legs. By the sound of it, they were pacing back and forth over the same spot. Then, just like it started, it stopped, with a softer crunch on the underbrush. I knew by the sound it had taken a crouch. I was crouched still, and knew that I was staring right at it in the dark. My friend grabbed my shoulder and said, "Buddy," and when he did, I felt this surge of fear come over me. I could feel it and hear it in him.
I had been so fixated on the footsteps and rationalizing what I heard that I hadn't even considered being afraid. But this was true fear. It was raw and made me feel helpless. I could hear my friend after a while grab some leaves and he dropped them on the fire. For the split second the leaves covered the fire, we were in pure darkness. Then the fire sprang to life. We both quickly grabbed more leaves and brush and threw it on the fire. I got some sticks and logs on there, and neither of us took our eyes off the spot or moved much for over an hour. Finally, the leaves crunched, and it slowly walked off. Whatever it was had sat crouched watching us without moving for far longer than any animal would. It wasn't until the footsteps disappeared that I realized the smell had disappeared as well. It smelled like a paper mill, spoiled eggs almost. For the rest of the night, besides whispered remarks, neither of us really moved or stopped looking at the spot. Nobody went into the tent, and I had very short, light sleep sitting on the ground, with my head rested on my hands. My friend never went to sleep. In the morning, we packed up and silently walked back home. To this day, we talk about it. In the 7 to 8 years since it happened, my forester friend has not camped by himself out there since.